Chapter 1 The Battle of Rainy Night. Chapter 1 The Battle of Rainy Night. Bailey is a high school student. He went to school for 3 days and fished and spent 2 days on the net. He also fought because of the provocation of street gangsters, but he was a good student. Because he studies well and has a single grade, he is the little master. Most of the time, Bailey was very happy, but definitely not including now. Wanjiang zombies, let him realize for the first time what fear is. Although he has felt this before, he can use it in a store. The baseball bat he was holding broke a zombie's head and it was somewhat relieved, but after escaping into this building to the top, looking at the street downstairs, after the large swaths of zombies, his blood rushed to cool down. So what is this? Bailey just wants to go home and make papers. The scene before him is really exciting for him, a student who thinks he is very smart, but only has some bad hobbies. He held a baseball bat and sat down on the rooftop. High school students from other people's homes were kidnapped at most, and they became meat tickets. When he got better, he was kidnapped by the Lord God into a world of Resident Evil. Should I say now, I am not the protagonist, and I can't rely on luck to survive? Isn't this kind of routine popular now? I think I am not the protagonist, but in fact I am the protagonist. Bailey tremblingly took out a lollipop from the pants kabuto, peeled it apart, biting it into pieces, and muttered. Looked at his panel, the task at the bottom line, kill 12 zombies, 212. Bailey comforted himself, it was not difficult, he had already knocked 2 to death under his hand just now. Get a hammer, even though I'm looking for excitement, this excitement is also great. I am a good boy, will I have to lick blood from the knife in the future? Although there were many complaints in his heart, after all, he stood up and carefully identified the distribution of the zombies. Bailey took the baseball bat and walked down in grief, thinking about it, and pursue the path of transcendence by himself. Bailey still has 2 brushes, otherwise he can't hit the 2 streets before and after the school, relying on his agility and flexibility, plus he learned some less mysterious but still practical martial arts in his early years. Catch the lonely zombies and sneak attacks. When encountering a large number of zombies, they will turn their heads and leave. 2 or 3 zombies will throw stones to guide them away, and find a way for themselves to escape every time. After the tossing sky was dark, a light fell from the sky and took Bailey away, but this light did not attract the attention of any zombies, and it seemed that it never existed. Looking at the central stone stele in the vast white space, Bailey said inwardly, it's quite copyright conscious, but why don't you change the name? At this time, a soft but mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the space, this space is the final machine of the infinite plan, codenamed Lord God, please put your hands on the split from the X34 world, and you will get talent development. 1 opportunity as an initial benefit. Bailey suddenly felt nothing to vomit, and honestly stepped forward and put his hand on the stone tablet. A burst of airflow spread from his hands to the whole body. He felt that his body became a little lighter, and there was an indescribable comfort. He felt the airflow gradually deepened and seemed to enter his brain nerves, perhaps thinking, or speaking of the soul. He couldn't help closing his eyes, enjoying the seemingly peaceful feeling of sleep. When the airflow disappeared, he opened his eyes again, his mind moved, and the panel was called out. Name, Bailey. Identity, X34 World Representative. Height, 1.87 m. Physical condition, superior. Ability, Sanda, Beiji, Judo, Violin, Piano, Ink Painting, Hyuxia, Mathematics, English, Chemistry. Items, Zombie Corpse 36, picked up by the roadside, Baseball Bat 1. Brain level, Smart. Talent, the power of imprisonment. All the power of seal and imprisonment requires the power of the soul to be activated, and it also depends on the power of the soul to become stronger. Unlimited points, 2601, Mainline reward 1500 plus novice welfare 1040 plus kill zombies 5*12 plus debris 1. Mission time, 167 hours and 31 minutes remaining. The power of imprisonment looks good. After studying his new abilities, Bailey subconsciously took out Kabuto, then took out a lollipop, peeled it, and bit it in his mouth severely. As for the mental power, the result of consumption is probably mental exhaustion. In the remarks on the panel, you can feel some deeper information. This is an inexplicable feeling, but it is extremely clear. He will not be completely unable to understand the meaning of the power of the mind. Later, he planned to exchange some things. After thinking for a while, he decided to rely on poison in the early stage, and in the later stage, he was considering the transformation. Therefore, after his consciousness was immersed in the stone tablet, he looked at the large amount of abilities and carried out a large-scale screening. Don't be sorry, don't be flashy, don't have too much side effects. In the end, he chose something called a poison core, which cost 1800 infinite points. It can create, absorb, and produce all kinds of toxins. It needs to be activated with blood. It is a small artifact. However, it has a side effect. Bailey took into account his talent for imprisoning power. He could imprison anything, only limited to whether his own mental power is sufficient. It may not be enough to face extraordinary things, but toxins should be no problem for mortal things. Later, Bailey used the remaining 800 points to buy a weak armament Hokage foundation out of experimental nature. This can make his body use more force. As for the use of armed colors, there is no need to think about it. The physical quality is not enough, but the fact that it is more forceful is enough for now. After all, he also has a little foundation. What Bailey did not expect was that this exchange actually contained all the knowledge of armament Hokage, which was equivalent to a power seed. After researching for a period of time, he found that this kind of knowledge and skills is actually quite cheap, but it is very expensive to strengthen directly. However, Bailey also probably understood that this should be the reason for the urgent task time, and the value of advanced knowledge is not as strong as a quick evil way. As for the fact that after becoming stronger, the exchange is such a cheap thing, when Bailey finds the exchange authority in the corner of the exchange interface, he understands that it is impossible. At each stage of becoming stronger, you will get corresponding permissions. This permission is not a benefit, but allows you to only redeem skills at the corresponding level. The permissions have already blocked those basic level skill exchanges, and only choose the full version of the armed color, and the corresponding enhanced options. There is an infinite point left. Bailey thought about it. 0.5 changed 10 boxes of lollipops, and another 0.5 changed a bunch of accessories without supernatural bonuses. Seeing things appear out of thin air, Bailey felt that the main god must have the ability to create things in the void, otherwise these mortals should not be so cheap. After looking around, he suddenly realized that this white space was his room. Bailey was stunned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He felt that he should save some infinite time to buy a bed. The temperature here was not cold or hot. I didn't want that much, so I just leaned on the stone tablet and planned to sleep. The exhaustion after the killing made him soon fall asleep. Time never elapsed. When the mission deadline expired, a light gate appeared in front of the steel. Just as Bailey stepped into it with one foot, the entire main god space suddenly shattered. Bailey turned his head and saw in the final field of vision, only a huge wooden staff was seen. Shattered all the space. And a roar, which seemed like the voice of the Lord God. The rainy night is quiet and irritable, the dark environment, the patter of rain. Stepping on the branches, leaping, one after another silhouettes shuttled past. Whoosh! 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 Kobo was in this rainy night, as if it had become a part of it, and its blackness seemed to be the best cover-up color. The red-haired man with the Uzumaki family crest blocked the deadliest kunao and guarded the child behind him. The Mercedes-Benz ninjas stopped. There were a dozen figures in total, all of them with red hair, like burning flames in the dark night. They watched around guardingly and formed a protective formation, guarding a boy with the same red hair in the center. The night is the best protective color for ninjas, and it also carries the murderous intent of the assassins. There are faintly flickering figures in the surrounding forest. Uzumaki's bloody hair. Uzumaki Ming, I didn't expect you to escort him personally. It seems that your friendship with Konoha is really close. The calm voice, because the rainy night seemed a bit cold. This was an unquestioned attack, but among Uzumaki's group, the one who blocked the most crucial one, Kunao, obviously surprised the attacker a little bit. As for the failure of temptation, it was only expected. Your nerves are too sensitive. With me, your purpose will not be successful. So, go back, your actions are meaningless. Uzumaki Ming's voice is equally calm, but he unconsciously clenched a little. The kunao of breaking up, because in his perception, the enemy's chakra is huge. The amount of chakra is meaningless to the Uzumaki clan, because as everyone knows, the Uzumaki clan only knows Chatala. However, Uzumaki found out that the opponent's chakra seemed to be slightly inferior to him. Chakra is not completely equal to strength, but people who are not from the Uzumaki clan can have this level of chakra, and in any case they are not weak. Moreover, knowing that he did not retreat was present, which confirmed this point even more. No matter what, you can't let the children behind you go to Konoha safely. After all, it's the continuation of friendship. A figure walked out slowly. It was a man with shark teeth. He carried a large knife behind his back and was wrapped in gauze. Seeing him, Uzumaki knew that things were in trouble, because the person in front of him was undoubtedly a person who should not be underestimated. The leader of the Mist Shinobi assassination troupe, one of the 7 ninja swords, the holder of the big sword Samehata, Shinobi. If you appear here, it represents Mist Shinobi's attitude. Uzumaki said there was no doubt about it, but the chakra in his body was already working. The expressions of the people around him were also fully guarded. Because the man in front of him is not one of them that can be despised, including the strongest Uzumaki Ming, because of their greatest advantage, chakra, is not so effective in front of Shino Shinora. Although I think it's nonsense, but I say it once, after all, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Uzumaki Ming, take the children behind you and your kinsmen back to the original way. Shinping Xialang's face was a little bloodless and pale, and looked like a ghost in the rainy night. The Konoha people should be dead. Uzumaki Ming just said lightly. Shinping Xialang just cracked his mouth and didn't answer. But this is already the best answer. Chapter 2 Diamond Array. Chapter 2 Diamond Array. Uzumaki didn't move, frowned, and even chakra was weaker in Shinping Shiro's perception, and seemed to be dispelled. At the center of the two sides, the child of the Uzumaki clan, has been standing as if it had nothing to do with him, standing flat, letting the cold rain run across his cheeks. As the son of the great elder, Uzumaki Sengoku, his purpose this time is to continue the friendship between Konoha and Uzumaki, to go to Konoha to become a disciple of Hokage. The original plan was to marry, but the Senju family seems to have withdrawn from the Konoha power center. Plan, so everything will be discussed after Konoha. At this time, second generation is in place, and the generation has been retired for many years. The god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, seemed to be dead, and he did not show up under the constant temptation of the other 4 countries. This caused the friction in the war from a small place to gradually become fierce, and the flames of war faintly burned. As a firm ally, the Uzumaki clan stood in Konoha's camp without hesitation, and Uzumaki Sengoku's trip to Konoha clearly expressed such a signal. Konoha's closeness with Uzumaki will strengthen the faith of many Konoha's other allies. Uzumaki Sengoku looked thoughtfully at the man with strange teeth, knowing the trap he had set. When the person Konoha greeted died, the Uzumaki clan returned unscathed. This will cause very bad consequences. From the standpoint of Uzumaki and Konoha, this is bad. But from the standpoint of the Uzumaki clan present, it seemed to be a good choice. Because people are selfish after all, aren't they? Uzumaki Ming has a famous name, which proves that he is a strong man of the Uzumaki clan, but facing Miss Shinobi's assassination unit and the leader of the assassination unit, he is not sure to protect himself, who has not officially become a ninja, no matter what. This mission has failed. Moreover, if it fails this time, you can find another opportunity. It's really irritable, this feeling of powerlessness. Uzumaki Sengoku felt that if he hadn't encountered the terrible main god in his previous life, he would definitely be a winner in life without any worries. Unfortunately, the main god who seemed to be a dishonest seemed to have been crushed. That's right, he is the White Calendar. After the collapse of the main god, he traveled to this world called Hokage. His immature face didn't have any expressions, but outsiders looked dumb and a little dazed, as if he was scared into a daze by the situation. Master Ming, what should we do? A female ninja of the Uzumaki clan asked with a low frown. Uzumaki Ming lifted his brows and sighed lightly. In the next moment, his chakra burst out suddenly, and the golden chains spread out from his body, like a big net shuttled in a black rainy night. Shinping Xialang's complexion changed, and he backed quickly, but he was still entangled by a chain. Uzumaki Ming's face was cold, and then he said faintly, "How can the reputation of the Uzumaki clan be trampled by the mere Miss Shinobi ninja?" The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan who were present all understood the leader's determination, and the battle was instantly heated. The general ninjutsu seems to have replaced wind and rain. Shinping Xialang's body turned into a water liquid, which was just a water body. After a round of bombardment based on wind ninjutsu, among the broken tree remains, lay two invisible corpses. But shortly afterwards, the thick fog dispersed, blocking the vision in all directions. It's a pity that you have chosen the most wrong path. Should you say that you belong to the Uzumaki clan? Shinobi led the assassination unit of Miss Shinobi. It can be said that everyone is an elite, but Uzumaki is not a weak one. The powerful perception coupled with adamantine sealing chains still dragged the two ninjas. Water style. Big water burst. The western forest suddenly rushed out of turbulent currents, as if the sea from a dam bursting its banks, flooded the earth. The formation of King Kong. Numerous ninjas of the Uzumaki clan resorted to adamantine sealing chains, gathering the golden chains into a cage, firmly resisting the impact. On the surrounding water, dozens of figures stood scattered on the water, with seals in their hands, and the surging chakra changed the color of many ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. Can't disperse. Blessing array. Uzumaki roared violently. Most of the Uzumaki ninjas displayed adamantine sealing chains, while the rest sealed a seal and put their hands on their companions. Around the diamond array, the water surging crazily, in the water domain created by Shinping Xialang and the blessed rainy day, the power and transformation of water style has become very powerful. Water strangulation technique, this sea-level ninjutsu completed by the combined efforts of many assassination troop ninjas, at this time, is definitely not inferior to the S-level power. In the instantaneous water Uzumaki, even stones and Kunao were crushed. The diamond array murmured faintly. But when the ninjutsu subsided, after all, they persisted. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan broke out of the water and stood above the water, while the ninjas who assassinated the troops took advantage of this opportunity to quickly get close under the cover of fog. Leave it to the opponent to use his chakra advantage. The opponent is Uzumaki, hand-to-hand combat is always more suitable than ninjutsu combat, and every ninja who assassinates the army is here as a grandmaster. The ugly knife-shaped fish dropped, a small seal in Uzumaki Ming's hand smoked out, a long knife appeared in his hand, He held up the weapon that hit him, and the other hand threw Uzumaki Sengoku back. A Uzumaki ninja caught Uzumaki Sengoku. Uzumaki Sengoku's safety is undoubtedly the first in this battle, so there are 3 Uzumaki ninjas in a swastika formation to protect him. With a frenzied smile, Shinping Shilang frantically smashed the same hata in his hand, as if he was holding another big beheading knife of the 7 ninja sword in his hand. Uzumaki obviously felt the heavy strength and stormy offensive, and his heart sank. It was not that he was weak, but that he could no longer help other people. Uzumaki's bloody hair, is that level? Uzumaki seemed to be unable to hear the ridicule, still maintaining a dripping defensive posture. When the sword touched hundreds of times, Shinping Shinoura suddenly discovered that his feelings for same hata suddenly disappeared. At the moment when he was surprised and caused the clone, Uzumaki leaped forward, and a large number of fists gathered. The chakra slammed on Shinping Shilang's chest fiercely. With a single blow, Julie's fist was wrapped, and Shinping Shilang was smashed into the air in one fell swoop. Then he did not take this opportunity to rush to solve the opponent, but used the diamond chain to directly trap the 10 assassinated ninjas. The hard chain directly twisted their bones, causing them to sink slowly like mud. In the water, it relieved a large part of the pressure on the tribe. Suddenly, he moved away, and a jet of water spouted from his original feet. Shinping Shilang returned to the battlefield gloomily, his chest aching. If it weren't for his special physique, the ribs of a normal ninja would be directly discounted. Chapter 3: The Power of Imprisonment and the Undead. Chapter 3: The Power of Imprisonment and the Undead. Fighting is not a playhouse, nor is it a performance of a drama. It will not kill people, and it will not leave the target to kill. The bloody color of the rainy night just sounds romantic. 2 of the ninjas beside Uzumaki Sengoku have already fallen, and the red-haired boy's face was splashed with blood. That handsome little face finally seemed to be no longer indifferent and calm, like waves in the stagnant water. The plainness of white paper was stained with anger. He flashed past Miss Shinobi's ninja sword in an embarrassing manner, but at this moment his hand stretched into the wide cuffs. For a short while, smoke flashed when he stretched out, and the sealing technique in the cuffs was activated by a trace of chakra. A handful of kunao fell into Uzumaki Sengoku's hands. At the same time, his body seemed unstable, as if he was about to fall, and his other hand inadvertently brushed Miss Shinobi's body. At the moment of contact, the chakra in the Miss Shinobi ninja's body instantly stagnated and could not be used, making the body of the Miss Shinobi ninja extremely unsuitable for a staggering, but just such a pause. Uzumaki Kayashi, the kunao that had just appeared in his hand, penetrated his throat. Kunao's hand was released, his body turned, his hand pressed the back of Miss Shinobi's head, and pressed it down with the force of the fall. The puff was not so obvious in the rain. Feeling that the genin's head under his hand was not moving, Uzumaki Sengoku stood up, not touching the back handle that had not yet entered the flesh and blood of the Miss Shinobi ninja's neck. After all, he is still a genius who can use chakra to attach to the solace of his feet with the guard ninja, fly through the forest, and swiftly drive. Yes, he also bears the name of a genius in Hokage that is cursed. He is comparable to genin, and coupled with the special talent of the Lord God imprisoned soul, so that genin, who has a contemptuous heart and relies on chakra, is killed. In such a close situation, it is still a thing that can be done. Unfortunately, there is no chance next. Miss Shinobi's assassination troops obviously notice the death of their companions, and they will not repeat the mistakes of their companions, and will not treat Uzumaki Senshi as an ordinary genin like the dead ninja. In this way, even if Uzumaki Sengoku can touch them, even if these elite ninjas lose chakra's control, they can escape the attack by virtue of their physical instincts without slack and get close to him. Suddenly a tall figure holding a knife appeared in front of him. Uzumaki Ming returned to Uzumaki Senshi's side. He showed a slight smile, and praised, "Senshi, great. It's you." He just broke out because he saw Uzumaki Sengoku in danger, but he didn't expect Uzumaki Sengoku to solve the enemy by himself. Haha. Is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? Is it possible for such a small child to be instantaneous? Or is it the secret axis of the instantaneous sealing technique you made? It should be the latter, how should I say? It is worthy of being the strongest family of sealing art, this kind of rare thing, and only you can defend a child from having the capital. But being able to seize the opportunity after the start of the art is also a genius at this age. Shenping Shi Langyin smiled. He slowly lowered the hand covering his chest, moved his joints, made a comfortable expression, and sighed. Unexpectedly, the Uzumaki clan, who has always been known for their violent temperament, is also a person like you who is good at resourcefulness. Uzumaki Ming's expression became a bit ugly. The reason why he hid his strength at first was to find a chance to injure and kill the enemy in front of him, but he failed because he was worried about Uzumaki Sengoku. Before he inherited the name of the 7-Ninethosaurus, Shinping Shilang had the name of the Immortal. It is said that he possessed terrifying resilience and survived in the hands of second Hokage Senju's fan. It was the only battle that he was really hit hard enough to recuperate. He is not the strongest existence among mist shinobi ninjas, but the most difficult one. Water style. Land strike. Shinping Shilang lifted Samehada and hit it heavily on the water. The huge water wave lifted and went straight to Uzumaki. The water waves contained enough momentum to break the boulder, but they were crushed by 5 golden chains. Chakra broke out under Uzumaki Ming's feet and disappeared instantly. He appeared in front of Shinping Shilang. The long knife was swung down, and Chakra's blue light appeared on the long knife, and then quickly disappeared. After Shinping Shilang stood up, his face changed, and he felt the tremendous power from Samehada, and even his feet were submerged in the water, not floating on the surface. Samehada has the power to absorb chakra, but Uzumaki only uses chakra to speed up the speed of the knife, and does not attach chakra to the long knife when it falls, plus Uzumaki's strange power like the Senju clan, so that Shinping Shilang did not take it. Anything cheaper. Uzumaki Sengoku watched the battle calmly, and after Uzumaki rushed up again, 2 Uzumaki tribesmen made up for his position. The situation is very unfavorable for the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, because the number of enemies is 3 times that of them. And the strongest Uzumaki Ming was also entangled by a monster with the name of Immortality. The ninjas of the Uzumaki clan kept getting injured, but there was no chance to break the situation. People kept falling, and the situation almost developed into a massacre. The Uzumaki clan is very powerful, but there are only 3 ninjas belonging to Jonin. Among them, Uzumaki Ming, who is the best in Jonin, was also entangled by the almost same level of Shinora. As time passed by, Uzumaki Sengoku understood that assistance or something was no longer possible. Uzumaki stood in front of him panting, and protected Uzumaki Sengoku with the 3 remaining Uzumaki ninjas. The Mist Shinobi assassinated troops who surrounded them suffered heavy casualties. The water was covered with blood and floating bodies. Shinora still had a joking smile on his face. He straightened his neck and returned the neck that had been kicked off by Uzumaki Ming. With a crackling sound, the remaining ninjas of the Uzumaki clan began to despair in their hearts. Uzumaki Ming's chakra is no longer vigorous, and at the same time he has already known that the Mist Shinobi ninja, known as the Undead, before Byakugan, is the truth of the so-called immortality. Insidious to ultimate, the so-called Grand Master Ninja is actually relying on illusion to maintain the reputation of immortality. Shinora, everyone underestimates you, even the 2nd generation sir, they are fooled by you. NS. Yes, Jinping Shilang, known as the Undead, is actually a master of illusion. The neck that was kicked off was just an illusion, and the restoration to the original state was just putting terrifying pressure on the enemy. The Lord? I don't dare to confront him head-on. I just gave up resisting and let him treat me as an ordinary trash ninja, and escaped. Shinping Shilang, it seems that he is not ashamed, but rather proud. Uzumaki Sengoku's face was a little tired, with a kunao in his left arm. This was the injury he suffered in this chaotic battle. Even if he was desperately protecting, he couldn't completely protect him. He sighed, inexplicably admiring Jinping Shilang, and understood why Jiraiya died in Pain's hands. Intelligence is really important for ninjas. What Shinping Shinora revealed at this time, was it not an attempt to make Uzumaki Ming relax his vigilance against him? And Uzumaki fell into silence after hearing Shinyo Shinora's words, and his heart surged with weakness. Shinyo Shinora was actually a ninja who really restrained him. He was not the Grand Master's secret technique of his own clan, but the Grand Master's power. Physical ninja, but in the face of this terrifying phantom ninja, he is powerful but has nowhere to do it. Who would have thought that Grand Master in water style, has a huge chakra, or a ninja with same hata, is really good at illusion. Kuri, he, and Yamano. Protect Sengoku, take him away and go to Konoha. Forbidden technique. King Kong Ming Wangfeng. Uzumaki Ming suddenly yelled, hundreds of diamond chains in his body poured out, his bright red hair turned pale in an instant, but his chakra became extraordinarily vigorous. As a strong man of the Uzumaki clan, he has the same trump card after all. The remaining 3 ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, with grief on their faces, one of them grabbed Uzumaki Sengoku and broke through in the direction of Konoha. Uzumaki Ming's diamond chain opened the way for them, and the mist shinobi ninjas who tried to stop them were tied up, crushed their bones, and attacked other ninjas of the mist shinobi assassination unit like wildly growing vines. Chapter 4 Calculations. Chapter 4 Calculations. The mist shinobi ninjas tried to use water-style ninjutsu to block, but the diamond chain had the ability to seal the chakra in ninjutsu. It was submerged in the water-style ninjutsu, and the chakra was directly sealed into the chain, rendering the ninjutsu ineffective. For a time, mist shinobi ninjas suffered heavy losses. Shinobi dived into the water for the first time, but the other mist shinobi ninjas couldn't help but also entered the water shortly thereafter. When everything subsided, Shinping Shilang got out of the water and looked at Uzumaki's dead and old corpse. His face was ugly. After looking around, he had to accept the fact that his subordinates suffered heavy losses in the forbidden technique just now. Chase. The dozen or so assassinated ninjas who entered the water in time followed Shinping Shilang hurriedly chasing. Uzumaki Sengoku's heart was unexpectedly calm, and he himself was surprised at this point. It may be that he had been mentally prepared for a long time. After he knew his fate, as the continuation of the friendship between Konoha and Uzumaki, he himself was not much happy. Nowadays, with serious friction in various countries, his identity is to him a sword of Damocles, and the life and death crisis that comes with it is like a shadow. He undoubtedly cherishes his life. Since he crossed, he has understood one thing, that is, people after the cross may want to pretend to be forced to slap their faces, but the torture of the 3 disagreements makes him want to kill more. Although kinshi is not a spiritual cleansing addiction, he still has some such feelings, but the experience of living still makes him a good child. Like his previous life, he showed his talent and his sensibility. Then, as a genius of the Uzumaki clan, as a bargaining chip to increase the friendship between Konoha and Uzumaki, go to Konoha. The elders of the clan believe that Konoha is peaceful and united, which is good for him and the Uzumaki clan. Even his old father, who had a son, felt the same way. Should I say that this family is really naive? Under the escort of the only remaining ninja of the Uzumaki clan, Sengoku's mentality is calm. After all, what he thinks now is to save himself, not to complain. Anyway, the Uzumaki ninjas around him have done their duties. As for that Uzumaki Ming, forget it, he is already dead, and even if Uzumaki Ming gives up and takes him to Konoha, Shino Shinora is likely to do it. After all, the Uzumaki clan stood on Konoha's side with a clear-cut stand, and the country of water and the country of Uzumaki were too close. It was the main way to the country of fire. The forward body stopped abruptly, and even because the speed was too fast, he staggered a little. The rain seemed to be getting smaller, and more than a dozen figures surrounded it, and there was no way to escape. Shinping Shilang showed a smile and said, "Little genius of the Uzumaki clan, I don't know what method of death do you like. How about hanging it up?" Kinchi was silent for a moment, and suddenly he showed a shallow smile at him. The smile on his handsome smile seemed to be very simple, like a child who doesn't care about the world. The assassinated ninja leader of Mist Shinobi on the opposite side was shocked when he saw this smile, and then murmured, "Funny kid." The corner of his mouth grinned, and the killing intent in his heart was particularly exuberant. There is no suspense in the battle. After Shinping Shinora killed the last ninja of the Uzumaki clan, he used Same Hada to fly Sengoku while sucking away Sengoku's remaining chakra. Then he walked over, stood Same Hada beside him, grabbed Sengoku's hair and lifted him up. His hands grasped the hair with great force. Sengoku did not resist, and seemed to have given up struggling, which disappointed him. It was Sengoku's face that didn't show a painful expression. It's not that Kinchi can bear the pain, but he sealed the pain. He looked at Shenping Xialang, smiling no longer faintly. "If it weren't for this damn rainy day, you would have died long ago." Poison nucleus, the thing that was once exchanged, seemed to be a summoning thing in this world, and he felt this contract after he learned summoning. But the rain and wind limited the poison in his cognition, and he did not have the poison of Hanzo of the salamander. Painted on the weapon, it won't hit. Scope of the situation, not going out. It is a pity that he is not a genius of poison, and the Uzumaki clan is not a family that uses poison, because this thing is basically useless to them. The weak can carry it, and the strong can directly seal or heal. So he just made some narcotics and common poisons for hobbies. Before he set off, he had put the poisonous core summoning on him. He looked at Shinobi Shinora with a bit of fatigue and said, "Mist Shinobi's ninjas, are you perverts like you? To kill a genius like you is very interesting to me. You are a genius of a big family." Shinping Shilang licked the corner of his lips. "Oh, you are not worthy of this action." Kinchi taunted. "Why, do you think you can come back? You don't have chakra anymore. Your technique to kill my subordinates is useless. But don't worry too much, kid, there are many women left for you in Mist Shinobi. You are the one named by Armizu Kage. Think about the descendants of the Uzumaki clan appearing in Mist Shinobi, Konoha's Hokage-sama, his face should be wonderful, right?" Shinping Shilang said in a leisurely tone, but his outside light was watching Sengoku, guarding against any means he might have. Sengoku twitched the corner of his mouth, and a wave of chakras surged out of his body, and a black technique in his lowered right hand quietly dispersed. At this moment, Shinping Shinora subconsciously wanted to FK Same Hada who was standing on the side, but he only felt a moment of weakness in his limbs. Although it was only a moment, he was seized by the opportunity that Sengoku had calculated earlier, and his hand quickly touched his body. A feeling of stiffness instantly filled his whole body, and it also made Shinping Shilang understand how he felt at that moment when he died under Sengoku's subordinate. Smoke flashed through the wide sleeves of the robe again, and another kiwiavua fell into Kinchi's hand, and the kiwiavua crossed it with blood splashing. The rain has almost stopped sporadically. This incident also horrified the ninjas of the murderous Mist Shinobi who assassinated the troops, but they still protected the shinobi who escaped from the attack of Sengoku for an instant. At this time, one of the 7 ninja swords was covering his neck, his hand was full of blood, and his mouth was also bleeding. Although relying on strong mental power to force chakra in his body, breaking away from that strange ability and avoiding the most deadly damage, the trachea was eventually cut a little, making him unable to participate in the next battle. This is also the original intention of Sengoku. The stabbing to the heart may be biased, and the injury can be sustained, but the neck injury, as long as the trachea is injured, then this looks like one of the 7 ninja swords, absolutely will not pay the price of death for him. This short moment was the result of Qinqi's efforts. He noticed from the beginning that Xinping Shilang's gaze always looked at him, as if he was a little bit interested in him. So he took a gamble. Xinping Shilang would not kill him immediately. He used the poison core to fill himself with anesthetics and sealed the effect of the anesthetics on him. And before that, his father had performed many sealing techniques on his palms and robes himself, which could store some chakra, which he used as a hole card to increase his speed during sneak attacks. And even if Xinping Shilang planned to kill him, he could temporarily seal his wounds, and he didn't believe that his corpse was left unattended. The body of the genius of the Uzumaki clan is the most precious material no matter where it is. Only in that case, the ninja responsible for carrying him would not know who it was, and there would be many more variables in the next plan. Looking at the remaining missed shinobi ninjas, Sengoku's eyes were a little cold. Chapter 5 Uzumaki's Forbidden Technique. Chapter 5 Uzumaki's Forbidden Technique. The 2 assassinated ninjas were just about to heal Xinping Shilang. When the others gathered around, a puff of smoke rose again from the sleeves of Sengoku's robe. This is a simple sealing technique, and only the sealed ninjas of the Uzumaki clan can be simplified to the point where it can be unlocked by typing in chakra. What appeared this time was a mask with the face of a devil with an open mouth. Qinqi brought it to his face, and at this moment, the aura on his body became very strange. I said, "Did you look down on me too much? I also bear the identity of the Uzumaki clan, anyway, pay attention to my clan's heritage, right?" He sneered inwardly. There is a rumor in the ninja world that you cannot fight alone with the Uchiha clan, and the Uzumaki clan also has a rumor that you should not push the Uzumaki ninjas to the end, because each of them has the same trump card. At this time, neither Uchiha nor Uzumaki's reputation has fallen. This is also the reason why Xinping Shilang concealed his illusion until the end, and never approached Uzumaki Ming at the last moment. At the moment when the mask was put on, Sengoku couldn't help sighing, maybe age is really the best disguise. Connecting several seals on his hand, a cold breath just appeared from his body. It was sealed by an inexplicable force, and was not discovered by the missed shinobi ninjas. The ghouls are all sealed, Qinqi said silently in his heart. Behind him, the missed shinobi ninjas could not see, a hideous white-robed Shinigami emerged. When the missed shinobi ninjas swarmed up and did not leave him the slightest chance, Shinigami seemed to grin, or it could be a greedy grin. He swept across with a big hand, and instantly pulled out the souls of all the missed shinobi ninjas. In the future Orochimaru can resist this trick, but it doesn't mean that they can too. The body under Shinigami's mask shuddered suddenly, blood spattered from the mouth of the mask, and Sengoku's bright red and vibrant hair turned yellow. The exposed hands seemed pale and not stained with blood. Sengoku's hands were sealed again, and on the bodies of the 3 Uzumaki ninjas who had died here, the diamond chain suddenly shot out, entwining the remaining 3 missed shinobi ninjas including Shinobi. Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief. This was what he asked his father to do, and every Uzumaki ninja who guarded him stored a technique in his body and let him control it. Although his old father thought his son was making a fuss, he helped him get it. This Shinigami mask was also quietly taken by him very early, and he found a way to use it from his father's collection. He staggered forward. Shinigami put his hand into the bodies of these ninjas again, and grabbed their souls. Only when he caught Shinigami, Shinora encountered some resistance. Xian. Vortex. 1000. Stone. I want to kill you. Xinping Shilang roared regardless of the broken throat. His eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment that could be seen at a glance. Qianqi looked at him through the mask, and found that human emotions could be so obvious. Perhaps, I should say something like "You underestimated me, rest in peace," or "I ruined you." But, I'm sorry, it's the first time I've killed, and it's the first time I'm going to be killed. Kinchi calmly said, while silently saying in his heart, zombies are not counted. As Jinping Xiaolang fell to the ground unwillingly, his breath faded away. Sengoku did not feel any nausea, perhaps because he was too tired, or perhaps because of the pain from his body. He was doing it. At the time, he had already closed the pain seal, in order to save his own effort. But maybe it was pure cold-blooded. Kinchi vomited himself, forcibly enduring the severe pain in his body, and relied on the severe pain to stimulate his exhausted spirit. He looked at Shinigami, wondering if it was an illusion. Shinigami seemed to look at him with greed. "Uncle, don't think about it. My soul won't be given to you. This is a very powerful guy who survived by chance." The corner of his mouth under Sengoku's mask pulled out a smile that looked cute at his age. With a bit of strength, he forcibly manipulated Shinigami to stuff the deprived soul into his body. With Shinigami's roar, Sengoku nearly fainted, and hurriedly stopped this behavior, returned the remaining soul, and even manipulated Shinigami to drag another soul back in his body. Shinigami seemed to be confused by Sengoku's behavior, and his roar stopped. Kinchi took a sigh of relief, and his exhaustion made him feel as if he hadn't closed his eyes for many days. The soul in the body is firmly sealed in the body by his natural ability, and at the same time the consciousness of each soul is also blocked. This makes the use of the ability to cause the heart power to constantly flow away, while the overflowing soul power is also replenishing his soul, so that his mind will not faint even though he is extremely tired. Only then did he have time to deal with his body. This young body, which is enough to be called the top talent of the Uzumaki clan, has quickly lost money in this short period of time, and is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the chakra seal in the robe, the technique continued to maintain the activation of the ghoul seal, and this technique that relied on the Shinigami mask to activate was not so badly consumed, so that he had a chance to breathe. It depends on whether I am lucky enough. Kinchi took out a talisman and a note, thinking to himself, sticking it to his body with a heart attack. Then suddenly he took off the Shinigami mask and sealed his connection with Shinigami with his talent. Then his consciousness fell into chaos, and he had no spare energy to reseal the Shinigami mask, and Shinigami's unwilling roar faintly sounded in his ears. When a white-haired ninja wearing a blue armor from the Sengoku era and a heroic red-haired female ninja arrived with a dozen ninjas in black robes, what they saw was all over the floor. Dead body. The red-haired female ninja gazes directly at the only existence in the perception that still has a breath of life, the small body lying on her back. She stepped forward quickly, the worry on her face turned into a moment of astonishment when she saw the mask beside Sengoku. But at this time, she didn't care about anything else. She lowered the doubts she had seen from the Shinigami mask. She squatted down and checked Sengoku's body carefully. When she noticed the talisman and a note on her chest, she flashed across her face. Shocked and breathed a sigh of relief after a long while. Seeing her stand up, the white-haired ninja said solemnly, "Sister-in-law, how is Chinashi's physical condition?" "It's okay, this kid is a genius." The red-haired female ninja is Uzumaki Mito, and the white-haired ninja is now Konoha's second Hokage Senju Tobirama. There was a smile on Mito's face and said, "He used the natural force guided by the petrified talisman to repair his body. There is a wonderful power in his body. As long as the natural force exceeds a certain range, he will be repelled out of the body, and the remaining will be mixed with a steady stream of huge spiritual power. At the same time, the energy generated by the body that is constantly repaired will also participate in it, becoming a kind of energy like chakra." The note says, "Do not move the petrified talisman," which Kinchi prepared in advance for the current situation. Fortunately, the sporadic rain stopped completely shortly after he was in a coma, leaving the handwriting still very clear. But even without this note, Uzumaki Mito would not recklessly take off the petrified amulet. It can be said that this is another piece of luck. Although this idea is very genius, the key should be the wonderful power of this child. It should not only limit the force of nature. After Uzumaki Mito finished speaking, Senju Tobirama was keenly aware that Senju Mito did not say the complete content. After all, he is a master of forbidden technique, and he has an older brother who knows Xianshu. He also knows a lot about Xianshu. Chapter 6 The Legendary Ninja. Chapter 6 The Legendary Ninja. The two did not discuss this issue too much, but they both had similar speculations in their hearts, that the fainted little boy in front of them might have a brand new bloodline hidden in the Uzumaki clan. It's not that they haven't read the information about Thousand Stones. It is also mentioned in the materials that Thousand Stones possess a special kind of sealing talent, but they all think it is a variant form of adamantine sealing chains, which possesses the power of sealing. But now it seems that this is a kind of transcendence, at least in some respects beyond the bloodline of adamantine sealing chains, otherwise it will not cause the miracle in Sengoku's body now. When the Umbu ninja who followed them explored the scene, they came to report. Listening to the description of Umbu ninja, Senju Tobirama frowned. So it seems that this child is the last to rely on himself and get rid of the danger. Senju Tobirama muttered incomprehensibly. He already knew that among the ninjas who fell on the ground, there was one of Mist Shinobi's 7 swordsmen, and this ninja was even said to have survived in his hands, although he didn't have much impression of it. However, as a traditional ninja, he attaches great importance to the collection of intelligence, so he understands the strength of the Ninja 7, especially Shino Shinora, who is in charge of the assassination troupe. According to intelligence, he is undoubtedly an elite. The best in Jonin. It is not difficult for him to kill him, but for a child his age, it is too incredible. Uzumaki Mito picked up Sengoku's mask, hung it on his waist, and whispered, "Maybe I know something, Tobirama, you know, we Uzumaki are good at fighting hard. I guessed a forbidden technique, but I didn't understand Sengoku. How did you survive? Maybe it has something to do with his talent." Senju Tobirama guessed casually, and then asked, "But what should he do now? Sengoku's situation cannot be solved by medical ninjutsu. I have some confidence, this is not a big problem. After all, your eldest brother is still there," Uzumaki Mito said softly. Speaking of that person, Senju Tobirama's expression also brought some sadness. He looked at Kinchi and said, "If the eldest brother's body can still hold up, he should be very excited to take this child to gamble, right? Speaking of it, you shouldn't agree to let him play with Tsunade. A child who is only 3 years old is at the beginning of a gambling addiction." Uzumaki Mito was annoyed when he thought of this, but said helplessly, "Remember, when he went to the Uzumaki clan for the first time, he took my father to the casino, and my marriage contract was blew by my father." She closed her mouth, and Senju Tobirama, the usually cold man, glanced around involuntarily. After being silent for a while, Senju Tobirama suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, I will give you an explanation on this matter. I will personally go to Mist Shinobi and let Mizukage give an explanation." His calm voice was the same as before, but it was a little more solemn than before. "No, I will go personally," Uzumaki Mito said lightly. Senju Tobirama wanted to say something, but Uzumaki Mito caught a faint glance. "Tobirama, you are Hokage. You are a calm person, unlike your elder brother. Don't worry, even if I am impulsive with my strength, Mist Shinobi can't keep me. Hokage can't do things that I can do as a woman, but it's suitable. It's very," Uzumaki Mito said plainly. She naturally understands the meaning of Senju Tobirama, otherwise he would generally avoid Senju Hashirama's idiotic behavior. How could he take the initiative to bring up this topic? But even if she can live with Senju Hashirama, she will be angry. Her hand pressed her lower abdomen lightly, her eyes narrowed for a moment. Senju Tobirama sighed, "I will send the elite Umbu to listen to you, and I will let Sarutobi Suzuki follow you." Uzumaki Mito just nodded slightly. After a while, Umbu's ninjas converged all the corpses, including the battlefield where Uzumaki Ming was. When I learned that Uzumaki Ming's body was in the scroll, Uzumaki Mito didn't say anything. As a person from Sengoku, she was accustomed to the departure of her relatives. Senju Tobirama said coldly, "Does Miss Shinobi really want to go to war?" His voice was full of forbearance anger. He was not the Hokage behind. His character was not like the ninjutsu he used well, but as violent as a flame, but his mood was strong enough and restrained enough. But he, who is truly angry, will never tolerate any enemies. The peace of Hashirama. Plus. Uzumaki Mito sighed, in this way, war may be unavoidable, but perhaps it will let them see that Konoha's powers other than Hashirama will usher in a more stable peace. Hope so. Senju Tobirama has some worries in his heart. Uzumaki sends geniuses to Konoha to continue the friendship. This is an obvious deterrent alliance that shows the close relationship between the two sides. The main purpose is to give a warning to the Mist Shinobi ninjas who are more and more active on the border between the country of fire and the country of Uzumaki. But Mist Shinobi's reaction was obviously too big. In Senju Tobirama's view, this means that Mist Shinobi really wants to declare war. As long as the news of his elder brother's death comes out, these shark-like ninjas will bite Konoha's flesh. When everything was settled, Senju Tobirama handwritten a letter and separated half of the Umbu ninjas with the remains of the Uzumaki clan ninjas to return to Uzumaki. And he, Uzumaki Mito, and the remaining Umbus took Sengoku and set foot on the way back to Konoha. The 6-year-old body is ultimately limited, even if the genius is like Uchiha Itachi, and the powerful like Madara and Hashirama. At the same age, they are just talented ninjas. After Sengoku woke up and found himself in a clean ward, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled the previous life and death chase, and couldn't help lamenting his weakness because of his youth. Although the record is very brilliant, but more reasons are because he opened up. Does this world really die if you don't open it? He vomited in his heart. Just thinking about something, he felt very tired, and simply fell asleep along with the lack of thought. Not long after, a medical ninja walked in. After checking Sengoku's body, he left the ward again. He walked for a while and stopped in front of a room, knocked on the door, got permission, and walked in. "President, the child's body has basically recovered. In other words, his body has no problem at all. The strange power in his body has been repairing his body, but it is too weak, but this is also getting better." Listening to the report from her subordinates, the woman who was instructing the document raised her head, put down the pen in her hand, and said with a smile, "This is really great. It seems that your father didn't make a trip in vain. The treatment of Master First Generation is really effective." The medical ninja pulled up the corners of his mouth, barely smiled and agreed, but the smile revealed embarrassment. After all, he was the one who saw Senju Hashirama's treatment with his own eyes. That lord is really offline as in the rumors. After that day, Kinchi had been asleep for 4 days. During the period, Senju Hashirama came here, and when he entered the ward, he laughed exaggeratedly, and said while removing the petrified charm, he was really a powerful junior, and then he slapped Senju Hashirama on the forehead. That loud the sound of pop made the vases on the head of the bed fall off. Then he left, threatening to wait for Sengoku to wake up and gamble with his granddaughter Tsunade. Chapter 7 The Hospitalized Thousand Stones. Chapter 7 Sengoku Hospitalized. Haha. Senju Yuen, the director of Konoha Hospital, looked at the expressions of his subordinates and understood what he was thinking. After all, she was also a witness. And when her father came home, the mother who knew about it, got angry and said that her father was too much. Of course, it wasn't because of the father's treatment. The reason her father came was just to replace the natural power of the petrified talisman with his own natural power. After all, the natural force guided by the petrified talisman will stop entering Kinchi's body with the life of the petrified talisman itself. After Senju Hashirama came to the ward and saw Sengoku, he felt a force of nature and entered Sengoku's body. For this first Hokage, the method of using the force of nature is so unreasonable. Uzumaki Mito's father, the current Uzumaki patriarch Uzumaki Asina, once called Senju Hashirama the son of nature. After studying the wood-style ninja surgery performed by Senju Hashirama, it was confirmed that the nature of the technique itself belongs to the semi-celestial technique. Therefore, Xianshu is an instinct for Senju Hashirama, and the use of natural forces is just a routine operation. What Uzumaki Mito is angry about is that Senju Hashirama still wants to take Tsunade to gambling, and he plans to draw on his own people. Thinking of the reason for her mother's anger, Senju Yuen's smile also stagnated. Thinking of her niece who had been arguing about gambling recently, it was a headache. Forget it, Song-kun, go ahead and do your own business, I will trouble you with that child's affairs. Senju Yuen's smile is very gentle. Kotamatsu blushed, bowed and went out. Go out of the house and close the door. He took a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the dean was married and that he was still a powerful ninja, the various distracting thoughts in his heart converged into a silent word: the dean is really beautiful. Shaking his head and sighing, Katamatsu continued to take care of the patients. The ninja who had recently been on mission had a lot of injuries, which caused a lot of workload to the hospital. Kinchi completely woke up, and his condition could even be said to be very good, except for some physical disharmony. The reason why he fell into a deep sleep was actually that there were too many places where his talent was used, and he was constantly spending his mind and energy. His natural power is not like the devil fruit ability of Pirate World. It will be relieved with the user's coma, but will always be maintained, but in the same way, the expenditure of mental energy will continue to flow. This will cause very serious consequences. Mind power can be said to be mental power, but it is more idealistic. Once it is truly overdrawn, it can be said to be the eternal decline of will. And Kinchi dared to use his natural ability in a coma, completely because of the hang-up this time. The several souls stuffed into the body by Shinigami continue to create new mental powers for him, and the new mental powers bring about a stimulant-like effect, which drives the recovery of mental power, making him maintain a state of oneness. Kind of hanging immortal state. But the deficit problem caused by his body's forbidden technique was nothing. With the completion of Xianshu Chakra's restoration, his elder sister, Uzumaki Mito, stimulated his spirit by means, so that he was awake, let him release his talent, and fell asleep in a deep sleep. After getting a good sleep, there is no big deal anymore. The force of nature that Senju Hashirama penetrates is very precise, just enough for Sengoku's body to recover. Sengoku's talent is actually very close to the future Uzumaki incense phosphorus, which has the ability to recover and is more complete. This is also the reason why Kinshigong is assured that the power of nature enters the body, because he has a special talent in his body. Even when his vitality is overdrawn, he can continue to overdraw his vitality and chakra can recover his body as long as he does not die. This is also the reason why the three elements of Xianshu chakra, physical energy, natural energy, and spiritual energy, are gathered. And in this way, Xianshu chakra has a powerful effect on the recovery of the body, and the same is true for the loss of vitality. At the same time, Senju Hashirama's arrival is also to prevent the natural force from causing damage to Sengoku's body after the completion of the repair. After all, the body repair was completed, and Shinshi's physical talent would not work anymore. Without the physical energy, the fairy magic chakra cannot be formed, so the natural force that poured into Kinshi's body will directly kill him. Otherwise, why should Uzumaki Mito let the current Senju Hashirama do it by himself, and put a few more petrified charms on Sengoku? It's not that she doesn't know how to draw this kind of thing. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and a young man walked in with a food container. "Ah, Senior Song, are you here to bring me food again?" Sengoku smiled and looked at the man in front of him. Kota Song put down the food box and said with a look of embarrassment, "Yes, yes, Master Sengoku." Sengoku opened the food box next to the bed covered by himself, and took out a few dishes, a piece of sushi, and a bowl of steaming soup. He gently picked up the bowl of soup, took a few mouthfuls, smelled the aroma of the shrimp soup, and narrowed his big eyes with some satisfaction. He took a sip, and the delicious taste echoed between his lips and teeth, with some hotness, which made him hiss and hiss cold, but he couldn't help taking a sip, and then he licked his teeth again. "Haha, don't underestimate the speed of the ninja, Master Matsu." Kota Song looked at Sengoku's cute look and couldn't help laughing. He couldn't help but think of how impatient his brother had some delicious food at home. "Although I always felt that the young Master Kinji seemed to see something, he was always a little guilty when facing him, but now it seems that he is still a child after all." "Well, UN. The Dean soup is so delicious, this is something that can't be helped." Sengoku didn't care, but when he mentioned Senju UN, he paused slightly and showed a strange expression. There is no way, who made his father, it was too late to have himself, making his generations a big surprise. He sometimes wondered, if his journey is a novel, he will have won the nickname of Uzumaki's little ancestor. This made him know that the Dean was the daughter of first generation and the aunt of Tsunade. He always felt a little strange. According to common sense, Senju UN should call him uncle, and Tsunade should call him grandpa. If it wasn't for the fact that too many people he knew had just died, which made him feel bad, he thought he might laugh. This is also the reason why Senju finally called Senju UN Dean. After Sengoku finished his meal, Katamatsu checked Sengoku's body as usual, packed up the dishes, put the food box and left. Sengoku looked at his leaving back, smiled, and didn't say much. Although he wanted to make fun of the young medical ninja who took care of himself, he still restrained it. It is a pity that he is destined to not eat the soft rice of the Senju family, but he may marry a Senju woman in the future. After all, his brother-in-law and his younger brother might disband the Senju clan. Although Sengoku thinks this is like a joke, he is a big clan who understands the pride of the big clan better, so he thinks it would be incredible if this happens, but if it happens, it is possible, or explain Konoha's birth to so many civilians. The reason for genius? Kinji knocked on his head and decided not to think about this anymore, because it was too easy for him to think more. In order to always see Senju fate, Kotamatsu took over the meal delivery for him, which was more interesting. I really want to see with my own eyes what Kotamatsu's expression looks like when standing in front of Senju UN and reporting. That should be very interesting. However, when Kotamatsu looked at his food box, his inadvertent desire was enough to relieve his boredom. Senju Hashirama, who was a little annoyed in the hospital, suddenly looked forward to the scene where Senju Hashirama suddenly dismantled the pillars of the hospital and went to the water. If it's him, it's not impossible to do it, right? Sengoku thought indifferently. Chapter 8 The Day After Discharge. Chapter 8 Days After Discharge. The son of the great elder of the Uzumaki clan, the nephew of Uzumaki Asina, the current patriarch of Uzumaki, Uzumaki Sengoku, who has a surprisingly large age, has recently had a little trouble. That was the first Hokage, who always pulled himself to gamble. The money in his hand increased visible to the naked eye. Sometimes he wondered if Senju Hashirama wanted to compensate himself, because he always felt that he already had half of the Senju clan in his hand. The bottom of the family. Recently, when I occasionally saw Senju Tobirama, who is already second Hokage, he felt that the iceberg face looked scary at his own expression. Hey, really, he is not a person who likes money. After continuing to recuperate for a period of time, he has now left the hospital. When he left, his ward was immediately occupied. Before leaving, he endured serious advice to the medical man named Kota Song and asked him to buy more supplements. After all, long-term work will make you bald. Everything is more relaxed for Sengoku. Although according to the situation of Konoha Hospital, it seems that the border friction has become more and more serious, but this still does not affect him. But he heard that his cousin, who appeared only once after he was fully awake, the wife of first Hokage now, Uzumaki Mito, of course, Senju Mito is also possible, and the title is not important. In short, the woman who suppressed Nine Tails once went deep into the water country once, leaving a few deep pits caused by tailed beast bomb beside Kirigakure. Sengoku was a little moved, but he also knew that it was definitely not because of him, or that it was the situation Konoha hoped for. Because after Uzumaki Mito went there, the friction on Miss Shinobi's side was significantly less. This is the result that Sengoku wandered around in the hospital and chatted with the injured. The Uzumaki clan also exerted a lot of force and looked very angry. Sengoku inquired that his father took many powerful Uzumaki clan and Uzumaki Mito to the country of water. It is said that Kirigakure's barrier at the time was directly invalidated. Otherwise, the group of Miss Shinobi who bears the same style as the pirates will not let Uzumaki Mito leave so easily. It is really undefended in their own base camp. Sengoku is speechless to his old and innocent dad. I am moved, but by doing so, Uzumaki is tied to Konoha too much, and the deterrence of the Uzumaki clan is vividly manifested. Although it has been 6 years since Sengoku has a gap with this, he still has to admit that he still likes the Uzumaki people, who are generally sincere and simple. Even if the result of going to Konoha made him helpless and angry, it was not most Uzumaki people who made this decision. Thinking of this incident, Kinshi's mood wasn't too good. The old-fashioned patriarch made him a little bit embarrassed. Yes, it's just embarrassing. After his father informed of this incident, he also explained the thoughts of the senior members of the clan. Their plan was to re-establish a Uzumaki clan in Konoha, which was considered a way to leave. And Sengoku's identity and talent are undoubtedly appropriate. Age will not allow him to be wary of Konoha's various families. Seniority will prevent him from being nominally suppressed when he grows up, and talent is the guarantee of the strong. Of course, the friendship with Konoha is still maintained in general. After all, it was Uzumaki Mito's letter to the family that revealed some of the circumstances, which made the senior members of the family feel a little uneasy. Once Senju Hashirama passes away, the neighboring country of water will inevitably rush up to bite the plump flesh of the country of fire, and the country of vortex will inevitably become the main obstacle. This is an inevitable result of geographical location. Sengoku just has a feeling of being pushed out, and some involuntary boredom. He was going to refuse at first, but the Uzumaki Ashina actually said that this was the best result. He can grow, and the family has a future. No matter what he said, Uzumaki Ashina had a temper as a child. Sengoku doesn't hate Konoha, but he just doesn't want to change places. He is used to living in Uzumaki. He usually experiments with his abilities and studies Uzumaki's secret arts. This kind of life makes him really like it, and he also wants to rely on something. For myself, the idea of saving the Uzumaki kingdom that may be destroyed in the future. He has become accustomed to the life of the Uzumaki clan, surrounded by relatives in the actual sense, but Konoha is the Uzumaki of the ninja world. Uzumaki Ashina arranged for him to be a strong Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Ming came to escort him, and Konoha also sent a team to respond. It is reasonable to say that it is very safe, but what people did not expect is that Miss Shinobi knew this information. The determination of the post-interception was so great. In addition to the large-scale Miss Shinobi assassination troop dispatched, 3 ninja swordsmen were also involved in this operation. 2 of the 7 swordsmen led a part of Miss Shinobi to assassinate the ninjas of the army and intercepted and killed the Konoha shinobi who responded. After 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama got the information, he had no time to leave the 2 7 swordsmen who had just ended the battle. Although they were not allowed to support Shin Yoshinora, the time was too late to save the Uzumaki clan. Fortunately, because Kinchi knew how great the conflict between the villages would be in the future, with the mentality of being more prepared, he arranged for himself the ultimate life-saving means, and survived with some luck. Ninja World. Sengoku's head hurts a bit, and he touched his hair worriedly, picked up the cup beside him, and sipped the milk in it. He was worried that he would not grow tall because of thinking too much. After he put down the cup after drinking the milk, he heard a sound of footsteps and couldn't help but look at it. I saw a little girl in a small skirt running over, holding a lot of cards that didn't fit her hand. Senshi, Senshi, come to play cards. The little girl stood in front of Kinchi and said loudly, even if she almost fell because she ran too fast, she still stood up straight after being helped by Kinchi, and did not give up releasing the card in her hand. Sengoku patted her on the head, and said helplessly, Tsunade, gambling is not a good behavior. Mito and Yuen are not allowed to gamble. Chi. Kinchi hypocrisy. Every time you get ahead of me in Grandpa's yard. Tsunade directly breaks through without giving face. That's because your grandpa gave too much, Kinchi vomited in his heart. Speaking of which, Mito and Senju are both very opposed to Tsunade gambling, but Senju Hashirama's health is getting worse and worse, and his biggest hobby is gambling. As wives and daughters, they can't bear to confiscate the gambling equipment at home after all. Really, there is no reason to say that my uncle and grandpa are hypocritical. Sengoku directly rubbed Tsunade's pink face, like kneading dough. Woo, let go. Hand, Daeun dry, jerk. Tsunade cursed Kinchi vaguely, but it was a pity that he refused to let go of the card in his hand. It was worth shaking his head and trying to get rid of Senshi's claws. Not far from them, Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama watched this scene. Chapter 9 The Three of Senju's Family. Chapter 9 The Three of Senju's Family. The relationship between Tsunade and Sengoku looks pretty good, which also made me feel more relieved. My father told me a lot about the kid Sengoku this time on the way to Mist Shinobi. He has his own ideas. The child has a maturity that does not belong to his age. Hashirama, Sengoku is a different genius. Uzumaki Mito, who had just returned to Konoha not long ago, watched Tsunade and Kayoshi's play, a little relieved, but still a little worried. And first Hokage next to her already needs crutches to support her body. This is simply unimaginable for people who know that he is powerful. Senju Hashirama looked at Sengoku with a smile on his face, or he was really happy at this time. After listening to what his wife said, he shook his head and said, Konoha will make him feel at home. I believe that Konoha has the bond power, and he will have more than Tsunade friends. New friends will make him feel at home. His heart is filled. Uzumaki Mito sighed, this child should be a person who likes to think a lot. I combine what his father said and the way this child survives, he is not so easy to trust people. Even if his age does not have much power. He also puts his true hope on himself, even if it is his own people, he will not have much trust. Moreover, according to my father, this child does not like to leave Uzumaki, plus the attack when he comes, I am worried that he will have resentment. Mito, after the battle with Madara, I thought a lot. Madara's desire for peace is not inferior to mine, but his path is different from mine. But it also made me understand that between people, even if the path is the same, the approach is different. I didn't feel resentment on that child. I want you who own 9 tails, but you don't feel it, right? This child, as you said, is a precocious and meticulous person. You only saw that he was reluctant to go to Konoha, but I saw his dissatisfaction with the Uzumaki clan. I think this is because he thinks the Uzumaki clan is his home, and I think Konoha also has this ability. As for he doesn't trust others and puts the possibility of living on his own body, it is because he has the ability to do so. He has the power of a strong man, Mito. I think if Madara is still there, I will appreciate him very much. Hashirama's tone is easygoing but firm. Uzumaki Mito smiled helplessly, and said, "It seems like I have a prejudice against Sengoku. He is a member of my clan. I am just worried that he will lose his way in Konoha. A confused person cannot live in this cruel world. Growing up. Speaking of which, although I understand my father and their thoughts, they are too negligent of Shinsoku's wishes." Senju Hashirama suddenly said, "I just said that Madara would appreciate Sengoku, but it's not a simple matter." Uzumaki Mito looked at her husband in confusion. "Although I have not been in contact with Sengoku for a long time, and he seems to be a well-behaved child in front of me, there is no fear or trepidation in his contact with me. Mito, don't look at me that way, I am so sad it has my reasons." Senju Hashirama noticed that his wife was looking at him with a strange look, scratching her head helplessly, showing a silly and awkward smile. "I don't think that someone who almost exported all the houses under his feet would be respectable." Uzumaki Mito smiled faintly, smiling very virtuously, but Senju Hashirama faintly felt murderous. Ha ha, just playing around, Mito, you take it too seriously." Senju Hashirama's smile became more awkward, and he quickly turned back to the subject. "I mean, when he first saw me, he was only curious. His eyes are full of head ups, and he seems to have a lot of judgments on me, but because of politeness, this emotion is hidden very vaguely." Uzumaki Mito frowned, seemed to be aware of something, but couldn't speak. Senju Hashirama took some serious words. "I have only seen similar emotions in Madara's eyes. I am afraid that the pride in Sengoku's heart will not be weaker than Tobirama, no, it should be said that it is even the same as Ban." Uzumaki Mito understood what her husband wanted to say. Madara, thinking of that man, her memories flooded up. After returning to her senses, she sighed, "In that case, he might have a lot of anger in his heart. No matter what my father and their intentions are, they are all in his eyes." She didn't know what words to use to describe it. Probably outrageous. At this time, a voice was inserted into their discussion. After Senju Hashirama looked back, his younger brother, who had been listening to the conversation between the husband and wife for a while, smiled and said, "Tobirama, what is your opinion? If you know I'm here, you shouldn't use Madara to compare to that kid." Senju Tobirama said blankly, but he thought for a while and said, "He will be a seemingly qualified ninja, but he will be more capable. Is a strong one. If Sengoku is Uchiha, then Senju Tobirama's words should be, he is an unqualified ninja, one who may have great ambitions, may become another Madara, which is extremely harmful. But Senju Tobirama's surname is Uzumaki, so Senju Tobirama commented without prejudice. Just be nice to him and respect him. And whether it is from the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan who will be Konoha in the future, or from the friendship between us and Uzumaki, we cannot treat that child badly. As a kind of genius who has had his own opinions since childhood, Senju Tobirama can understand Sengoku's ideas better." When it came to this, the three of them stopped. Senju Hashirama looked at Sengoku without restraint. Sengoku over there gave Tsunade a light hand knife and coaxed her to leave. Then came to the three of Senju's family. After experiencing this life and death battle, he was repaired by chakra, and he was a blessing in disguise and awakened the perception ability of the Uzumaki clan Kagura's eyes. In addition, the three of Senju's family did not hide their breath. When he felt Senju Hashirama's breath coming towards him, he understood that the three of them should have ended their conversation, and maybe there was something he wanted to talk to himself. Seeing Sengoku coming, Hashirama laughed twice and took the initiative to step forward. "Sengoku, I know you can feel it." Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised and asked, "Is it Kagura's heart?" Seeing Uzumaki Mito, Senshi nodded obediently and said, "Sister Mito, thank you, and brother Hashirama. Don't be so restrained, Sengoku." You are really surprised when you say it. I didn't expect your talents to be really good. I am not as good as you at your age. Uzumaki Mito smiled. Yes, I've been busy with some things, don't know how you are in Konoha. Sengoku raised his mouth and smiled. Brother-in-law Hashirama is willing to take Tsunade to play with me. I don't feel so lonely. Chapter 10 Suzuo Tao Buddha, Two People Destroy the Four Kingdoms. Chapter 10 Suzuo Tao Buddha, Two People Destroy the Four Kingdoms. Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama were silent and didn't know what to say. Looking at Sengoku with a shy face, they couldn't help thinking of the money Senju Hashirama had lost to him recently. In the end, Uzumaki Mito sighed and said, You can't learn from your brother-in-law in the future, and don't think that your luck is very good. Hashirama is different. He has never won. Hey, Mito, I often beat Tsunade. Senju Hashirama said dissatisfied. Kinchi is a little bit slanderous, maybe you don't beat her so many times, and your body won't be in trouble. Of course, he didn't take this idea seriously. In his opinion, both Senju Hashirama and Tsunade's luck in gambling was amazing. Negatives make them positives, but they make them lose or lose. I know. After all, I also understand the three forbidden ninjas. My father often warns me with this. Kinchi smiled and said, of course, he would not tell his father who often used this to warn his father, who made him a good boy about frequenting the PN street in the capital of the country of Uzumaki. Uzumaki Mito glanced at the sky. How could she not know the hobbies of her second uncle, and it was fortunate that he could have children at this age. Senju Tobirama was also silent, looking at the handsome and shy face of the red-haired boy in front of him. He always felt that he was peeling off his skin, maybe it was black. The great elder of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Shiya's reputation, is as famous as his behavior in going to the PN street. Haha, is the second uncle such a staid ninja? I remember he is really serious. Senju Hashirama touched his chin and said with a daze. The smile on Sengoku's face froze for a while, almost pushing his smile directly, while Senju Tobirama had a black line on his face, but since Sengoku was here, it was hard to say anything. Uzumaki Mito looked at Senchi's expression and shook his head helplessly. This kid's character is really interesting. However, after knowing that they might finish talking about him, he called him over, and then deliberately made such a joke. Did you want to express something implicitly? Sister Mito, I think you didn't return the mask to the clan? If it is still in your hand, please return it to me. After all, it is the trump card that I finally found. Seeing Mito staring at him, Sengoku suddenly said calmly, the smile on his face did not fade from his face, as if he was talking about a handful of kunao or a candy. Uzumaki Mito hesitated, and finally took out a scroll, opened it, put one hand under the middle of the scroll, raised his other hand, and simply nodded a seal. After a burst of smoke, the seal in the middle of the scroll, a mask with the face of an evil spirit, appeared. She handed the mask to Kinchi, who was also calmly nodded, and then thanked him. Although this is something in the clan, you should have stolen it out, but Kinchi, you are a meticulous genius, you should be able to understand your future identity, so you are also qualified to hold this thing. But I hope you can be cautious. He used him to study the forbidden technique of ghoul sealing, but many of our Uzumaki clan's ancestors have sacrificed their lives. Originally, I was worried about your age, but your previous behavior made me have to recognize you. So the Shinigami mask is in your hands. I won't say anything, and I didn't tell the patriarch. Your talent is very powerful. I originally thought it was just an upgraded of adamantine sealing chains, but now it seems that Shinigami can be limited by your age. It is probably a bloodline comparable to the top power of the ninja world. Uzumaki Mito's evaluation is very heavy. She even hides a part, that is, she thinks Sengoku's talent is comparable to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The reason is that Sengoku's bloodline is comparable to Wood Style and Mangekyo Sherinan. Uzumaki's masterpiece for 1,000 years, Mito said silently in his heart. It's a pity that Sengoku was born too late, and fortunately Sengoku was born too late. Otherwise, if you really understand Sengoku's talents, even the Uzumaki clan will have ambitions in Sengoku. Not to mention reaching the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. As long as Sengoku controls Shinigami more freely, Sengoku will definitely become a nightmare for any enemy. Sister Mito, I understand what you mean, but I will not treat this forbidden technique as a regular ninjutsu unless I encounter a desperate situation. Because I have faced Shinigami directly, I can understand his horror, and I will feel trembling when I think about it now. The look in Sengoku's eyes can't make waves, but Uzumaki Mito knows how Sengoku's temperament is. He looks like he doesn't want to discuss this matter. It's a good thing not to abuse the forbidden technique. But Kinshi, let's go, I will take you to train with you in 2 days, and now I will play a few with me. Senju Hashirama patted Senju Hashirama on the shoulder without realizing it, and then left here with his head in his hands. Senju struggled twice, but was taken away by Senju Hashirama without resistance. Looking at the two people who left, Uzumaki Mito brought some helplessly watching Sengoku figure away. That kid doesn't seem to like what you said about his talent. Senju Tobirama said suddenly beside him. Uzumaki Mito calmly said, in a strange place, it is subconscious to hide yourself. What really made her helpless was Kinshi's alienation from her. For him, this is normal. As a genius, he is obviously accustomed to relying on himself. And sister-in-law, as the eldest daughter of the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, you have been married to your eldest brother for many years. In his opinion, I am afraid that you have already. He is a person of Konoha. Relying on you is equivalent to relying on Konoha. I am afraid he cannot accept this involuntary feeling. Senju Tobirama also saw Uzumaki Mito's worries, and then expressed his thoughts. Uzumaki Mito recovered calmly and said, I hope he can get used to it soon. Sengoku didn't know Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama's discussion after he left, let alone Senju Tobirama guessed what he thought deep inside. But even if he knew it, he wouldn't think there was anything. It would be a bad idea to set up some personal settings for himself. Genius always has the privilege of genius, and he is naturally a member of the Senju line. After playing cards with Senju Hashirama and Tsunade for another afternoon, he left Senju's mansion late at night and went to Konoha's back mountain alone. Sit down by a small stream, took off his clogs, and put his white and tender feet into the clear water. Feeling the coolness of the stream, his heart became more peaceful. He stretched out a hand and pulled out a piece of grass, trying to put one of the souls inside it, but he couldn't do it. Although he can seal the soul in his body, he cannot mobilize them. An idea in his mind died halfway through. After experiencing this life and death crisis, he realized the importance of assistance. After all, he alone has limitations. Even if he is as powerful as Uchiha Madara, he will feel great pressure when facing Naruto and Sasuke in the future. But if Madara and Hashirama face Naruto and Sasuke, the situation might be different. After all, there must be a giant Buddha, and the two will destroy the four kingdoms. This plan is possible. If the problem of the soul is sealed by the ghoul, it is too expensive and has a lot of danger. Maybe I should focus on the secret arts of the family. Chapter 11 Uzumaki's Secret Art, 1. Chapter 11 Uzumaki's Secret Art, 1. Thinking about the problem of soul transfer, Kinshi frowned a little, but he calmed down quickly. His eyes suddenly glanced left and right. In the perception of Kagura's heart, there were two vigorous chakras not far behind him. In Konoha, it is inconvenient after all, and my identity also allows me to be protected in Konoha, rather than being undervalued like ordinary civilians. I need to be reasonably out of sight and find someone who can let me a place to experiment. Kinshi thought to himself, When he dropped his hand and put it on his waist, he suddenly thought of something. There was originally something here, and this was the reason why he was able to sneak attack on Xinping Shilang successfully. Poison nucleus, this thing obtained in the main god space in the previous life, has become a summoning thing in this world. Summoning, Senshi thought of Mount Miyaboku, the source of summoning. There must always be a space, then can he use it? Where is the summoning space where the poison nucleus is located? If it can be used, it will undoubtedly be much more convenient for the future. Kinchi got up, shook the water on his feet, put on the clogs, and walked back without looking back. After returning to Senja's mansion, he came to his house, took off his shoes and put on pajamas, and went straight to bed. One night passed. Kinchi got up at 4 o'clock in the morning and came to the training ground. Take out the kunao and shuriken, and start training. After training for 2 hours, Uzumaki Mito came to the training ground and looked at Sengoku's throwing technique with a little surprise. Unexpectedly, Sengoku's throwing technique was so bad. I saw kunao and shuriken everywhere near the stakes, and only a few of them were submerged in the stakes. Sengoku stopped training, looked at Uzumaki Mito, and said politely, "Sister Mito, you just came back, don't you take a break? Just come over and see how our little genius trains." Uzumaki Mito looked at Sengoku and said with some amusement, "It's just that, looking at you, it seems that you are not good at throwing skills. This is the basic skill of ninjas, on the battlefield. When facing the enemy, it is the first method. My interest is in surgery. I haven't practiced much in this area, and my talent is not very high." It makes Mito's sister laugh. Kinchi was a very ordinary way, but he didn't show any shyness. Uzumaki Mito nodded slightly and said, "It is good to be proficient in esoteric arts, but you must be proficient in throwing techniques. After all, this is a conventional combat method, and throwing techniques can also practice predictive awareness. This is even necessary for ninjutsu." Kinchi thought about it for a while, and responded happily. He originally wanted to say that the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan were not regular ninjas, but Uzumaki Mito said that ninjutsu's predictions made sense, so he didn't refute it. "By the way, is there any problem with practice? I mean the problem with secret technique. For other ninjas to practice, I will find a powerful ninja to teach you." Uzumaki Mito's gentle way. Sengoku thought for a while and said, "I still have a lot of doubts about the secret technique, such as the problem of the attribute seal. I can't use the technique in it. I can draw the technique, but it always doesn't work. The seal of the 5 elements. That is a very profound thing. Although the attribute ninjutsu is in the category of conventional ninjutsu, the seal of the 5 elements is not a simple seal technique. Compared with the general seal technique, the system inside has a higher level. It is difficult for the surgeon to take into account the understanding of multiple attributes, and you should be lacking in this aspect." Uzumaki Mito explained, "Generally speaking, the 5-element seal should be performed by multiple people in collaboration. A single attribute seal also requires an understanding of that attribute. For example, the seal that I use to use the fire attribute represents my understanding of fire attributes has reached a certain level. For conventional seal ninjas, attribute seals are generally used by multiple people, even if it is a single attribute seal, which will reduce the difficulty." Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, "So, is the attribute seal a masterpiece of ninjutsu powerhouses?" He thought of the future Orochimaru and Jiraiya, both of which can use the 5-elements seal with one hand. It seems that there is also a guardian ninja with a big name. Their strength is at least the elite jonin, and they are good at ninjutsu. Yes, so if you want to practice the attribute seal, you have to learn more about the corresponding attribute ninjutsu." Sengoku and Uzumaki Mito discussed some questions about the sealing technique. Uzumaki Mito's understanding of the sealing technique is absolutely terrifying, and she is also an excellent teacher. She will tell Sengoku clearly the reasons and effects, and let him really understand where the root of each problem is. With Mito's careful teaching, the estrangement and strangeness between them seemed to diminish a lot. After talking a little bit, they found a place to sit down, and after a while, Kinji said inadvertently, "Sister Mito, I have a summoning contract. I got it accidentally. I heard that summoning is the world of the beast unique." Uzumaki Mito thought for a moment, and said, "There are many summoning beasts still in the ninja world, even the 3 sacred sites in the rumor, but like many powerful summoning tribes, where they belong a secret realm, the environment is different from most parts of the ninja world. What is your summoning beast? If you don't mind telling me, I will guess." Kinji smiled and said, "That is a very mysterious race. I can sneak attack on Shin Yoshinora, thanks to them. The one who accepted my call is a summoning beast who is good at using poison. It is a lizard. Naturally he made up lizards or something." Uzumaki Mito twisted his eyebrows for a moment, and then said with some uncertainty, "If it is a lizard, I know a person named Suzumaki Gozaki who owns a terrifying giant lizard summoning beast. If you are a contracted one family, then they will be a great help for you." Shinichi raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that the owner of the lizard, the owner of the lizard, the master of the lizard, the master of the lizard, was so close to his own time, but it made his excuses a little more full. "Then Sister Mito, is there any way for me to go to the summoning world? I am curious about it, and Wei Ming also wants me to go." "Wei Ming, is the name of your summoning beast? If you are recognized by yourself, the danger will be much less. But if you want to go to the summoning world, it is still too dangerous." Uzumaki Mito hesitated, but when he looked at Senchi's calm gaze, he sighed slightly in his heart. After all, she was unwilling to let the close relationship disappear. After all, she understood Sengoku's temperament and was firm in her own thoughts. Coupled with her premature thinking, she might interfere with him and make him feel awkward. Conflict. And, after all, he is still a child, full of curiosity about the unknown. Uzumaki Mito sighed inwardly and said softly, "If you really want to go, the reverse summoning technique is not suitable. This will give autonomy and the master in the hands of that group. And the environment there may also be full of dangers. There is a family secret technique called summoning seal, which can form a temporary summoning contract. You can attach it to the shadow clone so that he can also use the summoning technique." Chapter 12 Uzumaki's Secret Art, 2. Chapter 12 The Secret Technique of Uzumaki, 2. Unless it is a very special summoning technique that does not require blood as a medium, or carrying blood as a medium, shadow clone cannot use summoning. This is still the case of casting spells, and if it is reverse summoning, then it will directly summoning the body instead of shadow clone. Just like the reverse summoning technique, the nails and hair dropped by the contractor will not be summoned. The secret technique of summoning seal is different. It is a seal drawn with the blood of the summoning contract as a medium, and the summoning contract can be temporarily moved to the corresponding object. Is there still this technique? It seems that I still know a little bit about the secret technique of the family. I thought I knew a lot. After listening to Uzumaki Mito's explanation of summoning, Sengoku was a little surprised. Uzumaki Mito sighed, "The secret technique of the family is extremely large. In the original era, the ancestors encountered too many dangers, even if it is our kind of ethnic group that tends to hide, it is the same. There are countless people covet our talents, and this technique was realized by an ancestor in order to save his children in times of crisis. He transferred the summoning contract to his daughter in the form of a seal, and let his daughter being able to be transferred away. This secret technique was also developed from the curse imprint left on his daughter's body. Can you comprehend such a technique in such a short time? The wisdom of the ancestors is really amazing." Kinji respected this ancestor and admired his wisdom. This is his love for children. The power of love is powerful. It can fill a person's heart with faith. A ninja without faith can't find a direction. Uzumaki Mito sighed and returned to the topic. When it comes to the technique, if you are in a hurry, I will paint you with the summoning seal. I think you should be able to shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique is one of the acceptance gold, the Japanese name for the betrothal gift, for the Senju clan to marry the eldest daughter of Uzumaki Mito. Kinchi nodded and said, I know how to use it. I am very interested in this technique and feel very suitable for the tribe. Brother Tobirama is worthy of the forbidden technique master. I think his technique has great potential. Really? I didn't expect you to agree with Tobirama so much, but your father also likes Tobirama very much and praises him as a genius of art. Uzumaki Mito was a little surprised. Suddenly she remembered something, took out a scroll from her sleeve and handed it to turning to Kinchi. He said, this is the family's secret technique scroll. Almost all the secret techniques are here. This is what my father gave to me when he met me. As for the reason, you are also clear about the reason. After that, she looked at Kinchi with a smile, and said, I heard from my father that you are very interested in family secrets. His study and your father's study were almost clean by you. Sengoku settled the scroll without hesitation, and then he was silent for a while before saying, is Konoha's family, is the matter already so serious? And father and patriarch uncle, are they already so firm? This is a certain degree of frankness, and it shows some of Kinchi's inner thoughts. Uzumaki Mito looked at Sengoku and sighed slightly, you are more talented and calmer than I thought. You are an unexpected genius. Sengoku, maybe you blame me in your heart and think that I let the Uzumaki clan stand. I lost Konoha's position and got into danger. But I want to tell you that Konoha needs Uzumaki, but Uzumaki needs Konoha more. Sengoku frowned. You may think that the Uzumaki clan is strong, but after this time, you have seen the weakness of the Uzumaki clan, and Konoha's ninja was intercepted, which makes you feel that Konoha cannot protect Uzumaki. But whether the Uzumaki clan is standing in Konoha, is there a difference in the position of the Uzumaki family? You underestimate the value of the Uzumaki clan. Perception, healing, sealing, and powerful chakra. The value of the Uzumaki clan is far beyond your imagination. Alliance, and maintain a secluded posture. And now, when this family is integrated into the village, what position does the Uzumaki clan have to maintain neutrality? The Uzumaki clan are like fat prey, and his strength cannot protect the delicacy of his body. In fact, I have long wanted to let it go. The family entered Konoha, but unfortunately the family is too proud. It owns a country and is a family of daimyo descent. The Uzumaki clan is a ninja at the same time, but also a noble. The Uzumaki clan members do not allow themselves to be reduced to a ninja village. This time, they can let you enter Konoha and let you form a second family. It is enough to surprise me. I grew up in the Uzumaki family, how could I ignore the family? Sengoku, the family let you coming to Konoha is not to abandon you, but to give you greater hope of living. Uzumaki's name, father, and second uncle have already bet on you. Kinchi couldn't keep calm in his eyes. He looked at this beautiful woman in surprise. He didn't expect that people of this era could see so far and see so clearly. At the same time, he also thought about it. He thought he was the master of the script. Sengoku was undoubtedly a little arrogant, and because of some prejudice against Konoha, after he left the Uzumaki clan, he somewhat hated this place, even he thought Uzumaki. The alliance with Konoha is self-defeating because he did not rescue the Uzumaki family due to some online speculations. But what about after removing these? He also had to admit that if he were the shadow of any village, he would also covet this piece of fat from the Uzumaki clan, and Konoha's allies would only be one of the excuses for coveting. And after he listened to Uzumaki Mito's words, He also realized that it was not that Uzumaki Mito did not help the Uzumaki clan, but that he could not do it. He is in the Uzumaki clan and has committed an obstacle to seeing and knowing. The Uzumaki clan is indeed a relatively secluded family, but it is indeed a bloodline of a big name and a nobleman. Earlier, before the age of ninjas, the Uzumaki clan even went to various countries as onmyoges. This family is ancient and noble. In terms of arrogance, it is only comparable to the Uchiba clan, and even to some extent, it is more stubborn than the Uchiha clan. Originally, I just wanted to get some guidance on the secret technique and find Sengoku, who used the summoning space method. At this time, his red hair and white face disappeared from the usual smile. He looked at Uzumaki Mito because he didn't know what he should do. What kind of expression was made, and he said indifferently, "I'm only 6 years old. After my father wrote me a letter, I also planned to hide it from you. But until you killed Shinping Shinora, your plan and ability made me change my mind. I can't treat you as a child. I must be honest with you. Otherwise you won't be honest with me. If one day, if the Uzumaki clan really, I can't guess what your heart will be." Chapter 13 Uzumaki's Secret Art, 3. Chapter 13 Uzumaki's Secret Art, 3. Uzumaki Mito is a very smart woman, and she is decisive enough to believe that she must be honest with Sengoku, so she is completely honest, even ignoring the possible shock to Sengoku's heart. She has already added her expectations of the Uzumaki clan to Sengoku. Compared to her, who was married to the Senju clan, Sengoku, who is also a direct line of the Uzumaki clan and has a more powerful talent, is what really makes the Uzumaki clan the candidate for the rise. And she thinks that for Sengoku, who is mature enough to solve Mist Shinobi's assassination by herself, this will only be a kind of oppression that makes him stronger. If Sengoku knows her mentality, it is probably fortunate that Uzumaki Mito and him are not from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, maybe Uzumaki Mito will light his forehead and say, "Hate me, my stupid Otaru." Uzumaki Mito stood up and walked away silently, leaving Sengoku a calm space. After she left, Kinchi quickly got out of contemplation. It is impossible for him to have deep feelings for the Uzumaki clan. After all, he is a traverser. However, the Uzumaki clan is where he lived for 6 years after all, and his father in this life is also a good elder. Therefore, if the Uzumaki clan is destined to be destroyed, he will be more sad. But the shock was too slow for the gods to come, and it was not enough. However, after talking with Uzumaki Mito, he understood one thing, that is, this world needs power. The Uzumaki clan has the original sin, that is, the Uzumaki clan is not strong enough. And he didn't want to bear this original sin. Living to enjoy is his only pleasure, and being strong is a necessary condition to maintain this. He got up, took out the last shuriken in the ninja bag, and threw it out. Whoosh! The shuriken sank in at the extreme side of the stake, flew out, and finally fell into the grass. Kinchi snorted, turned, and left. In the afternoon, Sengoku found Uzumaki Mito, separated a shadow clone in front of her, cut his finger with a kunao, and squeezed the blood into a vial. Neither of them mentioned anything about the morning again, and Uzumaki Mito calmly painted a rune with blood on the body of Shadow Clone. "Thank you, Mito sister." "It's okay, Sengoku, you don't have to be so polite." Uzumaki Mito smiled. Sengoku turned and left, and his Shadow Clone followed him. Sengoku thought Uzumaki Mito was terrible, but he was not afraid of her anymore. Because she is terrible, and only water is the person who helps herself. The purpose may really be because of Uzumaki, or it may be because of Konoha. After all, as the wife of first generation, he would not think that Uzumaki Mito is not a peaceful person. But what does that matter? Konoha, or Uzumaki, makes no difference. In his room, Kinchi took out 2 charms and put them on the table. Looking at the 2 charms, Kinchi suddenly felt a little guilty. Because this charm is also Uzumaki Mito's dowry, but what is more special is that this charm was made by Uzumaki Mito himself. Because these two spells are called Flying Thunder God Rune. Second Hokage, one of the reasons why Senju Tobirama achieved the name of Super Speed, Forbidden Technique Flying Thunder God Technique, is engraved on this spell. After Uzumaki Mito mastered Flying Thunder God, it was made into a child and mother charm and handed over to the family, which was collected by the patriarch Uzumaki Asina. Before leaving, Sengoku asked for a lot of things, including the Flying Thunder God symbol. It's a pity that the Flying Thunder God talisman takes too long to activate, and the child and mother talisman are all on the body, otherwise it would not have been so hard to be chased and killed. Has he become a man relying on his sister's dowry without knowing it? There is a saying on the internet in the previous life that Flying Thunder God can only be launched in short distances, but this statement is completely wrong. How far can the space be? Sengoku took out a blank scroll and began to make it into a one-time temporary scroll that could summoning himself, and then wrote his name on the contractor's place. This is not surprising. Although the summoning scroll is extremely rare and few people know it, humans can be summoned like summoning beasts. But few ninjas make their own summoning contract, because this behavior is too dangerous. If the scroll is obtained by the enemy, it is basically a death, and it creates a weakness in vain. Even if it can be hidden well, it is not worth it. In fact, the nature of summoning is not much different from Flying Thunder God, but Flying Thunder God is more flexible, more convenient, and more proactive. There is no hidden danger of summoning. As for what is the reason, Sengoku has not yet been able to do so. Understand the extent of this technique. After doing this, he took a deep breath, took out a small bottle, poured out the remaining blood in it, wiped it on his hand, and began to seal. Hai, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. After the 5 seals, he patted his hand on the table. After a burst of smoke passed, a black bead appeared on the table. Picked up the poison core, played with it, picked up a spell and pasted it, and then released the summoning technique. Sengoku sealed the seal again and separated a shadow clone. Then this shadow clone picked up another spell on the table, while Sengoku gathered chakra with one hand, and put one hand on the spell in shadow clone's hand. Until chakra bottomed out, he stopped and recovered for 1 hour. After chakra, he started the previous movement again. After this time, he scratched the fingers that had started to heal again with kunao, and then picked up the vial on the table. Squeeze some blood in. After calling the little bottle to shadow clone, he nodded, indicating that it was over. Sengoku's shadow clone sighed and said, "Oh, death is my destiny, I'm just a tool man with no emotions." Shadow clone made a seal with one hand, activated the Flying Thunder God symbol, and disappeared instantly. Kinchi snorted, a little speechless about his own shadow clone's hypocrisy. The entire ugly face of the evil capitalist made the shadow clone around him very helpless. Shadow clone number 1 vomited, "I'm here anyway, isn't it good to cover up your expression?" Kinchi calmly said, "It's all his own, there is nothing to hide." Hey. Shadow clone a bit spurned Kinchi, and then a little worried, "I hope it can go smoothly. Let the second use the Flying Thunder God symbol to pass, if there is no problem, let him use the temporary summoning contract to save me summon the past to confirm that there is no problem with normal summoning, and then it's the main body that you go by yourself." The first time, I confirmed that the summoning space was normal, and the second time I confirmed that there was no problem with summoning from the inside, and then summoning back to Shadow Clone from the summoning body again. This was summoning's complete plan. After all, it is an unknown space, no matter how careful it is normal. There is a high chance of success, so just wait with peace of mind. Kinchi kept his mind as calm as possible. After all, it was useless to worry about this kind of thing. Chapter 14 Remaining Space. Chapter 14 Remaining Space. After waiting for a while, Shadow Clone number 1 suddenly disappeared, leaving a little smoke on the spot. Sengoku could feel that Shadow Clone was not lifted. Kinchi grinned with a smile, and the first step had been successful. After waiting for a while, the scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed, and a feeling of dizziness rippled in his head. He shook his head, and after waking up a little bit, he saw what was in front of him. 2 shadow clones stood in front of him, all around barren and lacking vitality, only barren soil. How to put it, I was disappointed at first glance. Kinchi looked around, then put his hands into the sleeves of the robe, and said with some emotion. Shadow clone number 1 sighed and said, "It's really a greedy body, this is obviously the best result. A usable and survivable space, our plan can be implemented here." Shadow clone number 2 also has a look of contempt. "You don't want to be so good, okay." Kinchi's little face was a little helpless. He squatted down gently, stretched out his hand, and gently twisted a handful of soil, feeling the dry feeling of sand, and sighed softly, "This soil, you can't grow vegetables. Are you still planning to live here? But when you get the Flying Thunder God for the second generation purpose, it will be easier to come and go." Shadow clone number 2 vomited. Kinchi shook his head and said, "If our plan is successful, it will be very convenient." Shadow clone number 1 suddenly said, "By the way, recently, don't use poison nuclei. You sent us in first." "That's right. You come with us, and I will show you something." Kinchi thought of something, did not say anything, and followed the number 1 who turned away. Number 2 shrugged and followed them. This space is vast, and although the land is barren and without vitality, the air is full of freshness. When we first arrived, the air was fresh, but the air was very dangerous. You have to be thankful that this land is barren, otherwise it will be a forbidden zone. When number 1 stopped, Kinchi found a large pit in front of him. There was a floating broken crystal in the pit. There were more than 30 rotting corpses around the crystal. Seeing this disgusting scene, Kinchi sighed a little. This is the proof that he almost became a reincarnation. Sure enough, so, have you sucked the zombie virus away with the poison core? But I have been in this world for 6 years, won't the zombie virus infiltrate the ground? Kinchi looked at number 1 with some doubts. Number 1 was the broken crystal floating here, and Nunu said, "Thanks to this, you will know when you go and see it. Maybe it can still satisfy your wish for farming." Kinchi glanced hesitantly at the rotting corpses around him, with a resisting look on his face, and didn't want to move his feet, because it was so disgusting that he even annoyed him with cleanliness. Although he had killed people, he was not a person from war. Before entering the main god space, he was a high school student. Even if you have dealt with zombies in the world of Resident Evil, those zombies are not disgusting to the extent that the corpses are about to melt. Number 1 sighed, and printed on both hands, "Earth style. Quicksand." The waste soil under the corpse flowed, and the corpse and the decay were moved away from the broken crystal. After moving to the distance, he turned Byakugan at Sengoku and said, "I will leave the rest to you. I just shadow clone, there is not much chakra. It looks like this D-level ninjutsu, I really have a foresight. However, I don't know how to fire style, so let's use this instead." Sengoku took out a few charms from his sleeves, attached chakra, and threw them out. Almost thrown out of the range of the corpse pile, it fell on the edge. Fire symbol. Burn. Kinchi's one-handed seal was erected, detonating chakra in the fire amulet. This extremely rare attribute symbol was hand-painted by his father Uzumaki Shiya. It is of high quality and is sealed with the powerful fire-style ninjutsu. The flames swept through the pile of corpses, and finally burned everything. Comfortable. Kinchi cleared his eyes and felt that he was in a good mood, and he wished to bet a few more with Senju Hashirama and win 100 million points for the Senju family. He stepped forward and pressed his hand on the broken crystal. He felt that he should do this. It was a natural feeling. A bunch of data suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and then some information appeared, and finally formed a panel. The second authority returns, because the first authority unlimited plans the final machine and suffers force majeure destruction, the second authority automatically becomes the first authority. All blocked permissions are automatically unlocked. The person with the highest authority to detect is an advanced talent substitute, and this space is a possessed space, bound to the soul. Due to space turbulence, the space is broken. During self-inspection, the core components of the space are preserved, and the rest of the components are destroyed. The state of the space is detected. The space has been merged with the unknown world, and a large amount of unknown high energy has poured into space hazard determination. The unknown higher energy is uncontrollable, and if absorbed, it is easy to cause the unknown to be upgraded. First authority, highest authority Uzumaki 1000 Stone, White Calendar. Space name, Unlimited Plan Final Machine 4350th Generation Space Machine Substitute Portable Base Matrix. Functions, Ecological Control Module, Environment Shaping Module, Space Protection Module, Remnant, Clone Module, Remnant. Unrepairable, Space Transfer Module, Remnant. Unrepairable. Looking at the function, there are hundreds of broken and irreparable modules, only 2 normal and 1 broken modules can be used. Kinchi slapped his tongue, a bit greedy. If the latter modules are not damaged, maybe he will leave. The base is contending for hegemony. A portable space is so powerful, no, it can be said to be better than the so-called Red Alert and Interstellar bases. At least if it develops, it has unlimited potential. In this way, is this main god the product of a certain technological civilization? That unknown energy should be natural energy? At least I feel like it. So, does this original portable space actually form a secret realm like the 3 Holy Lands? The plan, unexpectedly, has a good basic board. The basic armed colors and poison cores that I exchanged outside of me are my biggest gains in the main god space. I didn't expect that the real gain was the portable space I thought I had long since disappeared. Although I guessed when I planned to enter here, but I should have thought of it a long time ago. After all, I put the poison nucleus in my portable space. All kinds of speculations lingered in Kinchi's heart, and he was even more emotional that such a powerful existence would be destroyed by others. Number 1 said on the side, the zombie viruses in the air and the ground were collected by me using the ecological control module and then absorbed by the poison nucleus. I see. Kinchi nodded clearly. Number 2 said, should we be able to start now, our plan? Of course, but before that, you need to stay away. Shadow Clone is still too fragile. There was some expectation on Sengoku's face. Chapter 15 The plan finally begins, 1. Chapter 15 The plan finally started, 1. The name of the plan 100 Ghosts. Kinchi is a very courageous person. As soon as he crossed into Resident Evil, he dared to hold a baseball bat and smash zombies everywhere. But the environment in which he lives is basically peaceful, even if he jokingly said that the 4 streets before and after the school are just fighting harder. After coming to the Hokage world, he did not encounter any crisis, instead he possessed all the beautiful things in the ninja world. The ancient family, powerful talents, many fetters, noble blood. He lived happily in this dangerous world, and he didn't really see the face of this world until he encountered a life and death crisis. The assassination of ninjas by Mist Shinobi like a school of sharks and the mutual killing of Uzumaki ninjas were deeply engraved in his mind, and he was not recognized as the path of an independent husband, so he thought of this plan. Use your own natural ability to create your own subordinates. If something happens, remember to contact summoning and let me go back. Shadow Clone number 1 nodded, and left here with number 2. while Kinchi came to a place far away from the broken crystal before stopping. He thought of the secret arts he knew, frowning. After all, he was limited by age. He only had 10 secret arts, and the advanced ones, except for the Seal of the Ghoul, only the Nightmare Victory Curse Seal and the Brain Vortex were left. Worry about technique. The rest are relatively low level and are of little use in the plan. If you use the Brain Vortex Care technique to maintain the loyalty of creation, it is quite guaranteed, but there are still hidden dangers after all. But the Brain Vortex Care technique book is already the most advanced technique for manipulating the mind of my master. I even doubt it. The control spell of Impure World Reincarnation is a variant of the Brain Vortex Worry technique. Sengoku thought to himself, and suddenly he thought of a sealed technique, which is a taboo for the Uzumaki clan, but when Sengoku was able to leave, he showed great interest in various secret arts. In addition to the way the Uzumaki clan taught children, he continued Sengoku's teaching method. He will start training at 1 year old and will be there at the age of 4. The level of the battlefield. This is not a cage level routine of long Aotian at the age of 6, but a real fact in the Hokage world. The younger brothers of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, even at an age younger than Sengoku, died on the battlefield. Therefore, his father is quite supportive of Sengoku's interest. Read all kinds of secret techniques casually, but will look at him and prevent him from practicing dangerous techniques. Later, it was discovered that Kinchi practiced low-level techniques. He just liked to understand high-level surgery, and even if he pretended to leave, he would not practice high-level surgery, so he more casually showed him various high-level techniques. This can be regarded as the Uzumaki Elder, an alternative way of loving children. Of course, as for later, as Master Uzumaki Shiya spent time on the PN Street, Sengoku began to learn advanced sealing techniques, such as ghoul seals, without real use, as long as he is familiar with the process of forbidden technique, and he feels the most. The brain vortex of interest is worried about the technique, as well as the technique of using external force to cast the spell of Nightmare Victory Seal. In an ancient book, Kinchi found a forbidden technique similar to the brain vortex worrying technique. The inventor of this technique is a well-deserved genius of the Uzumaki family, but it is not recognized by the Uzumaki family. This Uzumaki ancestor once controlled the entire Uzumaki kingdom by virtue of his creation, but was finally killed by another Uzumaki ancestor at the time. This ugly family was also strangled to death at the budding stage, and no rumors were allowed. There are only a few cryptic records in the ancient books read by Kinchi. Ise Zun technique, this is the technique created by the ancestor who set off the rebellion. In Sengoku's view, the most intuitive evaluation is distinguished heavenly gods, which you can use at will. The only disadvantage of this technique is that the weaker and smaller the creature is, the more it can be manipulated, and the stronger the creature, the stronger the ability to resist. The rebellious ancestor Uzumaki was exposed when he manipulated the ancestor who killed him. For this technique, Kinchi did a conscientious thing, and that was tomb robbery. Excavated from the grave of the ancestor who saved the family at that time, it can be said that Kinchi's bottom line can be infinitely low in order to obtain a powerful technique. The two ancestors at the time should be close friends. For close friends in the Hokage world, the ending is really unspeakable. Kinchi shook his head and sighed. Now that the final arrangement was decided, Kinchi took out a mask, which, like the Shinigami mask, was engraved with a technique, which was one of his master's 3 forbidden techniques, Nightmare Victory Curse Seal. The seal of Nightmare Victory is to engrave the seal on the enemy and then curse it to transfer the enemy's soul to other people or dolls. It is generally used for torture. Only masters skilled in this technique can use it. Fighting. Uzumaki's background, how come to that level in the end? The Uzumaki Phosphorus family, the Uzumaki Nagato family, and Uzumaki Naruto, who had an unfortunate childhood. It is really angry and helpless. Kinchi sighed, put on a mask, used ecological control authority to create a stream of water, and then separated a water body. Then he made the seal again, and the red Madara mark on the mask began to glow. The same red light began to appear on Kinchi's hand. He placed his palm on top of the water body, and put the other palm on his chest. The red light on his hands faded, and a strange curse mark appeared on both Shui's body and his chest. Kinchi's hand did not leave the body of the water body, but began to use his natural ability. The ability called the power of imprisonment has firmly sealed the concept of the collapse of the water body. It is worth mentioning that the water body is not like a shadow clone. After a crash, there will be no memory transferred back to the body. At the same time, the power of imprisonment also blocked his own soul, firmly fixed his own soul in the body, and lifted the blockade of other souls in the body. Forbidden Technique. Nightmare Victory Seal. Red light appeared in the eyes behind the mask. Sengoku felt a strong tear, and the souls of the mist shinobi ninjas who were not being sealed, were pulled out by the red light and entered the body of the water body. Kinchi's body softened and fell on the ground. The mask also fell from his face and rolled to the side. It took him a long time to prop up his body with his hands. It's a bit exciting. Kinchi worked hard for a long time, and finally stood up. The chakra in his body was almost completely consumed. The chakra seal inside the clothes was unlocked, and the continuous flow of chakra nourished his body. After regaining some strength, he walked towards the water body. At this time, the water body was in a very strange state. His body shape was constantly changing, but he couldn't collapse because of Kinchi's ability. Kinchi took out a mask again, put it on his face, and the fast knots in his hands were faster than ever before. He felt strangely beginning to become empty. Chapter 16 The Plan Finally Begins, 2. Chapter 16 The Plan Finally Begins, 2. Uzumaki Country, Uzumaki Village where the Uzumaki clan is located. In the reception hall, the patriarch Uzumaki Asina and the great elder Uzumaki Shiya silently looked at the empty reception hall. Uzumaki Ashina's eyes were confused and said, "You said your son, how did he know?" "The ability to store the mask." "How do I know that I can't accidentally make a mistake when I go home after drinking with Hanzo?" Uzumaki Shiya touched his well-groomed beard, his tone a little uncertain. Uzumaki Ashina glanced at him faintly, and said, "The secret of the storage hall, even my daughter Mito, knows a little bit about it. The family records of it are also recorded in a ciphertext form, and they are all you and I keep it. The masks in the storage hall carry all the forbidden techniques from the history of the Uzumaki clan. Some techniques are even called taboos, and even the existence of the techniques is not left. That kid has liked to read the secret books of the family since he was a child, and even went in the secret library, but he was able to learn on his own for obscure and incomprehensible cipher texts, which surprised me. Obviously I didn't teach very carefully. Thinking of letting him formally study when he is an adult." Uzumaki Shiya sighed a little, and suddenly found that his older brother was looking at him with a terrifying look. He laughed twice and said, "Anyway, the child will be either the elder of the family or the patriarch. Both have to study. So will it be different? Shinichi knows that there are too many secrets in the clan. Although it is not good for me to say that as an uncle, I will sweat all over my body after knowing everything that the child might know. If he really fell into it. In the hands of Mist Shinobi, everything he knows is learned by Mist Shinobi, and the whole clan will face the disaster of extinction." Uzumaki Ashina said heavily. Uzumaki Shiya sighed, and said, "This time he took away the mask of Namendang. Anyway, this is going to be transferred to Konoha. The secrets here, even if one clan perishes, cannot be exposed. Masks. The hidden techniques are too taboo. Whenever I look through the ciphertext records and know the power of those techniques, I can't sleep. But, Shiya, Sengoku is too young. After using those, Can he really get out of the temptation? Uzumaki Ashina worried. Uzumaki Shia smiled and said, "Big brother, Sengoku is different from you and me. The secret we would rather bring to the grave does not matter to him. I trust my son, and you should trust him, because he is the future person of Uzumaki that you and I entrust. I believe that he has the same aptitude as the two men who pioneered Konoha. Uzumaki's background is right to give him. He is a person who desires power but does not addicted ninja. He is too young, but that's fine. Maybe this is fate. I originally planned to silence the secrets in the storage hall forever, but Kinchi took them away. Maybe this is fate." Uzumaki Ashina whispered. After finishing the imprint on Kinchi's hand, his body appeared infinite light. Forbidden technique. ISE Zun technique. A power like a god stretched out from Kinchi's body, and Kinchi's state at this time was extremely strange. He felt that he was high above him, enough to overlook everything. "Master. That senior wants to control the country of the vortex. I think I have found the reason." Kinchi spoke indifferently, sighing in his heart, but the face behind the mask was full of indifference like a god. Beside the broken crystal in the distance, the number 1 player stuck there, confirming his conjecture about this technique from the core crystal. Detecting the energy riot of spatial location, concentrated in the body of the first authority. Residual space module self-checking mode is activated. The unknown consciousness is detected, and the erasure is in progress. At the request of the first authority's consciousness clone, the detection of consciousness targets, the attached souls in the bodies of non-first authority persons, appeared due to unknown technology launched by the first authority persons. The obliteration was initiated. Article 762 of the regulations was in line with the situation at this time, and the regulations began to be followed to detect the consciousness. The obliteration was lifted, and the unknown consciousness belonged to the concept of unconscious natural gods, containing the similar characteristics of Alaya, speculating the reason. The main energy possessed by a person with authority can connect people's hearts, and unknown technology expands this. One rubbed his head and felt that ISE Zun technique is too tall, but it is very chakra. After all, the reason why chakra spread was originally because of Sage of Six Paths. I wanted people to understand each other, but ISE Zun technique took advantage of this and walked towards the side door. The white chakra appeared from his hand. Sengoku pressed his hand on the head of the water body, and the white chakra was submerged in the head of the water body that was constantly bulging and deflating. When the white chakra lasted for a minute, Sengoku took off the mask, and the special chakra in his hand disappeared. Kinchi closed his eyes, his heart was dead, and it lasted for a long time before he got rid of this state. This technique seems to be used in conjunction with adamantine sealing chains. Put this power in the chakra chains, so that most of the side effects will disappear. I am a little too reckless, but it is a blessing in disguise. I have already felt adamantine sealing chains. I am about to awaken. I have experienced chakra, and this time, even if my age is limited, it is enough to dig out my hidden abilities. When Kinchi used the technique, he felt that after the white chakra appeared in his body, he wanted to cling to something, and the original chakra in his body also had a weird surge. At this time, the water body, maybe it should not be called the water body, his face is no longer the look of 1,000 stones, the sky blue body, 3 pairs of uncoordinated blue eyes, shark-like teeth, all naked, also has a male body. Kinchi looked at him with some doubts. In his expectation, what he saw should be a slime-like existence, and how could there be a gender? But these doubts can only be put aside first, and Kinchi showed a smile and said, "Happy you're coming, Arakawa." Arakawa. The existence named Arakawa looked at Sengoku with 6 weird eyes. After murmured subconsciously, he was silent for a while before saying with that low and rhythmic voice, "One of the 100 ghosts, Arakawa, thank you, give me life." Kinchi used the ISE-Zun technique to create a brand new consciousness for Arakawa and input some memories so that he could understand everything. Loyal, tyrannical. The monster named Arakawa, this is what Sengoku wanted to create. Originally, Sengoku only intended to create a prototype, but the result was beyond his imagination and much better than he expected. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Your Place. Arakawa, this name carries Sengoku's expectations of him, and he hopes that the monster he created, named Arakawa, will one day be honored as the Lord of Arakawa, in charge of the anger of the water, and become the master of the river. I have sealed the consciousness of the origin of your soul. You are an existence with several souls but only one consciousness. The rest of the consciousness sealed by me, you can choose to stay and achieve the true fusion of your soul, but if you choose to keep it, you will become a terrifying monster. Sengoku sat cross-legged, and Arakawa, who was across from him, followed his example, sitting cross-legged. Sengoku told the story patiently, and after thinking about it for a while, he basically figured out Arakawa's current state. The reason for being a male is probably because of him. After all, Arakawa's blueprint is just a water body of him, so when Arakawa determined his true form, he subconsciously retained it. Of course, is it a male? Sengoku didn't know, maybe it was just a physical image. As for the 6 eyes, each one represents a soul. Yakai? Isn't I the one you created today? Arakawa had some doubts. His consciousness was a brand new consciousness created by ISE-Zun technique. His character and knowledge were all set by Sengoku. He knew his identity, that was a monster. Kinchi shook his head and said, it's just a metaphor to describe horror. If you keep your current state and keep your soul in a divided state, then you may have some abilities that I can't imagine. According to my guess, it may be very horror, but I'm not so sure. But you look forward to this more, don't you? Arakawa grinned. Although Sengoku didn't set this choice for him, as the first to be born, Arakawa wanted to be the strongest. He knew that he was only the first monster to be created, who was endowed with tyranny, loyalty, and calmness by Kinchi, but he was the only one who had no desire for anything. At this time, because of the biological possibility, he had a desire and expectation. Perhaps, there is some arrogance, because he was the first to be born. He must be more worthy of the name of a monster. Kinchi smiled without concealing it, and said, it's true, but everything is up to you. It doesn't matter if Arakawa doesn't choose, after all, his own existence has already been expected by Sengoku. Because Arakawa's body at this time can be said to be a semi-energy state, which is in line with some of his conjectures about the tail beast. This incredible result, because of the background of the Uzumaki clan and his abilities, is so simple to achieve, making Sengoku feel very satisfied. Number 1 and number 2 came from a distance, looking at Arakawa, also a little surprised. Kinchi didn't ask anything, but said with a little smile, what do you think this place should be called? But what kind of prestige is it, or else it will be Mount Myaboku, Ryokai Cave, and, whatever. Forget it. In short, this place can't be worse than the Three Holy Land. Number 2 said helplessly, why don't you even want to be named? Anyway, we are all alone. Kinchi smiled without saying a word. Number 1 played with her hair, pondered for a while and said, Ontology, what do you think of that monster in the country of ghosts? A monster? Is it the one that appeared in the movie Naruto's Death? It's kind of interesting. I'm very interested in its nature. Kinchi thought for a while, a little bit wanted to cut one out for fun, remembering that the monster was very powerful. Number 1 raised his eyebrows and said, the world of Hokage is very deep. The monsters, to be honest, don't look like the products of the Chakra era. Well, the tail beasts are called monsters, so the creations inspired by them are also it's called a monster, so if you can study a creature with a similar nature to a monster in the future, it's better to call it a ghost. The land of monsters, the mound of ghosts, and hereafter will be the ghost mound of the monster village. A good idea, it's me. Sengoku laughed twice, and then took out the summoning contract he had prepared and signed it with Arakawa. He took some Arakawa's blood, wiped it on the scroll, and then began to seal. When a series of complicated seals ended, the blood was submerged in the scroll, and the scroll seemed to be heavier. No matter how you look at it, it is amazing. The energy body has blood. Those tail beasts also have blood, but they are normal. I just hope that we can get a glimpse of the mystery in the future. It's blood, but it's not blood. On the contrary, it's more like a congregation of energy, just possessing the characteristics of blood. The three Sengoku discussed the blood of Arakawa for a while. Arakawa sat quietly, watching the three masters communicate. With a tall body and a terrifying appearance, he felt like a good baby at this time. After biting his thumb and writing his name, Sengoku thought for a while, took out a scroll, and said to Arakawa, "You practice inverse summoning first, do you need anything else? For example, something to eat?" Arakawa grinned and said, "If you can, please give me a piece of clothing, naked. Although I don't care, I will lose your face when I go out. As for food, there is a kind of energy in the air that I feel very comfortable. It allows me to eat without food." Sengoku patted his head, a little annoyed. Just about to fumble, he found a few seal scrolls to put clothes on, and suddenly stopped, covered his mouth with a dry cough, and said, "The clothes problem, I will give you later, the second meeting I will accompany you here first. If you have any questions, you can tell him that the Flying Thunder God symbol has 2 lifetimes. It should be enough before you learn to reverse summoning. By the way, on the second, you can use the environment shaping module to transform this place. After all, this will be our base and back road from now on." Kinchi is a person who likes to smile very much, but for him, a smile is more of a ritual act, and here, Kinchi's smile is from the heart. He felt relieved, this is his own. The sense of lack after leaving the Uzumaki clan was filled, even more so than in the Uzumaki clan. Although when he was in the Uzumaki clan, he lived happily with his own identity, but the crisis of the Uzumaki clan and the caring gaze of the elders still made his heart tense after all. "Ah, I will." Naturally, number 2 understood Sengoku's mood, after all, they were the same person. As for Arakawa, a bit of reluctance was revealed in the 6 eyes, but it dissipated a lot when he saw number 2. Kinchi looked at number 1, number 1 understood his mind, his hands were unprinted, and both of them turned into smoke. One himself disarmed Shadow Clone, and because it was his summoning technique, Sengoku also returned to Konoha Senju Mansion. Chapter 18 The next technique to learn, Seal of Knowledge. Chapter 18 The next technique to learn, Seal of Knowledge. Sitting in the house, my heart has been calm for a long time. The plan went well. Sengoku rarely felt really happy. He poured himself a cup of tea, took a big sip regardless of manners, licked his lips, and moisturized the dryness of his mouth. Then he stood up, changed a suit, and then spread out the changed suit. Inside this dress, a dense pile of runes filled every corner. This dress is the greatest gift his father gave him. A large number of chakra sealing techniques can automatically save Sengoku's usual chakra. With the unique physique of the Uzumaki family, it will take 5 days to flood these chakra sealing techniques. Moreover, on the cuffs, there are a lot of Uzumaki family's improved sealing techniques, which contain a large number of weapons. And the mask in the most important storage hall of Sengoku is also mixed in it. 27 masks, each of which represents a powerful sealing technique. Of course, using them is not without cost. On the contrary, having a mask does not mean that you can get rid of the side effects of the surgery itself. Just like the Shinigami mask, If it weren't for Orochimaru to take advantage of living corpse reincarnation, White Zetsu would be taken away, and Shinigami would be used instead. With another person, there is nothing to do with the end of third generation, fourth generation, and the soul will be taken away. Moreover, the method of using the technique is also necessary, and the role of the mask is only to reduce the burden when using it. Nowadays, there are not many masks that Sengoku can use, so there are only 4 forbidden techniques that can be used. They are the techniques that can deprive the soul, the technique for ghouls to seal up the technique, and the technique for manipulating the mind to make people become puppets, brain vortex worry technique, a technique to reshape and invent the will at will Zun technique, a technique similar to Haydn's ability to transfer the soul, nightmare spell seal. These 4 forbidden techniques are all life-saving trump cards for Kinchi. But in the same way, their side effects also made Sengoku not dare to underestimate it. Needless to say that the ghouls are sealed, the brain vortex worrying about the technique will make people's feelings gradually indifferent. When he realized this, Sengoku decided to take precautions. He didn't want to lose his feelings. That root was dead. What's the difference? As for Zun technique, there is a risk of spiritual death and body upgrading. After knowing the memory of number 1, Sengoku understood that this was due to natural energy. To put it simply, being able to use the Zun technique represents the qualification to use Sage mode. Nightmare Victory Seal, the side effect of this technique is to make the soul unstable, and users generally need to have a strong soul. For Sengoku, these side effects are acceptable. After all, his ability is the imprisoning power that seals everything. If the ghoul is sealed, it can seal Shinigami's connection with him. Zun technique, he himself is a candidate for Sage mode. It can be said that as long as he can learn the Sage mode of the 3 Holy Lands, he can enter this powerful state at any time. Because his body itself has adapted to chakra, there is no idea of hitting the 3 Holy Lands at the moment. It is the chakra that he thinks he has mistakenly collided with Zyonsha chakra. As for the Nightmare Victory Curse Seal, not to mention, Kinchi's ability can make his soul stay in the body honestly. Although these side effects can be solved easily by Sengoku, for the Uzumaki clan, using these masks is actually just a trump card. Because those who can use these forbidden techniques require a strong soul. They can't hold their souls in their bodies like 1,000 stones. Therefore, those few powerful ones who can use them will use up all of these masks. After the operation, in the frontal battle of the same level, it is basically a 1-for-1 exchange, which is not more cost-effective. Rather than being jealous for this and sacrificing one's own masters, it is better to ban them and save others to worry about and get them. It is because of understanding this and knowing that the masks of the last storage hall were transferred to Konoha, and Kyoshi would take away all the masks. I hope that Patriarch Ashina and his father can arrange more people in Konoha. This way, the blood of the family can be preserved as much as possible. Anyway, the family who has stayed for so long does not want him to be completely destroyed. But according to Miss Shinobi, judging from the attitude of intercepting me, the Uzumaki clan dares to transfer women and children, so they dare to intercept and kill. In the wild, it is not like Uzumaki village and Daming mansion, which have many defensive enchantments. Moreover, I am afraid that most people in the family are unwilling to leave. After all, Uzumaki is home, and the Uzumaki clan, who are nobles, have a very good relationship with the residents of Uzumaki. Let them abandon Uzumaki. I'm afraid most people will not agree with the residents of the country. Sengoku thought silently in his heart, but in the end his eyes dimmed a little, and at the same time there was anger. Suddenly he thought of Arakawa, maybe he could use Arakawa to vent. But now is not the time. After all, Arakawa has just been born, and he is not even familiar with his own abilities. However, Kinchi estimates that he has the power of the elite Jonin at the lowest level. After all, Shinping Shilang is one of his souls, and his body is half energy, with unlimited potential. Although Arakawa was not splintered by 10 tails, he can grow with natural energy, and he might not reach the level of a tail beast. Sengoku felt that this idea was a bit arrogant, but it was possible to realize it. However, Arakawa still needs to grow. At least I have to stabilize my consciousness, so that I can relieve some of Shinora's memories of fighting with confidence. For the newly born him, directly absorbing those memories may be very big mistake. After Kinshi clarified his thoughts, he put aside these things first, and the success of the plan made him very relaxed. It can even be said that the power of creating demons may not make him stronger to the level of Uchiha Madara, but as long as there are enough raw materials, Arakawa's model can be copied. After traveling to Hokage for 6 full years, Sengoku finally found his foundation, which made his body and mind particularly relaxed. After groping for the clothes spread out on the table and the cloth on the cuffs, Sengoku decided on the next technique to learn. Forbidden technique. Sealing the seal of knowledge. This technique was created by an ancestor for a powerful ninja who once killed many people. That ninja is a natural murderer who slaughtered a lot of civilians and ninjas, but finally repented and didn't want to kill, so I asked the ancestor to seal his desire to kill. The ancestor thought it was a good thing, so he created the seal of consciousness, which can seal his emotions or desires. If this technique is not mastered, the risks are equally huge, and the depressed emotions will turn into demons. The Tamer clan who will be declining in the future, the Tamer Yakumo, the Ito that is produced in their heart, can be said to be the possible consequences of learning this technique. Chapter 19 Senju Hashirama, 1. Chapter 19 Senju Hashirama, 1. But Kinshi is not afraid. The reason why his ability is called the power of imprisonment, not imprisonment or imprisonment lock, is because his ability is essentially a kind of power, which can be attached to the seal technique itself. This will cause Sengoku's own sealing technique to be beyond common sense, and this method of use is easier than directly using the power of imprisonment. This is equivalent to the difference between gunpowder and explosives, as well as nuclear materials and nuclear bombs. The method of use is a very important necessity. Just like chakra, if there is no way to use it, that is, like the initial Naruto, a huge chakra, the result is just a ninja student who is not as good as Genin. After Kinshi made up his mind, he flipped through the seal of knowledge and printed it. The seal of consciousness is an extremely complex and mysterious technique, and it also involves knowledge of consciousness and soul. Looking at this knowledge, even Kinshi is a bit confused, and a lot of knowledge has touched his blind spot. This still has the brain vortex worrying technique to make her completely incomprehensible. Kinshi flipped through it for 2 hours, finally put down the seal of consciousness, and rubbed his forehead. His spirit was already very tired. Today, he created the first 100 ghosts, and used his talents many times, and also used Shadow Clone. If he hadn't used his talents to stabilize his state, he wouldn't have the feeling when he was below the limit, and he would have been unable to help go to sleep long ago. Speaking of it, this is also the reason why Kinshi can grow rapidly, and the 4 master forbidden techniques. Kinshi understands one thing very well, that is, people need to work hard, and no one is talented if they don't work hard. But not everyone is like Xiaoli. Xiaoli's hidden talent in the body may be unquestionable, but it would be useless without his pervert efforts for development. And Kinshi is very self-aware. He was also very talented in his previous life. He was still among the best after studying fishing for 2 days and drying the net for 3 days, but he was never better than the first few students. Because his school is a key high school, he was still a bailee at the time. Because of curiosity, he had come into contact with one of them. The boy's efforts made him directly give up his plan to compete. The talent is not inferior, and he is still working hard, so that he, a person who only relies on talent, has nothing to say. However, at that time, he felt that it didn't matter. After all, the conditions at home were not bad, and his grades were enough to go to a good university even if he only relied on his studies. Going academically is a direction that he is not interested in, so he doesn't have to study so hard. But in this world, people will die if they don't work hard. And Kinchi didn't plan to work hard on his own self-control alone. He was used to being lazy, but fortunately his ability solved this. When practicing, he would habitually seal his laziness and fatigue, and he would not stop when he reached the limit. Relying on this, Sengoku's efforts can be said to be no inferior to anyone, and his own understanding is super high, and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan can be learned more easily by him. It also made him possess the name of genius. However, over the years, occasionally Sengoku no longer uses his ability to seal laziness and fatigue. His body and spirit have become accustomed to working hard. He is not unable to persevere. It is just that when he is near the limit, he occasionally relaxes. So most of the time, Sengoku still keeps it. The state of the seal is practiced. It's really unfair between people. In this Hokage world, there's no way for a ninja who doesn't hang up. I just hope that I can be worthy of this talent. Just like my previous life, I only know how to play. Self-indulgence, I don't need it anymore. Kinchi put away all his things, and planned to make a charm suit himself after a while, so that his state can be maintained, and the things that he doesn't need for the time being should also be transferred to the ghost town of the ghost town. After doing this, Sengoku sat on the bed in a meditation posture. He let go of his mind, and then slowly fell asleep. I don't know how long his room door was knocked. Seeing no response, the door was pushed open. Mito walked in. Seeing Sengoku meditating on the bed, he was slightly stunned. The next moment he regained his consciousness and approached Sengoku. When she saw the exhaustion remaining on Kinchi's face and who was dizzy, she sighed. This child should be very tired, the burden of the family, and even the confusion about himself. I hope he has something in his heart that can support him. She could see that Sengoku was meditating in this way, and in her perception, Sengoku's chakra had a strange flow. She already understood that Sengoku was recovering her spirit as soon as possible. This is a secret practice method of the Uzumaki clan, but being able to maintain the natural flow of chakra while sleeping is enough to show that Senshi usually uses meditation instead of sleep, so that chakra can form a habit. Are you preparing for practice all the time? Mito recognized this younger brother and complained about herself. She was really despicable to put this kind of thing on a child. After walking out of the house, she returned to the front of her house. Before entering the house, she heard Senju Hashirama's cough. She paused, then opened the door calmly as usual, and walked to the side of her sick husband. She added some medicinal powder to the teapot on the side, used the fire attribute chakra to make the water boil, then poured out a teacup of medicinal soup, and then the water attribute chakra reduced the medicinal soup in the cup to the degree of warmth. She stroked Senju Hashirama's back and waited until his cough subsided, then handed the teacup to his mouth, helping him to slowly drink the medicinal soup. You, don't bet a few, every time you win or lose, you have to laugh and toss your body. Putting down the teacup and rubbing the corners of Hashirama's lips with his towel, Mito said distressedly. Thanks for your hard work, Mito, but I really can't do much now. Senju Hashirama looked at his wife with the same smile. He was already calm about life and death. Uzumaki Mito looked at him. After all, he didn't say his illness, she knew it, because that Uchiha's man, her husband, was full of guilt for him. She actually had some guesses about this result. The more powerful she is, the more she can realize that chakra is a power that can act on the mind. As for two people who identify with each other, chakra's response is stronger. This response is extremely obscure, but it will be obvious under certain circumstances. Senju Hashirama did what he didn't want to do. Although it was for him to protect the village he created, deep down in his heart, he didn't think that Uchiha Madara and Konoha could not coexist. After all, this village belonged to both of them. It sounds contradictory, but Senju Hashirama really believes that, in the case of serious injuries at the time, his body with strong resilience in the past is no longer healing himself, and can only be recovered by passive medical ninjutsu and other means. Chapter 20 Senju Hashirama, 2. Chapter 20 Senju Hashirama, 2. Did you go to see the kid? Senju Hashirama smiled carelessly at Mito. Mito said gently, I went to see it. The kid looked tired, he should have been to the summoning secret realm, but I don't know what kind of secret realm it will be. Nothing is good, and with his talent, as long as his will is enough, he will definitely become a strong man with his talent. Senju Hashirama knew that Sengoku was okay, but he didn't care about Mito's care for the secret of summoning. Mito shook his head helplessly and said, You are not everyone. I have one of the 3 holy sites, Katsuyu's summoning contract, but I don't use it very much. It is clear that the great immortal Katsuyu is willing to help you fight. After all, you can summon it? People with all bodies. Senju Hashirama laughed, but didn't say anything. After all, he is really not used to summoning beasts. He can deal with ordinary ninjas by himself. In the battle with Uchiha Madara, Katsuyu Daisen, for some reason, was reluctant to participate, so there was no way to summon him less often. Just laugh, your character. In fact, I wish that kid had your character just like you, so he would take a lot of attention. Mito didn't want to say more about Senju Hashirama's behavior. After all these years, she didn't know what kind of person her husband was. Senju Hashirama pondered for a while, and said, Let the kid go to the ninja school established by Tobirama. Although today's ninjas have gradually deviated from the rhythm of Sengoku, those families still maintain the Sengoku time for their descendants. Training methods. These children have more mature thinking, and there is no lack of geniuses among them. Moreover, after the children go to the ninja school, if they can harvest friendship, it is also a good thing for the Uzumaki clan. After Mito listened, a smile appeared on her face. She looked at her husband without a surprised look on her face. She had already understood another look of this offline man. After all, Senju Hashirama is the #1 hero in the country. His wisdom is only used when it should be used. He has unmatched strength, but he doesn't have any pretensions, but if there is really no means, how can he gather so many ninjas in the country of fire? It's just that he is used to using strength as confidence and conviction to gather his companions. He did not choose to look down from above, but instead chose to stand with everyone and move forward under all pressure. The face of Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito, the eldest princess of the Uzumaki country, has been clearly seen for so many years. She admired this man deeply, this belonged to her husband. She agreed with his ideals and vowed to go along with him. When Senju Hashirama was away, the Senju clan had been attacked and killed by several ninjas, but she used her own power to block all the offenses. Enemy. And when Senju Hashirama founded Konoha, persuaded the ninja and negotiated with the daimyo, she also defeated all the enemies who coveted and did not want Konoha to appear. Konoha was also infused with her efforts, so she who understood Hashirama's feelings for Madara, knew that Hashirama attacked Madara from behind, and after the battle ended, she also deeply understood Hashirama's decision. Do everything as you say. Mito held Hashirama's hand gently, showing no emotion, just sitting next to him as usual, leaning against his shoulder. The next day, Mito found Sengoku in the training ground and waited quietly after he finished training before chatting with him, and by the way, he asked him to enter the ninja school. Ninja school, is it really suitable for me? I heard that there are a lot of civilian children in it. I don't even look down on civilian children, but the gap between them and me is too big. I'm afraid I won't get much help in it. Sengoku was a little bit puzzled about this, but Mito joked, I didn't expect you to know about the ninja school. It seems that you did a good job of ninja intelligence. Sengoku said helplessly. When I was wandering around Konoha, I saw Senju Ninja's propaganda about this. I'm afraid it's not secret, and it's not a collection of intelligence. Mito slapped her head, and she didn't want those images to appear in her mind. She was actually an orthodox female ninja. She was a little awkward about this kind of inconspicuous behavior, but it was Senju Hashirama's wife anyway, so she quickly put aside this one thing, said, "Okay, but there is actually one thing you didn't know, that is, the children of the ninja clan will also participate in it, and they will form an elite class. The civilians in this elite class are mostly in the first period." Tobirama established the ninja school when Tobirama deliberately did not recruit ninja students in the first period to accumulate experience. Now, they are mixed with the descendants of ninja into an elite class. Kinchi knows that this is a very good method. He thought for a while and said, "So now the students of ninja school are the ninjas and civilians who are recruited normally." Yes, it's just that the ninja just put some of the genius in the clan into the ninja school, and most of them are trained by themselves. This has also led to an elite class that can accommodate ninja students. Now the ninja school is the second period, but it can be regarded as normal, because the children in the first period are basically in the elite class except for those who are not qualified. After all, they are ordinary children or lack the foundation. Tobirama intends to let them further their studies. The most important thing is to tie up with the children of the ninja. Friendship, because of the training a few years in advance, the first phase of the elite class is still not too much. Mito knew Sengoku's character, so he explained these very carefully so that he could get used to the school more quickly. Kinchi thought for a while and said, "I understand, but can I ask? Is there a genius among the civilians?" He was very curious about this. After all, there were rumors in the previous life that the Senju clan would disband in the future, and the blood was merged into Konoha, which made Konoha's genius extraordinarily abundant. Mito thought about it for a while, and a name popped up in his mind, and said, "There is a commoner child, it should be Kyoya Yugawa. I heard Tobirama mentioned it once, and he said that he has a good talent." Kinchi recalled the characters he knew, and did not find a suitable one, so he just nodded and said, "I know." Then the next thing, "Please arrange for your sister." "It's okay, it's not troublesome. It's better to say, Sengoku, if you go to ninja school, it will prove our support for ninja school." Mito said this, and then talked about another concern. "Yes. Now, what does the summoning secret realm look like? Is it the race that Gozaka Suzaki once owned?" "No, it is a very powerful place called Yaoxiang Guizhong. The summoning beasts there call themselves ghosts, and Wei Ming is one of them. If they want summoning, they must get their approval. Go this time, I got the friendship of another powerful demon. This has greatly improved my combat effectiveness. After all, sister, you know, our family of Chakra does not need to save like other ninjas." Kinchi shook his head. Chapter 21 Ninja School. Chapter 21 Ninja School. The Unknown Summoning Secret Realm. The summoning beast calling itself a demon. Uzumaki Mito is obviously cautious. After all, the word demon is not so easy to say in this world, especially for people with strong powers. Say. The name monster is generally given to the tail beasts and those ancient monsters. Mito doesn't think that the summoning group has anything to do with the tail beasts, but she is worried about the relationship with the group of monsters. Although the tail beasts are powerful, but sometimes, the weirdness is not as good as those monsters. The witches of the ghost country have incredible powers, but they can only be trapped in the ghost country. And every time after the end of the life of the witch in the country of ghosts, the country of ghosts will usher in a minor or serious disaster. As the eldest princess of Uzumaki, she understands the destructive nature of monsters. Who knows, but they are very friendly. Kinchi didn't say much, and said the existence of the ghost town of ghosts, just to make the existence of ghosts not abrupt. After Uzumaki Mito checked Sengoku's body, he found that there was no problem, and he was a little relieved, but he hoped to see summoning once. Sengoku agreed, and they came not far from Konoha village. After summoning, a lizard appeared. It was not too big, but it was half the size of a child. The lizard was covered in purple skin, soaked in a wooden barrel, and brushed his back with a brush in his hand. Kinchi raised his brow slightly, and said helplessly, "Wei Ming." The lizard named Wei Ming was a little shy, holding his paws to cover his body, and said, "Boss, why did you call me out at this time? There are women, so shy." Seeing its pretentious appearance, Sengoku just looked at it silently, but there was a murderous look in his eyes. Wei Ming jumped out of the bucket with a sharp spirit, and slipped a small white dress on the hook of the wooden bucket on his body. "Holy law, boss, what's the order?" A lizard with a strange mouth addiction, a loyal look, coupled with wearing human clothes, a bit weird. Nothing was ordered. Kinchi kicked it, and Wei Ming flew out, and then there was smoke, and he disappeared. This is Sanae Shimato, who is not annoyed by seeing out of sight, and has lifted summoning. Sengoku turned around and looked at Uzumaki Mito calmly and said, "Sister Mito, a little mistake, or forget it today. Anyway, you also see Wei Ming." "I don't have anything else. The little lizard named Wei is just a normal summoning beast." "But according to what you said, Shinping Shi Yalang chased you down. The sound filled your whole body, but it didn't hurt you. This ability is very powerful. You should try to be better with it in the future." Uzumaki Mito smiled and persuaded. Sengoku nodded and said, "I see, don't worry, Sister Mito." After returning to Konoha village, Sengoku and Mito separated. They found a barbecue restaurant to eat. Sitting in his seat, the plainness on Kinchi's face turned into some smiles. Of course Wei Ming had existed a long time ago. This was a little more spiritual lizard that he accidentally saved when he was playing outside Wacheo village. Sengoku was very curious about the summoning beast, so he cultivated this lizard according to Uzumaki's secret method. After giving it Lingzi, I don't know why it has developed a quirk. In short, Qian Shitu was very painful, but because Wei Ming had some poisonous ability, it happened to cover up the existence of poison nucleus. This time I will use it first. It is not that Arakawa is shameful, but that he is really shameful now, because he has not forgotten that Arakawa is still bare now. "Uncle Akamika, let's have some more secret grilled meat." "Okay." A fat uncle with Akamika's family crest came squatting over several plates of meat. "Sengoku-kun, your meat is here." "Thanks a lot." Kinchi's polite thanks. This yakiniku restaurant belongs to Akamika's family, and this fat man is a retired ninja from Akamika's family. The reason why this fat uncle became a retired ninja was entirely because he couldn't fight anymore, because he had taken the forbidden medicine of the Akamika family, and after regaining his life, he simply managed the family's business in Konoha. Because Kinchi loves barbecue, he fell in love with him. After all, few people have the time and financial resources to eat barbecue. And those big families generally have their own eating habits. If the future barbecue queue is also the Akamika family's industry, then Asuma has gone bankrupt so many times and invited his students to dinner, wouldn't it make money for the Akimichi family again? So it seems that Akimichi Koji, the little fat guy, is actually a business ghost? If you lose his stomach, make money from his own family? Then Asuma is really miserable. Sengoku thought nonchalantly, and was bored while waiting for the barbecue by the way. Ah, so annoying. A teenager walked into the barbecue restaurant full of complaints. Sengoku looked at the family crest on his clothes, which was the emblem of the Nara family. Looking at the laziness on the young man's face, Kinchi showed some playfulness on his face. Is the laziness of the Nara family inherited from the ancestors? What would it be like to use their soul and blood to create a monster? Sengoku, whose thoughts were getting more dangerous, was interrupted by the smell of meat, so he diverted his attention and ate the meat that was roasted on the table. The teenager from the Nara family felt a bit cold on the back of his head, so he touched his head involuntarily, and sat in an empty position somehow. "Uncle Maruman, I want 2 plates of beef tenderloin." As soon as he was in position, he seemed to be paralyzed. The more Kinchi looked at him, the more he doubted that this kid was also a traverser, otherwise how could there be such an authentic Beijing paralysis? After a while, Akamika Maruman walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates of meat and placed them on the table of the Nara boy. Then he slapped him on the head and said helplessly, "Kakono, why did you order this? Did you skip class again? The school is very annoying. The clan is worried that those people will slow down my progress, so I have to take extra training when I return to the clan. It's better to go out and relax." Naraj Yaosheng sat up reluctantly, vomiting reluctantly. Akamika Maruman scratched his head and sighed, "You kids, my family's good is the same. They don't want to go to school, but the family is really anxious. Anyway, the basics of ninja, the teachers in the school should not, isn't it too bad, right? But it's not too peaceful now, so you guys should take extra training." Naraj Yaoshen nodded helplessly, but didn't say to go back to school. They didn't speak loudly. This was to prevent some civilians from hearing it and would have bad thoughts, but for Sengoku, they heard clearly. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Coincidence. Sengoku was eating meat, thinking about what he had just heard, and couldn't help but sigh. There are so many problems in the ninja school. The original ninja world was dominated by various families, but now the second generation Senju Tobirama has established a ninja school, allowing civilians to become ninjas, breaking the mainstream rules. Although the families have not much opposition now, and even sent geniuses into the school because of Hokage Swul, they are still worried about this. This is like the caste in India, the higher surname will not believe that lower s*x is capable. Of course, the conflict between civilians and family ninjas is certainly not as extreme as between castes, but it is certain that family ninjas generally despise civilian ninjas. In the future, family ninjas are also a guarantee of high-level combat power. However, it should be fine in a few years. Among the civilian ninjas, there should still be some geniuses. Sengoku pondered that he did not talk with Nara Kakono. Although he was a genius of the Nara clan, in his eyes, he was just an ordinary person. After all, in this world, especially among ninjas, the strength of friends is not enough, but it is easy to lose. After eating plainly his own dishes, Kaishi silently walked to the front desk to settle the bill, said goodbye to Akamika Maruman, and left. Narake Kunobu looked thoughtful at the red-haired boy who left and the Uzumaki family crest painted on his clothes. "Uncle Maruman, is that the brother of Mito-sama in the rumor?" He looked at Akamika Maruman who came to him and said curiously. Akamika Maruman nodded, and said, "That kid is very kind, but maybe it's not good for you." Sengoku's identity is naturally very high, but it is an equal dialogue with him, an abandoned ninja. Even if a child from a civilian family bumps into him, he will lift the child up and be friendly. But they never actively communicate with others. That's why Akamika Maruman would say this. After all, being kind does not mean being in good contact. I didn't intend to know such a troublesome guy. Naraj Yaosheng curled his lips. He didn't like complicated people. If he made friends, it would be very troublesome. It would be very tiring to think about their minds. Akamika Maruman just smiled, and the dark sigh was only a child in his life. If you can really make friends with Sengoku, it will be of great benefit to the Nara family. Because of the family relationship, he also hopes that Jakushin can be friends with Sengoku, but this thing cannot be forced, so he did not take the initiative to introduce it. "Oh, Xiajiao, I will tell your father about your skipping class." Akamika Maruman turned around and went busy, ignoring the wailing behind him. While Sengoku walked on the streets of Konoha, his heart was calm when he looked at Konoha village, which was still a little rudimentary but already formed. Konoha is already prosperous. So, he should also consider the Uzumaki family. Taking advantage of the current expansion of Konoha, he can also bring the Uzumaki clan into Konoha, and later, it is not necessarily. It's just, does he really want to cling to Konoha? Thinking of the darkness that Konoha might appear in the future, Sengoku frowned. He wanted to have a tailed beast now, and then a tailed beast bombed the Shimura clan. That third generation doesn't know what kind of person it is. Should you blow up Yuanfei's family as well? Kinchi thought divergently, but he didn't just think about it, he was really thinking about whether he could destroy the two races by his own means. Forget it, it may be too much to be discovered. The murderous intent in Kinchi's eyes disappeared, and the young face remained calm. As for moving the Uzumaki clan to the ghost town of the ghost town, he hadn't thought about it, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. In that case, it would be too far away from this world, and the people might not be able to stand it. However, it may be used to save the Uzumaki clan, but for this, Sengoku dare not have much confidence. Although the Uzumaki clan does not have the summoning beasts of the Three Holy Land level, some summoning contracts with secret realms still have them, plus some mystery. I am afraid that it is not impossible to transfer through space, but why hasn't the future escaped? Maybe I underestimated the other four ninja villages. Although the Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki clan made Mist Shinobi lose a lot of face, it was because they were concerned about the low-end combat power of the village and the casualties of civilians. The real power of the First World War is not without it. It's really a headache, so I'll be on the battlefield sooner. Kinchi's gaze was faint, and the corner of his mouth even pulled out a curve. After the experience of being killed by the 7 ninja swords, his thinking has actually become paranoid, that is, the thirst for power and the morbid thirst. After creating Arakawa, he even looked at Konoha's ninjas in his eyes, and wanted to turn them into materials for his own training of demons. But reason and the 3 views of the previous life prevented him from doing this, and he didn't want to become a murderer. As for using war to obtain materials, will he change his temperament? Sengoku will not think about it. Wouldn't a person who is thirsty in the desert get a glass of water with chronic viruses and won't drink it? The villagers of Konoha looked at the handsome red-haired young man in light red hunting clothes, like a noble son of old, stepping on clogs. When they passed by, they couldn't help but glance at them. After all, they were so beautiful. Children are rare. Only in the neighborhood where the Uchiha clan is located can there be a few such eye-catching children. But what they would not have thought was that the child was thinking about the massacre in his heart. Unconsciously walking for a long time, Kinchi walked to the front of a mask shop. He saw a mask of Yatengu. He liked it a little. After hesitating, he touched a hand when he was about to take it off. With both hands retracted at the same time, Kinchi turned his head and saw a boy about his age. They stared at each other for 2 seconds, and both moved closer. This is a black-haired boy with a little coldness and arrogance on his handsome face. There is also a 3 or 4-year-old girl beside him, who is also tender and tender. It can be seen that if it does not grow crooked in the future, it will be a little beauty. Table tennis rackets, Uchiha's people? After looking at it curiously, Sengoku had to sigh, 2nd generation was right, and less beautiful Uchiha. People from the Uchiha clan have to say that they are really good-looking, handsome men and beautiful women. Did you like this too? Then you can take it. I'm picking something else. You should come first. I'm really sorry. I just walked awkwardly and didn't see you. Kinchi smiled kindly. Uchiha's boy didn't seem to expect him to say this. He left what he was going to say, and was silent for a while before he said, "It's okay, I just picked, but the ninja needs to be focused, Uzumaki's family." It seemed that he felt a little peaceful in the first half of the sentence, and the boy pretended to say something arrogantly, but it seemed quite awkward. Sengoku felt that he had caught something funny. Chapter 23 Sarutobi Suzuki. Chapter 23 Sarutobi Suzuki. Thanks for reminding me, I was thinking about something just now. Kinchi smiled gently, like a little sun, his red hair seemed to shine in the sun. Uchiha's boy thought he would get a counterattack, but he didn't expect the attitude of the other person to be so friendly, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing his silence, Sengoku stretched out his hand to take off the mask of the Yatengu, handed it to him, and said, "Uchiha-clan, I think it is a good match for Yatengu. Uzumaki is very powerful. By the way, my name is Uchiha Takia. You should be the rumored Uzumaki Sengoku." Uchiha's boy pretended to be indifferent, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Typical Uchiha people, rare things. No, it shouldn't be considered a rare thing at this time. Senshi nodded and said, "Yes, it's really called Uzumaki Senshi. I've always heard that the Uchiha clan is very powerful, and I also think that the image of Yatengu is very similar to Uchiha." Taken. After speaking, he took off another white deer mask, and then smiled at Uchiha Takia, then, "Please allow me to leave first." After closing the bill, he turned around and left without any muddle-headedness. Uchiha Taku also looked at the figure he was leaving, a little stunned, and after a while he muttered to himself, "It seems, it's a different guy, but it doesn't feel bad. Brother, is that red-haired brother the one mentioned by my father?" Uchiha Takia's sister looked curiously in the direction Sengoku was leaving. Uchiha Taku also nodded, and then there was an unhappy look on his face, and he said sternly, "Keiko. Brother's name belongs to me, you can't call someone else. You can call that person Sengoku-kun, but you can't call him Sengoku-kun. Brother, do you understand?" "Oh, but..." "No barking. Okay, but it seems weird like this." In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During this time, Sengoku did a lot of things. First, he bought some clothes, and then added some seal materials. Then they were all put into the ghost town, because Arakawa had learned to reverse summoning. For insurance, Sengoku put all the masks except the Shinigami mask here. Immediately afterwards, he enrolled in an elite class, but this was a matter of course. And his daily cultivating teacher already had a candidate. What he did not expect was that this person turned out to be an acquaintance in a certain sense, not too familiar. After all, he had only heard a name in his previous life. Uzumaki Mito is very caring about Sengoku's practice, so she arranged for Sengoku a very powerful ninja. Sarutobi Suzuki. This ninja, admired by the father of the future Itaki and Shinsuke, became the teacher of Sengoku. Sarutobi Suzuki is a very old-fashioned person, and he is not really heroic, but he is extremely powerful, and he is an oppressive ninja. Standing in front of him, Kinchi felt the unspeakable aura. It's not that the powerful Uzumaki clan and first generation second generation have no momentum, but they haven't shown themselves in front of Sengoku. But Sarutobi Suzuki is different, he has a natural aura of indomitability. When this ninja with the appearance of a little old man stood in front of Sengoku with a serious face, Sengoku had an idea of retreat in the first instant, even if he sealed his fear. This is an instinctive avoidance, a subconscious choice. Although Sarutobi Suzuki will not be the opponent of first generation and Madara, he is also a top cage level powerhouse. And his path is also different from that of Senju Hashirama. When Sengoku thought about it, perhaps only in front of Uchiha Madara, the edge of this little old man would be covered up. According to Sarutobi Suzuki's own account, he is a ninja who is proficient in 5 types of evasion techniques and is a grandmaster of physical skills, and his fighting style is also based on the combination of the two. At first, Sengoku thought that Sarutobi Sasuke was the same way as his son. But in the small talk after practice, it broke this point of view. Sarutobi Sasuke told him that his battle is to use ninjutsu, and then follow ninjutsu to solve the enemy. This wild fighting method shocked Sengoku and at the same time understood why Mito asked him to teach himself 5 ninjutsu. The father of the 3rd generation, for the master of the attribute ninjutsu, is already at the slightest level, otherwise, how could he not hurt himself when he shuttles in ninjutsu? Sarutobi Sasuke is also very satisfied with Sengoku. In his opinion, Sengoku's talent is simply too suitable for his apprenticeship. The control of chakra is extremely strong, and he has a huge chakra that is bound to surpass himself in the future, as well as an understanding of ninjutsu. He was very happy to be able to teach such a genius, so it was only because of Uzumaki Mito to get rid of him at the beginning, and he really took his heart. Oh, the original intention of 2nd generation is very good. But those common people's children, really won't pull you back. I heard that the performance of those common people's children in the first phase of the ninja school was very good. Bad. On the training ground, Sarutobi Sasuke shook his head. And Sengoku, who had just performed a sea-level fire-style ninjutsu, was stopping to feel this ninjutsu. Hearing what Sarutobi Sasuke said, he shook his head and said, "Ms. Unfei, I have also heard about this." However, the school teachers at that time used the standards of family ninjas of the same age to train those commoner children. This is wrong. You must know those people, but they have never received the teaching of the ninja system, even chakras. Not skilled at refining. Is that so? Sarutobi Sasuke nodded, thoughtfully, and then asked casually, "By the way, how did you stay in school? Do those family ninjas think it's okay? Everyone is naturally excellent, and I am still far behind." Sengoku said with a humble smile. Sarutobi Sasuke shook his head and said, "Don't say these things in front of me. It's not that the old man doesn't know your record. Even the Shinping Shilang died in your hands. It's just some power that can't be classified as normal, and it's impossible to do. But I think Shumo of the Heitake clan, his knife skills make me feel very interesting." Sengoku said with humility again, and then thought for a while. "Is that kid? It's really good, you can practice against him often. His father and I are good friends, so I have also instructed the kid some physical exercises. You two just made progress with each other. You are good with everything else. It's physique, it really is, alas." Sarutobi Sasuke's face was full of words. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 The Deficiency of Thousand Stones. Sarutobi Sasuke really admires Sengoku, but what Sengoku is not good at also gives him a headache. Sengoku's chakra control and the master of the opposing technique are very strong, but the solo technique is poor. It's not that his fighting consciousness is not good, on the contrary, Kinchi is very good at timing, but his fist is particularly bad, and he can't handle it hard. As for the shuriken technique, let alone. To be honest, Sengoku, you didn't practice this aspect at all before, did you? Sarutobi Sasuke looked at Sengoku and sighed helplessly. Sengoku nodded embarrassedly. He worked very hard on chakras cultivation and the cultivation of secret techniques, even beyond ordinary people's efforts, but he didn't have much training in physical arts at all. He just exercised alone and didn't put energy at all. Put it on the one-by-one study of physical skills. Sarutobi Sasuke frowned and said, "Senoku, your talent is very powerful, and through Master Mito, I know that you have a long master in the secret arts of your Uzumaki family, but you don't pay much attention to the foundation of the ninja. This way. If you are on the battlefield in the future, it is too easy to die. Kinchi was slightly startled, a little puzzled, and said, "Mr. Sarutobi, I just want to take the path I am good at." After all, expertise can be truly powerful, right? Sarutobi Suzuki nodded, shook his head again, and said, "I probably understand what you think. You are really right, but not too right. Specialization is very good. You have this kind of vision and I have to praise, you are indeed an out-and-out genius, but you can't give up completely in physical skills. This truth is actually very clear, that is the illusion of the ninja three arts. Many ninjas do not have the talent of Grandmaster in illusion, but they also you must understand illusion. This is not for learning, but for cracking. The same applies to physical exercises. You don't have to be Grandmaster, but you must have the ability to resist. Fortunately, you have not slackened in your physical exercises. In this way, only your understanding of the moves will be improved, and there will be no problem. You should know, the battlefield is changeable, and you may fall into a situation where you can't cast the spell and be besieged at any time. At this time, physique is your only lifesaver. As for the shuriken technique, this is a ninja's way to save chakra, confine the battle to skills, and use this to test the enemy's fighting habits. Your Uzumaki clan is indeed a blessed clan, but the shuriken technique is for you, it's not unnecessary. But don't care too much, it doesn't matter if it will be. This sentence was swallowed by Sarutobi Suzuki. He thought that Sengoku should practice more, just as training consciousness. You know, even if it is ninjutsu, it is useless if it is inaccurate. And after all, Sengoku is still young. Although it is not a chakra at present, it is at most a chatala, which is not up to the point of a random waste of chakra. Sengoku thought for a while, and it is indeed what Sarutobi Suzuki said. His own ideas are indeed lacking, and he said, "Okay, Mr. Sarutobi." In fact, in the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki elder Uzumaki Shiya did not find this problem, but he felt that it is not Sengoku after all. In terms of physical exercises, the body does not fall. When Sengoku reaches age, he will practice more in pairs. Can be improved quickly. Fighting. To put it bluntly, it means how much you fight. Just like Uchiha Madara's floating stones, he can't get to the other side at first, although he will never get to the other side unless he uses chakra. But this is the truth. Sarutobi Suzuki saw that Sengoku was not stubborn and couldn't help but appreciate it even more. Immediately, he handed in another earth-style ninjutsu, the heart decapitation technique on Beidou. Beidou is the heart decapitation technique, but I remember this, and then I thought that the geocentric decapitation technique sounds better, so I used this. There are 4 kinds of chakra attributes of Sengoku: wind, fire, water, and soil, except that there is no thunder, but it can be developed in the future. After Chienchi practiced this technique for a while, he basically mastered this technique. He used to mobilize chakra first, simulate it, and use it in real life. Earth style. Geocentric decapitation technique. The body dived into the soil. After diving for 2 meters, he followed the direction of the chakra mark and appeared instantly. Sengoku looked at Sarutobi Suzuki and said, "Mr. Sarutobi, this technique is very practical to be honest, but it's a little complicated." Sarutobi Suzuki nodded and said, "This technique, speaking of it, means leaving weak chakra coordinates on the opponent's body, and then surprises. Ninjas who are truly proficient in this technique can even abandon chakra coordinates only by feeling. You can attack the enemy. But the chakra coordinates are not so obvious. Didn't you just use the chakra left by fire style as the coordinates?" Sengoku thought for a while, and said, "This kind of coordinates does not last long, and has a distance limit. It is really not too practical, and it is easy to confuse the general ninja with poor perception, so it should be regarded as a D-level ninjutsu. It's more difficult in Hyuxia. But I feel that there is a way to improve it. Perhaps, But I just don't have this talent. After all, not all ninjas have the ability to create ninjutsu like second generation. Even improvement is difficult. For example, I am only familiar with ninjutsu. Make a combination, and accurate master strength is nothing more than. Sarutobi Suzuki sighed. He admired Senju Tobirama very much. He was obsessed with surgery, but he didn't have the creative ability. So when he heard about Senju Tobirama's deeds in surgery, he felt deeply shocked. After receiving the news of Konoha's establishment, most of the decision to join him was not because of anything else, but because of his deep admiration for Senju Tobirama. As for Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, I'm sorry, Sarutobi Suzuki doesn't think they are human. By the way, when you go to school tomorrow, you will practice with that boy Shuumao. Sarutobi Suzuki said suddenly. Some emotions were brewing in Sengoku's eyes, and his throat moved, but he changed his mind when he was about to say it. He smiled and said, "Okay, I also want to see the power of the person Sarutobi praised." Woolen cloth. After continuing to train for a long time, returning home with exhaustion, Kinji flipped through a scroll, and what was recorded on it was the seal of the 5 elements. Sengoku felt that this technique was very promising, and that was the reason why he trained so hard on ninjutsu. The seal of the 5 elements, this seal technique is a technique that can be strong or weak, and the strength is limited to the user's control of the attributes. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Shiryu. The 5 elements sealing technique, I'm afraid it will be more helpful to me. The monster system will need it to balance attributes and stabilize the body. But in this way, the monster has really become a monster created by the complete seal technique. There are a lot of drawings spread out on Sengoku's desk, densely drawn on it, and there are also many essays. These are all Sengoku's conjectures and designs of monsters. After collecting these, Kinji went to bed, sat cross-legged and fell asleep. After one night passed, Kinji came to school after washing. He came a while earlier, so the classroom was slightly empty. He sat in his seat, grabbed a piece of his hair, poured chakra into it, and practiced chakra's refined control. After a while, the classroom gradually became full. A young man dressed in black saw Kinji and hurriedly sat next to him and said with excitement, "Senshi, I succeeded in practicing the technique you told me." "Wow, don't stick it so close, it's very hot." Kinji's white and tender little face had a peaceful smile, which was very sunny because of his handsome face. Although the words of refusal are said at the top, but with a touch of helplessness, it will only make people feel close. "Hey, Sengoku, I'm not excited. According to what you said, I interfered with one of the 5 senses, and it became very relaxed. And because the focus is on interference, even my father accidentally ate some deficit." The black-haired boy was named Yuryu, who was a little shocked by his identity, and he also understood some of Konoha's details. The red pupil sunset and the pommel horse that controls the 5 senses, the testimony of the alliance, the genius with the blood of 2 illusionist families, this is the reputation of the teenager sitting next to him. The establishment of Konoha has deepened the alliance between the various families. The big family is better and maintains its own reservation, but the connection between the small and medium families is deepened because of the future destiny. The Kurama clan is a clan that relies on geniuses. As long as they are geniuses, they are bound to be comparable to the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. The Zuri clan, their red pupils are not bloodline, but their bloodline has a talent that makes their clan people better at illusion. The former is trapped in the number of strong men, and the latter is trapped in the top combat power. In addition, it is a family of illusions. Therefore, the daughter of the patriarch of the Kurama clan and the son of the patriarch of the Zuri clan are combined because of family reasons, and thus the Zuri Wu. And Yuryu's talent is also surprising. He has the most perfect combination of the 2 races, better than his brother and sister. After Sengoku inquired about this before entering the school, he chatted with Uriyu for the reason of his interest in illusion, and became friends with it. Another thing that Sengoku did not expect was that, as a genius ninja in illusion, Uriyu is an optimistic optimist, acting like Naruto who is not mischievous. This made Sengoku feel a sense of contradiction. In his opinion, the illusion ninja should be a group of elegant and terrifying existence, but he did not expect that the ninja with the most illusion talent turned out to be such a temperament. But because of this, Uriyu, who found that the two had a great conversation, immediately regarded Sengoku as a good friend. In the first 2 days of the training session, Shinichi discovered that Uriyu's illusion was very slow. After understanding the reason, he understood that Uriyu is an ambiguous desire for the power of the spell, so he constructed the illusion very well. Although it made the illusion powerful, the speed of casting it was very slow, and the teaching of his family only allowed him to keep in touch, so that practice makes perfect, and the speed of illusion casting was improved. So Kinchi put forward his own suggestion, letting Uriyu control it alone every time, focusing only on interference, not requiring strong and perfect, just asking for confusion and fast enough to display. Under Sengoku's temptation, it was obvious that Yurisuke had already tried it. For us now, the basic skills are better to use. As for the advanced skills, that is the whole card, and although you have a lot of chakra, you don't have much to waste. As Kinchi spoke, he saw teacher Feng Matefu walking in. Feng Matefu knocked on the blackboard to quiet the classroom. After the classroom was completely quiet, he said, "Listen well, everyone. Today our course is the application of three-body technique. As the three-body techniques of ninja, three-body technique they all have many uses, so we must not underestimate them. For example, transformation technique can well hide in various environments. Now let's talk about what transformation technique should become in the desert. First of all we must pay attention to the color of the sand and the light. The courses are boring but useful. In the ninja school at this time, every knowledge is the most important common sense and cognition that a ninja should have." After talking about the application of the three-body technique, Feng Matefu began to talk about how to use the wild animals and plants to maintain the shuriken, keeping the sword in his hand sharp at all times. Many of these knowledge are the secrets of the family, but after the establishment of Konoha school, with the leadership of the Senju clan, the families also shared these not too important things. Sengoku listened quietly, but when he heard what he knew, his eyes would become dull and he continued to play with the hair in his hands with chakra. Theory lessons are not very long, only one morning, and theory lessons are only available on Mondays and Wednesdays, and on February, April, Friday, and December, the afternoons are all practical and training sessions. On Sundays, there is one day. The ninja school at this time paid more attention to the combat effectiveness of the ninja. After all, the Sengoku era had just ended, and the ninja world was not completely peaceful. Time passed in a hurry. During the lunch break, Sengoku took out the food box prepared for him by the servants of the Senju clan. After opening it, it contained curry and fried beef, as well as a sliced egg, some shrimps, and a small ball of slices. Cabbage into filaments. Sengoku ate with chopsticks, while Yuhaisa next to him was lying on the table with a look of love. You are really annoying about this." Kinchi looked at his new friend, a little amused. Uriyu vomited, "Of course, I have to relearn the things that teacher Yan said after I go back. The old guys in the family are afraid of omissions. After all, we are ninja students in the first period." A childish voice suddenly sounded with some coldness, and said, "I'm not afraid that the civilians will delay our progress. I knew I must not agree to come to school." As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly changed. There are still many people in the classroom at this time, both civilians and ninja students. This sentence makes the faces of many civilian students look uncomfortable, while some ninja students have some surprised, but some have a look of approval, and they seem to think so too. The speaker was a black-haired boy with a family crest that looked like a ping-pong racket behind him. Chapter 26. Am I the protagonist? Chapter 26. Am I the protagonist? Obviously, this talking boy is a member of the Uchiha clan, and his name is Uchiha Iken. Sengoku looked at Uchiha village, and felt that there was no surprise. Only Yu Chiba can directly say this. The emotional intelligence of this group makes people desperate. When Uchiha village said this, a student of the Senju clan who was still in the classroom looked bad, but there was no reason to refute, so he just stared at Uchiha village. Hey, Senju Ryu, are you dissatisfied with what I said? Obviously, Uchiha village did not intend to stop his actions, but took the initiative to expand the scope of attack. Senju Ryu frowned and said, Uchiha village, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can go back to your parents. Is it possible that you will cry here and say how hard you are? It's really hard for you to lift up every day. Such a heavy shuriken, this kind of thing that makes you tired and fractured at every turn is really not suitable for you. Sengoku looked at Senju Ryu with some surprise. This guy is so beautiful, he can't see it, unexpectedly poisonous tongue? Uchiha village was flushed with anger, and he slapped the table and said, Senju is raining. You can say it again if you have the ability. Why, Uchihas, your eyes are too evolved, have you absorbed all the nutrients from your ears? I'm really sorry, I didn't expect my dear classmate to be a disabled person, but I heard that you are Uchiha. Is it a genius of the clan? Is the Uchiha clan so far? Can even a deaf person be a genius? Senju Ryu narrowed his eyes and said in a surprised tone. This kid is a talent. Sengoku couldn't help but twitched his mouth. He already saw the blue veins on Uchiha-suke's forehead. This is really true. The Senju clan is really talented. This mouth inherits the true transmission of the second generation Senju Tobirama, right? No, this level is already blue, right? However, it shouldn't be purely to anger Uchiha village. After all, in the past few days when he was in school, he also discovered that Senju Ryu did not conflict with anyone in the Uchiha clan, and of course there would be no exchanges. And the character is not too lively, is it to change the subject? Move the matter to the conflict between Senju and Uchiha, and prevent the conflict between ninja students and civilian students from being triggered. When Uchiha Tsukimura's hand was put into the ninja bag on his waist, one hand suddenly pressed his hand into the bag. Uchiha village turned around and found that he was a member of his own tribe. Jiken, stop first. You don't need to pay attention to this kind of provocation. You can teach Senju Ryu a lesson in the actual battle in the afternoon. If you take action at this time, the reputation of the Uchiha clan will be tarnished. Uchiha Taku also stopped in a calm tone. Uchiha Tsukimura frowned and said, Takia, he is insulting me. Uchiha Taku also looked at Uchiha Tsukimura's angry eyes, hesitated slightly, but felt that the strength of the hand he was holding was getting stronger, and when he was about to break free from his restraint, he sighed inwardly. In the overall situation of the honor of the family and the maintenance of Senju Ryu, the former was chosen. Gemura, Senju Ryu made you forget what you said before and turn your attention to him. The Uchiha clan don't stingy with force, but they shouldn't be impulsive, shouldn't they? Uchiha Takia's eyes were full of seriousness. Uchiha Tsukimura was taken aback, and then a little embarrassed. The strength in his hand loosened, Uchiha Taku also understood his choice, and let go. Senju Ryu's complexion didn't look good, and at the same time, the complexion of civilian ninjas and family ninjas changed again in the entire classroom. Sitting in a corner, Naraj Yaoshen was holding his head, trying to hide his sense of existence, and complained in his heart. Why did he not go out to eat because he was lazy, and finally encountered such a troublesome thing? Yuri-Yu laughed awkwardly, and said, everyone is from Konoha's family, isn't it necessary? Kyoshi knew that he was going to suffer as soon as he heard Yuryu speak. I saw Uchiha Sakumura immediately stared at Yuryu, and said angrily, "You half-blood, do you have your voice? You deserve to be compared with Uchiha, don't be too arrogant." Even though Zuryu was kind, he overlooked one thing, that is, he is a member of the Zuri clan, and to some extent, he is also a member of the Kuruma clan. And these two families have always wanted to get the reputation of being side by side with the Uchiha clan in illusion, so the Uchiha clan is not accustomed to the two clan, usually better, but at this time Uchiha village itself is in anger. Seeing those two geniuses who tried to be equal to Uchiha's family came out, he was immediately even more angry. Yuryu was also flushed with anger, but before he could say anything, a civilian student suddenly slapped the table and said angrily, "Uchiha village, what do you mean?" The civilian student had already pulled out his shuriken at this time, and the anger on his face was obvious. Kinchi knows him, he is called Mushangji, and his talent is not bad, coupled with hard work, Fenma Defu teacher often takes care of him. In Mushangji's heart, he really regarded Konoha as his own home, and it's fine if he was rejected by the students of the ninja tribe. Much is a kind of sorry and shame, but when Uchiha insults Yurisuke, his anger is exploded. Because in his eyes, even though Uchiha was scolding Yuryu, it really meant that the commoners were not even worthy of giving him shoes, and they were referring to Sang and scolding Quay. Uchiha village saw Mugamai and stood up, his angry expression was a bit stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect a commoner to stand up. He was a little bit sluggish when he regretted his scolding Yuryu mixed blood, but then he recovered. It is a humiliation. A civilian. How dare to question yourself? Uchiha village was strangely calm, but his face was blue and purple, as if something was brewing. But Yuryu's anger that had started to dissipated instead, and she looked at Mugamai with some doubts. Senjuryu didn't know whether to speak, and was a little confused, staring at Uchiha Takia. After all, it was Uchiha Takia who broke his plan. And Uchiha Taku is also secretly crying bad. It is not that he does not know Uchiha Iken. He knows exactly what his temperament is, so he will organize Uchiha Iken's shots in such a timely manner, but now. Iken's heart, I'm afraid it's going to blow up, right? Uchiha Takia sighed inwardly, but he didn't bother to pay attention to Senjuryu glaring at him. Sengoku also had a headache, and even wondered if he was really the protagonist. Otherwise, how could the contradiction between the ninja students and the civilian students be triggered not long after he came? However, it seems that I am not involved in it now. He blinked twice. Now, should he just watch the show? Chapter 27. Chapter 27. The handsome smiling face of Uchiha village suddenly calmed down, but it was everywhere, and Sengoku realized that it was not good. He was a person who had faced life and death, and immediately realized that Uchiha village's body was still weak, but it was true. The murderous presence. This kind of murderous aura is very subtle, not like the future Orochimaru that can deter others, nor is it like the Chinchika's Shinping Shilang, which makes people feel chilly. It is a kind of existence that can only be noticed by people who have faced death directly. Sengoku immediately confirmed that Uchiha must have killed someone. His eyes suddenly became serious. According to Konoha's situation, the child would not have to go to the battlefield anymore, but everything in front of him suffices to show that the Uchiha clan is concerned about the children. The training is still extremely intense. It's an extreme clan, but considering that Uchiha Itachi was taken to the battlefield by his father, Uchiha Fugaku at the age of 4, this clan probably has no intention of changing it. Sharingan's Uchiha, this prestige is really not blown out. Sengoku's heart is a little jealous, he hates lunatics. Suddenly, Uchiha's body moved, and his hand was picked into the bag, and a kunai was hooked out. He came to Mushangji's body very quickly, and the kunai slammed down in his hand. Senjuryu and Uchiha Taku also wanted to stop him at the same time. Senjuryu moved a little slower, and Uchiha Takuya, who was next to Uchihaisuke village, was already wary, so he stopped him very quickly, but he was introduced by Uchiha as soon as he approached Uchihaisuke village. A shuriken that the village had prepared for a long time retreated. He fended off the shuriken, but his body also retreated, and he was already slow for a moment when he left. However, Kikami was stunned. Compared to Uchihaisuke village, who has experience in killings, his response was much worse. He didn't expect Uchihaisuke village to do it, but he didn't expect Uchihaisuke village to do it. We'll go directly to Kyowu. He thought it was a big deal and he knew he was not Uchihaisuke's opponent, and he had no intention of doing it. Kinshi's eyes flashed slightly, but he did not stop him. His distance did not allow him to interfere in this sudden conflict. In a short burst, he is no better than Uchiha Iken. His strength lies in chakra and his understanding of art. Moreover, someone has already prepared. A long and narrow shadow suddenly connected to the shadow of Uchihaisuke village, and his forward body stopped immediately. The suffering of Uchihaisuke village stopped at Mu Shangji's neck, and the cold sharp edge almost cut off Mu Shangji's neck. What a deadly move! Some cold sweat appeared on Nara's forehead, his hands were imprinted, and he squatted on the ground. With the help of the shadow in the classroom, his shadow used the shadow restraint of the family secret technique at an extremely fast speed. Everyone focused their eyes on Narakekushen in the corner. Sengoku was a little strange. When he noticed Uchihaisuke's murderous aura, he planned to directly attack Uchihaisuke village with ninjutsu and came to rescue Zhao from Waiwei, but he noticed Nara's chakra reaction in his perception. That's why he resisted the idea of shooting. However, smart people would do such troublesome things. It seems that Nara's heart is quite good. Uchiha Taku also stopped his forward thrusting body and turned his head to look at Nara Kakuno. His eyes were a little helpless and bored. He complained a little about Uchihaisuke village. He felt that he was too impulsive and should not be used anyway. The degree of kunao, isn't that causing trouble for the family? And it was stopped by Nara's family, not him. Uchiha Takuya was a little depressed, but he was relieved to see that Kikami was not injured. He stepped forward and grabbed the kunao from Uchiha Iken's hand, and then ignored the other, just staring at Mu Shangji, and said in a deep voice, "Sorry, but you may have understood Iken's meaning wrong, that sentence is not about you." In addition, he did it to protect the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Reputation is vital to every ninja clan. I know your dissatisfaction, but I think you haven't questioned and the possibility of rebuttal. Uchiha Takuya's voice was very flat and calm when it came to the back. Although the words spoken literally meant cold winds, the sincerity on his face when he apologized in front of him made the atmosphere in the classroom a lot easier. And after hearing Uchiha Takuya finished speaking, Nara Kakuno also understood what Uchiha Takuya meant, and immediately solved the technique, and then smiled and said, "Tsukimura-kun's power is really strong. I almost didn't maintain it, you know. The environment here is very suitable for our Nara family." Coupled with his sweat, it made the statement very convincing, but Sengoku felt that most of Nara's sweat was nervous. Thinking of this, he suddenly walked forward quietly and approached Uchihaisuke village. Kakamai and stepped back a few steps. After all, he was not saying anything, and Uchiha Takuya's words also woke him up, remembering the fame and horror of the ninja, but he glanced gratefully at Nara Kakusei, and then wisely silenced. Came down, and Senjuryu was standing in front of him. Uchiha Tsukimura regained control of his body and returned to his senses, but the anger in his heart became more and more vigorous. The moment Uchiha Takuya took away his kunao, he realized that he was a little impulsive. It seems that if you insult the Uchiha clan, you should be killed. Takuya is too weak. Moreover, Nara Kakusei's prevention made him even more angry and even aggrieved. Yes, grievances. According to Uchiha village, he was speaking for the ninja students. Senju Ryu could stop him because he was founded. The people of the second generation of the ninja school, not to mention the Senju clan, have been close to the common people, but what is the matter of a ninja to stop themselves? Obviously, when he first started speaking, many ninja students had some approval on their faces, and they usually vomit these things secretly. The people of the Uchiha clan are already sensitive in their hearts. At this time, Uchiha village felt betrayed by the clan and the people of the same stand. Just as Uchiha Takia thought that the matter was resolved, Yu Guangzhong discovered that Uchiha village's expression was wrong. Before I could understand what was going on, he found that Uchiha village's hands had been raised. The outline made when the hands were raised was clearly fire. The beginning of the style stamp. He suddenly became nervous, and just about to do something, he found a hand on Uchiha shoulder. Uchiha Miura's hand that was about to go up directly froze, and his face became dull, because he lost his sense of chakra in his body. Student Jaikan, give me a face. Will this matter be solved? You know, when you said Uriya just now, I didn't say anything? I think we can be friends, so can we give it to you? A face. Sengoku said gently and peacefully. Uchiha Sakura met his eyes, and said after a long time, good. Chapter 28 Heitake. Chapter 28 Heitake Sakumo. The classroom fell into calm, and even Narakakuzang's head couldn't turn around for a while. In his opinion, Uchiha village must be raging today, and no one can stop it. His original plan was to delay the teacher's arrival, but he didn't expect that the Uzumaki family Sengoku calmed down the proud Uchiha village. Nothing. Nara's family members carefully observed Uchiha village and found Uchiha village's body. It was very stiff, there was not much blood on his face, and it seemed to have been frightened in some way. Is this a method of the Uzumaki clan? Looking at the hand resting on Uchiha Miura's shoulder, Narake Kunobu thought, and he only seemed to have that, but Uzumaki Sengoku, a kind-looking but mysterious guy, what did he use? Means. But he still breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Now Uzumaki Sengoku, a high-ranking and unspeakable fellow, is coming forward, and the pressure he faces is not so great. If it weren't for discovering that Uchiha Jaikan might really kill people, he wouldn't want to care about this kind of thing. You must know that he is facing the Uchiha clan, who is like a lunatic. Kinchi glanced at Narakakasei, and looked at his slouching appearance, his teeth itchy. This guy, even if he guessed something, don't be so obvious, it's true. He took back his distracting thoughts, looked at Uchiha Takia calmly, and said gently, Takia-kun, some things are actually more than simple on the surface. Common people. It's not just civilians. All Konoha are one after all. Whether they are a ninja or a civilian, their identity means nothing. First generation Senju Hashirama, the purpose of establishing Konoha is to allow everyone to live peacefully together. He pointed out the existence of Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Taku also listened to Sengoku deliberately accentuating the four words Senju Hashirama. After being confused, he also understood. The civilians are nothing, but Senju is standing behind them, or in other words, Senju is standing behind all of them. Suddenly he was a little unwilling. First generation is Senju, second generation is Senju, but what about Uchiha? But thinking of the patriarch of his clan who had already confirmed his death, the tone in his heart finally disappeared. Senjuryu, who is protecting Kakameji, is very happy in her heart, and she simply feels that she is a great Senju clan. But at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared, Shinichi-kun is right. Behind Konoha stands Uchiha and Konoha. As the founding two clans, opposing Konoha and the founding two clans. Village-kun, I have never heard of any reason to oppose my treasures. This voice was also full of calmness, but it was different from Kinchi's humility and gentleness. It was full of affirmation, as if he was talking about this truth, and it gave people a sense of restraint and self-confidence. Sengoku looked back and found that it was the opponent he planned to challenge, Heitake Sakumo. The white-haired boy walked in with the short sword on his back, holding the food box. He nodded at Sengoku, and Sengoku smiled back. Uchiha Taku was also stunned, looking at Heitake Shumo, who was usually silent, suddenly felt that he was not smart. In the family, he has been praised by his elders for his mind, calling him the next Uchiha Izuna. Know that Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, has the same status as Senju Tobirama in the Senju clan. Uchiha Takuya is a person who really manages the family. With this expectation, Uchiha Takuya is calmer than other people of the same age. Uchiha Takuya feels that he is better than anyone in his mind, but today he has been hit. Sengoku saw everything in his eyes and smiled in his heart when he saw Uchiha Taku's expression of annoyance that he couldn't hide. In fact, it's just that all this happened in a rush, and it didn't give Uchiha Takuya much time to think, and he had done enough to block Uchiha-suke's behavior. It's just that he is also caught in a vicious circle that wants to protect the reputation of the Uchiha clan, and the authorities are just a fan. A child who is only 6 years old, even if a child in the shinobi world matures prematurely, it is good to be able to think this way. As for Heitake Sakumo, Senshi was a little admired. This is really a genius, the future is full of tragic power, and now he is worthy of his genius reputation. Sengoku put down his hand. Uchiha Sukimura felt that chakra had returned to his body, but he did not have the thought of doing it again. One was because of his fear of Sengoku, and the other was Heitake Sakumo. Even he understood it, no more reasons to keep doing it. He pulled out a somewhat ugly smile, and said, yes, I was reckless. Do Uchiha's children owe the beating from society? Kinshi felt very funny, but he did not laugh, but silently returned to his seat, and at the same time found a commoner student resented. As if he felt that the matter was not over, he opened his mouth to say something, and his eyes widened suddenly. After experiencing Shinigami and killing Mist Shinobi's troops, the murderous aura accumulated spouted out. The dead silence and cold breath enveloped the student for a moment. The student stopped immediately, and the blood on his face faded. He looked at Kinshi, as if seeing a scourge, his body trembling uncontrollably. After Kinshi regained his murderous aura, he immediately sat softly on the chair, not squeaking, lowered his head, tears could not stop streaming, and his whole body trembled. Kinshi didn't go to see him again, turned around and packed his lunchbox, patted Yuryu, and then went straight out of the classroom door. The afternoon class is taken outside. After Yuryu packed up her own things, she hurriedly followed. Sengoku's figure wearing a red hunting suit today left a deep impression on everyone's hearts. Naraj Yaosheng also hurried out, not wanting to stay in the class anymore, and Heitake Sakumo thought for a while, put the lunchbox into the backpack in his seat, and went out again. Sengoku, thank you. Yuryu thanked him. To tell the truth, he couldn't bear the anger just now, but the situation was too chaotic at the time, and he didn't know how to send it out. Seeing Sengoku a shot of Uchiha-suke village, he let him down, and he understood that Sengoku must have done something. Seeing that Uchiha Iken received a lesson, he also relieved a lot of the tone in his heart. Looking at the optimistic Yuryu, Chienshi smiled, and said nothing. This is Heitake Sakumo following up and greeted Sengoku. Sanoku-kun, wait a minute. Just call me Kinshi. By the way, can I call you Shuumao? Sengoku is very friendly. Heitake Sakumo nodded and said, of course, Kyoshi, you are great. It really makes me embarrassed to be so praised by Shumao. I just want to avoid some big troubles. After all, it's not good for me to stay out of my head, and you are the first I met in Konoha. My friend, I have to vent my anger for him, don't I? Kinshi's eyes narrowed a little, and he looked non-aggressive, completely a noble son. Chapter 29 Showdown with Hatake Sakumo, Replacement 2/7. Chapter 29, The Duel with Hatake Sakumo. After hesitating, Hatake Sakumo said, "Shinichi, did you do something to Sakumo before you went out?" Sengoku was not surprised by the fact that Hatake Shumo was able to find out. He just sighed a little. "Sure enough, Shumo, have you also undergone that training?" Hatake Sakumo shook his head and said, "No, I don't, but my perception is more acute. My father thinks that I don't need to rush for a while. It is not good for me to train the killing knife too early." "Really? That's really an enlightened senior." Sengoku smiled and sighed, and then calmly said, "As for that person, his name is Sakumo, right? I just hate trouble. I can't see myself clearly. People, I haven't experienced being harassed by him." Yuryu asked with some doubts, "Shinichi, what do you mean by training?" Kinji was a little surprised and said, "Oh? Don't you know? It's just murder." Yuryu was stagnant, and then scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "My father and mother have never mentioned this matter, but after you say that, one of my uncle's brothers seems to have been taken to kill bandits or something. This should be what you are talking about." Sengoku sighed slightly. In this world, Sengoku's habits are not so easy to change. However, as far as I know, not many people in our class conduct this training. Hatake Sakumo suddenly spoke. Kinji's eyes moved and said, "Is it because of first generation?" Hatake Sakumo nodded and said, "Except for Uchiha, our generation has actually reduced this kind of training and put time after graduation. This is a good thing. I hope the war will not come too soon." Kaishi said briefly, and then quickly changed the subject. "Sakumo, I learned about you from teacher Sarutobi, but he praised you a lot." "Coming." Hatake Hakumo humbly said, "It's Sarutobi-sama who praised him. I know Sengoku's record. This is something that even Jonin seniors can't do." Looking at the conversation between the two, Yuryu was a little itchy and depressed at all. The two of them were showing off. Kinji smiled and said, "Forget it, it's not fun to be humble with each other. I'll talk to you later, Shuumao." "Extremely looking forward to it." Hatake replied gently. "Then we will go first." After Sengoku and Yuhaisuke left, Hatake Sakumo's eyes changed a little. Through the conversation just now, he found that Sengoku was slightly different from what he had expected, gentle and polite, only gentle and polite on the surface. The genius of the Uzumaki family, I am afraid that he has his own talents. The work is extremely decisive, but the method contradicts the key point. He was able to stand up for the civilian students, but he released his murderous aura just to shut up another civilian student, and forcibly suppressed a conflict between the ninja and the civilian students that should have broken out. But at this moment, Yuryu, who was walking by Kinji's side, also had some complications in his heart, thinking silently in his heart, "Is it troublesome? It seems that the new friends he has made, he still needs to understand." As for Sengoku, he was a little wandering, because he didn't take it seriously. At this time, he even missed tempura a bit, feeling a little hungry. The time for class will come soon. This session is a pair training session, and Fen Amo Defu will soon assign a pair training list. Just as he was about to start, Kinji suddenly said, "Teacher, can I change with you Guangfeng? I would like to challenge Shuumao." Fengma Defu hesitated for a while, and after soliciting Yue Guangfeng's opinions, he agreed and arranged the first scene. The two sides stand opposite each other, forming a seal of opposition. Sengoku's hand suddenly reached into the ninja bag, took out a scroll, and opened it with a single brush, but Hatake Shumao was faster, and the scroll was split as soon as the white light flashed, and Sengoku felt a white light across his eyes. Boom! The white mist blew up, and 2 pieces of cut wood fell to the ground. Heitake Sakumo noticed that the hand feels wrong, and immediately left the position. The next moment a ball of flame hit this position. I saw Sengoku standing on a tree, with 2 fingers of his right hand placed close to his mouth, and he had just cast a D-class fire style. It was fast enough, almost unable to keep up with the body replacement technique. Kinchi's expression became serious, and Heitake Shumo's speed really scared him just now. To this extent, Heitake Shumo's advantage is really great, and the powerful speed can often solve the battle in a very short time. The seals were quickly completed with both hands. A total of 6 seals were completed quickly. Water style. Take the original technique. The water flow spit out from his mouth, but Heitake Sakumo, who rushed forward again, did not evade greatly. This is only a D-class ninjutsu, which is not enough to affect his speed too much, and directly moves forward with some impact. Kinchi narrowed his eyes and let out his murderous intent, causing Heitake Sakumo to pause, but he still didn't suffer much. In the previous conversation, there is one thing Heitake Sakumo did not say, that is, although he has not received murder training, he has experienced murderous training. Kinchi jumped off the tree, condescending to seal again, and used the same fire style and fireball technique as before. Heitake had to avoid it this time. Fire style is different from water style. Sengoku fell on the ground, took out a shuriken, and threw it directly. Heitake Shigeru subconsciously evaded again, but did not expect that the shuriken shot very far, and at this moment Sengoku moved a small step aside, and the distance between the two was already very close. Heitake Sakumo raised the knife, and the judge, Fenma Daifuku, was already planning to save Sengoku. In his opinion, Sengoku, a ninjutsu-type ninja, had been declared a failure when he was close. But at this moment, Heitake Sakumo's body suddenly froze, and Sengoku took out a handful of kunao, approached Heitake Sakumo, and placed kunao on his neck. Their feet are all stepping on water at this time. What's going on now? Illusion. Yuryu was a little confused. He didn't think it was impossible for Heitake Sakumo to lose. He still knew a little bit about Sengoku's record, but Heitake Sakumo lost too quickly and inexplicably. Fenma Daifuku was also stunned, but still announced, Uzumaki Sengoku wins. Heitake Sakumo's face was also a little unbelievable, but he worked hard to restore the surface calm, and said, "Is this Uzumaki's secret technique?" At just a moment, he found that he could not move, his body was completely imprisoned, but he had been staring at Sengoku clearly, and he did not give him a chance to separate shadow clone. From beginning to end, he only displayed 3 attributes of forbearance: surgery and a body replacement technique. Sengoku smiled and made a sign of reconciliation, and Heitake had to make the same move first. Chapter 30 Nara takes people. Chapter 30 Nara takes people. The battle between ninjas, to put it bluntly, unless the gap is too big, it is a battle between intelligence. Today's Heitake Sakumo is only faster than his peers, and coupled with his understanding of swordsmanship, he crushes his peers in physical skills. However, Sengoku never had physical entanglements with him from beginning to end. He just implemented a simple battle plan, hit an intelligence officer, and bullied Heitake Sakumo, who didn't know his intelligence. You should know that Kinchi's talents can be attached to chakra. When Sarutobi Suzuki taught the geocentric decapitation technique yesterday, he discovered that chakra coordinates can play a very good media role for him. And he just used water attribute ninjutsu to create a piece of water, which is covered with traces of chakra of Sengoku, which can be used as a medium at any time. When Sengoku lured Heitake Shumo to approach, and used the moment when both of them stepped into the water at the same time, he used the traces of chakra in the water to display his natural ability and sealed Heitake Shumo's body. It can be said that even Sarutobi Suzuki did not expect that he taught Sengoku to learn the geocentric decapitation technique. His original intention was to familiarize him with Earth style, but a basic application of this ninjutsu directly perfected Sengoku's combat system. It can be said that the current Sengoku can already be regarded as a secret ninja, and the three Haiden of the future is a level of existence, a secret ninjutsu that can be defeated. This level of mystery ninja is different from the Ino, Shika, Cho level of ninja. Ino, Shika, Cho's mystery is a variant of ninjutsu, which has no absoluteness, while Sengoku and Haiden can cross levels by virtue of mystery. It is equivalent to a conventional forbidden technique, so Heitake Shimao's failure is a matter of course. No matter how strong he is now, he can at best be regarded as a special Jonin, or top Chunin level. Haiden is the existence that even the elite Jonins Asuma can count to death. Of course, Sengoku is not sure whether he can do anything to the elite Jonin, if he only relies on the power of talent imprisonment. After all, Heitake is young now, and he is not good at chakra. It is actually very easy for Sengoku to suppress him. This is a kind of restraint. Heitake Sakumo took a deep breath and said, "Shinichi, the surprise you gave me is really big." "Sorry, Sakumo, I belong to the ninja of the secret technique. In your age, I am still more dominant." Kinchi had some apologies on his face. Among the students onlookers, everyone was surprised by this result. After all, Heitake Sakumo has always been the first person in the class. Even the students from the Senju family and Uchiha family can't beat him. Even second Hokage Senju Tobirama, after watching a battle of Heitake Sakumo, said that Heitake Sakumo was the first person at this age. Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Not far away, Sarutobi Suzuki and an old man with a ponytail stood side by side, watching this scene. Sarutobi Suzuki smiled and said, "How about taking people? I am a good new student, right?" The old man with a ponytail next to him has sharp eyes hidden in his eyes. Although there is the Nara clan on his clothes, his breath is not lazy, revealing traces of the Sengoku era. Nara took people to ponder for a while, and said, "Typical ninja, although this battle ended too quickly, from the point of view of the activation of the technique, as long as there are not too many restrictions, it is enough to call it a ninja. But I have not heard that the Uzumaki clan has such a secret technique. As far as I know, it may be his unique upgraded bloodline. After all, you also know that the child, but survived the hunt alone and killed everyone. Nothing special, it's impossible." Bar. Sarutobi Suzuki smiled. Nara nodded and said, "I have been observing this child with you these few days. I have to admit that he is a self-disciplined person. He is restraining himself all the time. Suzuki, maybe the Uzumaki clan will really completely appear in Konoha. Nara is the head of the Nara family and a recognized wise man among Konoha. With the alliance of Ino, Shika, Cho, he has a high right to speak among Konoha's families. Many families of Konoha are worried about the emergence of the Uzumaki clan. After all, Konoha said that it was not big, and his full power was a radish and a pit. A huge Uzumaki clan joined, and the interests of each clan would inevitably be squeezed. Of course, this is a family other than Senju and Uchiha. Senju needless to say, but Uchiha is pure pride. Even if the Uzumaki clan now announces that they have entered Konoha as a whole, they will not take care of them. Anyway, they dare to touch their things. They will let others know what Uchiha is directly, without touching their things. It is not their business. Therefore, there are only a few people in the Uchiha clan today, worrying that Senju and Uzumaki will be more closely connected, and Uchiha will be suppressed. The other people's thinking is basically how big Senju and Uzumaki are, and they will lose their teeth if they dare to touch them. Therefore, the Uchiha clan is now a bystander, and nothing has been done. Other families, even the Hyuga clan, are a little worried. The Hyuga clan is worried that because of the perception ability of the Uzumaki clan, they might seize their management position in the intelligence department. Therefore, they also join the secret alliance of the family. However, There are some families who think this is an opportunity and maintain a supportive attitude towards the Uzumaki family. For example, the two tribes of Yuri and Kurama behind Yuryu, knowing that Yuryu and Sengoku have become friends, are very supportive, and Yuryu's father has often said to keep Yuryu and Sengoku in relationship. Of course, Yuryu didn't think much about it, but thought that his father appreciated his friend making vision and was proud of it for a while. Nara was introduced by many families to observe the future patriarch of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. Sarutobi Suzuki laughed and said, "You know, I have always supported the Senju family's decision. The Senju family are the most determined group of people to defend Konoha. They will not do anything to destroy Konoha." The Sarutobi family and the Ino, Shika, Cho tribe have a deep friendship, so Sarutobi Suzuki hopes that Nara and others can support his decision. After a while, Nara said, "Suzuki, this kid is too mature. And Konoha is not the first Konoha. The time when first generation was in power was the fusion period of Konoha. Entering Konoha one after another, everything is chaotic. Everyone doesn't trust each other and only trusts the first generation, and they hug each other. With the purpose of second generation, the families that hug each other have formed in Konoha's positions. A stronger alliance. For example, you and us, this makes the various families that were in constant disputes close to each other invisibly and become many branches on one body. If only a small family joins Konoha now, it will be no problem, because Konoha's various the family has the confidence to grasp the interests at hand, but the Uzumaki family is different, even if they are only showing a split, but relying on the relationship with the Senju family and their strong abilities, this makes each family feel uneasy. Chapter 31 The Ninja Family's Ideas. Chapter 31 The Ideas of the Ninja Family. Nara didn't cover up too much in the words of taking people, because they, the Ninja clan, faced the Uzumaki clan, the first sealed clan, and they really didn't have much confidence in the competition. The background of this clan is too deep. Even the Hyuga clan, who likes ancient and status, will no longer be arrogant in front of this clan, because the Uzumaki clan belongs to the Daimyo clan and has a kingdom as a domain. And before the age of ninjas came, the Uzumaki clan walked on this land as onmyoges. Among the ninjas, there are only a few that can have this nobleness. Had it not been for the Uzumaki clan to be in a remote place, they would no doubt be Sengoku Kazuo. For each family, they can abandon the tasteless department of the seal class, but they can't believe that the Uzumaki clan will only occupy this department. Power is what everyone is chasing. Sarutobi Suzuki fully understands Nara's idea of taking people. He can have no ill-fated contact with Sengoku. One is that he is in the Sarutobi family today, and his son Sarutobi Hiruzen will also be in the future, so the status of the Sarutobi family will not change. It is that he is very close to the Senju family and can be included in the Senju family. The Uzumaki family has really appeared in Konoha, and it must not affect the status of his family. In the future, maybe. One thing you need to know about people is that race is more stubborn than you think. They are too noble, because the accumulation of their own abilities makes them feel arrogant, even beyond Uchiha. You know, at least Uchiha still considers himself a ninja. Sarutobi Suzuki sighed. When Nara heard his words, there was a complicated expression in his eyes. After a long time, some regrets appeared. Yes, at least Uchiha still thinks that he is a ninja, but the people of that clan. Children, it's just a subconscious measure taken by our families who fear the Uzumaki clan. It's like the escape of birds and beasts during an earthquake. Our decision is actually useless. He knows that the second generation project today is not as easy to talk as the first generation project. If Sengoku is allowed to know the conversation between the two, he will find that he may be blinded by the plot he knows. The Uzumaki clan in the future is lonely and unreasonable, but the prestige they possessed before they fell was his clan. What people inside don't understand. After the battle between Hatake Sakumo and Sengoku was over, the next battle was really worth seeing. Nowadays, the students of ninja school follow the training methods of the Sengoku era. Although the civilian students have insufficient background, they are basically older, and they are not too miserable when they are weak. And the one that Sengoku paid special attention to was a battle between a civilian student and Narakakuno. He had heard the name of the civilian student from Uzumaki Mito before he came to the school. Kamikawa Kyuya, a ninja who uses bows and arrows, is said to be a former Orion in his family. But when Kamikawa Kyuya really fought, Sengoku was surprised. Because of this civilian student named Kamikawa Kyuya, he was able to forcibly attach chakra to the arrow, and condensed a powerful force, showing a strong chakra control ability. Narakakuno was embarrassed in his attack. But in the end, Kamikawa Kyuya lost because chakra was exhausted. After all, his fighting method was too expensive for chakra. But Sengoku was thoughtful, feeling enlightened. Kamikawa Kyuya kept calm at all times, like staring at a prey. Using the fighting method of not attaching to chakra and attaching to chakra, he felt it. Kind of charm. The arrows are cold, but the atmosphere is both ghosts and charms. Although it is still very immature, the fighting method has taken shape. Good. Sengoku smiled a little, but he did not come forward to treat Kyuya Yugawa, because it was just good. He looked at Narajiao, walked to his side, smiled and said, "Nara-kun, I was a little embarrassed just now." Narakakaku rubbed the corners of her eyebrows with a headache, then spread her hands and said, "That guy Kyuya's attack is too difficult to pick up, and it's too fast. But you didn't give him a chance to buy shares. He can't do that level. I have to say, you are more alternative, Nara-kun." Sengoku said this in a low voice, with a gentle smile on his face. The bow and arrow are not very flexible. With Nara-kun's shuriken technique, there should be a chance to interrupt it. Narakakaku laughed dryly and said, "Haha, my shuriken is very weak." Yes. Kinchi didn't say anything more, just narrowed his gaze, and didn't say much. He is very interested in the Nara clan. The people of this clan are very smart. Thinking of the secret technique of their yin attributes, Kinchi's curiosity has risen. But he was not in a hurry, because he knew that he had a chance. In a blink of an eye, 1 month passed. In the Senju mansion, Sengoku stood in a room and sighed. He was not alone in the house. There were also many people wearing the Senju clan emblem, as well as some people from other families in Konoha. Generally in a high position. But outside the house, not many people stood, only the elite of the Senju clan guarding them. On the bed of the room, there was a man lying. The man's hair was a little yellow and the complexion on his face was very bad. He coughed from time to time and sometimes vomited some blood. Uzumaki Mito was sitting by the bed, and Senju Tobirama was also standing by the bed. There was a precious medicinal incense ignited in the room, emitting a sober fragrance. Sengoku is very close to the bed. His former Tsunade's small hands and nose have a strong smell of medicine. His face does not have the peaceful smile of the past, but he is very calm, but there are some sorrows that are not difficult to see in this calm. Sengoku was not disguising his emotions, he was really sad. He and Senju Hashirama didn't have the feelings of elders, but during this period of time, he had the feelings of friends that he had made for years. Kinchi was sad when a friend he recognized died. He no longer thinks that Senju Hashirama is a rigid anime character. He is sad from the bottom of his heart. Although this feeling is not strong, it does exist. Everyone, well, go out, let me have a few words with my family in the last time. When Senju Hashirama talked about it, he stopped coughing, and even his hair color was darker visible to the naked eye, but no one in the room had a happy face. Senju Hashirama's son, Tsunade's father, walked to the front of the mountain and said sadly, "Father." Senju Hashirama's daughter, Senju Yuen, also cried silently. Uzumaki Mito held back the grief in his heart, pulled out a barely gentle smile, and said to the people in the room, "Everyone, please leave the rest of the time to us." After everyone bowed silently, they walked out one after another. When Sengoku wanted to leave, Senju Yuen grabbed him and shook his head at him. At this time, only the Senju Hashirama family and Sengoku remained in the house. Chapter 32 The End of the Ninja God. Chapter 32 The End of the Ninja God. Senju Hashirama didn't talk about Konoha, but only talked about memories and family life, and then comforted the family members in the house. Finally, he let Sengoku approach and smiled when he looked at Sengoku, and said, "Sengoku, since you came, I have paid attention to you very much, because you are very similar to Madara, but not very similar. You are more calm and also know how to hide yourself. Moreover, the difference between you and him is that you will blend in where you are, even if this is just a way to make yourself safer, but believing that the group is the biggest difference between you and Madara. So, when Tobirama said that you are similar to Madara, I will refute him later. But you and Madara are also very similar, that is pride, you are confident that you can hold everything, no, that may be arbitrary. You are hope everything is not beyond my grasp. If I say this, you are no longer like him. Although I may be inverted, you are such a person, and it seems contradictory to me." Senju did not go to see Senju Tobirama because of Senju Hashirama, but looked at Senju Hashirama calmly. Senju Hashirama blinked and suddenly showed a big smile, just like when gambling with Sengoku, and said, "You actually look down on me, you think I'm a stupid person." As soon as these words came out, Senju Yuen and Senju Hashirama's sons both looked at Sengoku unexpectedly, while Uzumaki Mito and Senju Tobirama were also surprised, but didn't say anything. As for Tsunade, they just looked at all this ignorantly. Kinchi thought for a while, then suddenly smiled and nodded, and said, "You can also say yes, but if you look down on it, it won't be enough." He did not hide his thoughts, because he somewhat guessed what Senju Hashirama meant. Senju Hashirama laughed and said, "That's why, I think you are like Madara, because he also thinks I am stupid. No, you are also like Tobirama, because he also thinks I am stupid in his heart." Senju Tobirama looked at his elder brother, and finally said nothing, but the sadness was even greater. And Kinchi sighed and said, "Because we don't have that big mind after all. As for the Madara, I don't know what he thinks, but based on what I know, he should feel that he is not doing enough." His words seemed to belittle Senju Tobirama, but Senju Tobirama did not refute anything. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "I know, my approach is actually naive, but Sengoku, is unification really better? Daimyo won't allow it, and the ninjas of various countries are too big, even if it's me." Konoha was established, and the ninjas of other countries quickly formed a ninja village. Even in the country of fire, the establishment of Konoha was accompanied by a lot of killings. "I don't know some dark things, it's just Madara. And Tobirama did it for me." At the end, there was some sadness on his face, but he continued, "Sacrifice is enough, at least the chaos between the ninja races is over. I don't know what the future will look like, but I've done it. What I can do, no amount of conquests will only make the sacrifices become more and more. The understanding of people and people cannot be solved by killing. The contradiction between culture and region, the horror of interests and ambition, is more than war. It's even more terrifying. So I put my hope in the future. I believe that if I don't have the confidence to solve it, it will be successful in the future. When you bet with me, I can understand everything that seems to be unintentionally, just like what you said about unity. May be able to do it once and for all, but it may also destroy the current situation." After Senju Hashirama said this long sentence, he took a few breaths and looked at Sengoku with serious eyes. "He takes people to gamble whenever he is free. Sengoku is the most willing to play with him, and when gambling is naturally indispensable for small talk. When he tried to explain the meaning of Konoha for Sengoku, Sengoku's response was beyond. To his surprise, he could feel that Kenshi had his own peace in his heart, and the peace that Kenshi spoke of was sometimes tempting, but he was restrained. But it was precisely because of this that he made up his mind to make Kenshi truly understand him. He believes that with Senshi, who insists on peace, a more perfect peace will be created in the future. It was also because of the collision of ideas of peace that made him feel more guilty for Madara. He thought that if he had met Sengoku early, he and Madara would not have gone to that level, because Sengoku's thoughts seemed to neutralize the two of them. Sengoku was silent. He didn't know what to say. Senju Hashirama's statement gave him a great shock. Perhaps it was because he was born in a unified country that he naturally spoke out the benefits of unification without seeing the hidden dangers of the beginning. Senju Hashirama's worries are right, because forcibly combining the ninjas of many countries, the hidden dangers may be great, and the daimyo is also a problem that has to be solved. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Hashirama and sighed inwardly. You are right, but just solve the daimyo together. But in the end he didn't say it, just said, do you put your hope on the will of fire? Do you believe in the future that way? At least, it won't be worse and cruel than my time, right? Sengoku nodded, then looked at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama sighed, and then solemnly said to Senju Hashirama, brother, don't worry. Senju Hashirama smiled with relief. He greeted Tsunade and stroked her head, his expression a little bit reluctant. This man has gone through countless departures, but when it's his turn to leave, his heart only has worries about his family and the future. Tsunade cried suddenly. She didn't know why, she just wanted to cry. She wanted to cry long ago when she stayed in this room. The adults didn't let her talk, and the aunt just cried silently there. People's faces are sad, even if they always have a smile on his face. This brother Kenshi, who should be called his grandfather in generations, does not have a smile on his face, but a look that looks very sad. Everyone is sad, and she feels sad too. When she saw Grandpa, she always felt that Grandpa was going away from herself, just like a butterfly that she couldn't catch, flying into the flowers and never finding it again. Tsunade, don't be sad, don't bet anymore. It's not good to be too Grandpa, haha. In the end, Senju Hashirama's heart, although still thinking about all this, let it go, and leave everything to the future. After all, his original intention for establishing Konoha was not to let the children have a home to grow up. Leave the rest to the future worth looking forward to. The hand on Tsunade's head suddenly dropped. Chapter 33, The Acquisition of Soul. Chapter 33 The Acquisition of Soul. There is an end to everything in the world. Kenshi walked quietly in the rain, feeling the coldness of the rain. A cool feeling slid down his cheeks, and the stray red hair dampened against his neck. The young man's handsome face kept a calm expression, walking in the rain silently, as quiet as a rain ghost. Different. After discussing Senju Hashirama's funeral, it was decided that the corpse should be buried in advance, and no news of the death would be announced. The funeral would be held 2 months later. Within these 2 months, Konoha will make every effort to prepare for the coming war. Yes, war, this is already foreseeable. Senju Hashirama's thoughts were in his mind. The thought in his heart that he might have despised him has disappeared. Senju Hashirama, the man who ended Sengoku, has achieved the best situation he can do. As for the rest, it's not that he can't, nor is it unwilling, but that he is afraid that it can't be maintained. Perhaps this idealist in the eyes of everyone has foreseen that peace is not a long-term thing, and knows the unpredictability of human hearts better than anyone else, but he still chooses to believe in the future. Perhaps his only mistake was to catch the tail beasts, because the deterrence of tail beasts was limited after all, and letting them participate in the war of ninjas would only cause greater sacrifices. After Senju Hashirama's death, he stayed in that room for a long time. The big men in the village discussed a lot in that room, and they didn't shy away from the two children in the room, so Senju Hashirama also had a lot of situations at this time. Understanding. The four major countries can't wait. The peaceful situation where Senju Hashirama alone suppressed the ninja world has disappeared. As long as the news of Senju Hashirama's death is announced, then war will break out. The news of Senju Hashirama's death cannot be kept hidden. As long as the information he fell into and was stolen, this ninja world was no longer peaceful and frictions continued. This made Senju Hashirama walk around in Konoha as long as he could hold it, exposing himself to spies. In the eyes, tell the four big countries that he is still alive. It is already the limit to conceal the news of the death of 2 months, and it may not even last 2 months. Kinchi can only say that he is looking forward to the coming of the war, because it is sooner or later. He wants to become stronger, and master his own destiny as soon as possible. He left after listening to some deployments. He didn't go to Kokutsunade. It was Senju's fate. That woman was stronger than expected, but that's right. After all, she was Senju Hashirama's daughter. As for Senju Hashirama's son, Tsunade's father, he has been silent, but Sengoku felt that he saw his death. Perhaps it was some speculation, but Sengoku thought so. He felt that this man was also extremely proud. At the very least, he was a person who cared very much about his father, because when Senju Hashirama died, the sadness in his eyes was too strong. A proud and caring father, fighting to death for Konoha, the chance of sacrifice is undoubtedly increased too much. Kinchi suddenly sneered, because he felt his body was being pulled. He did not resist, so he disappeared in place, leaving only a puff of smoke. In the ghost town of the demon town, in the space left by the main god, Kinchi looked at the blue Arakawa and threw a scroll he carried with him. Arakawa untied the scroll with a large robe sealed inside. He put it on happily, and said, "Thank you. Just call me Kinchi, and I don't need to be respectful." Kinchi calmly said. Arakawa had already learned summoning, and the timing of the learning made Sengoku a little speechless. Arakawa's 6 eyes stared at Sengoku, pointed to the core crystal not far away, and said, "Actually, I learned it yesterday. But because Taiwan didn't bother you. I'm sorry, but there was a force just now. Why did you enter here? That's why I called you Kinchi." Kinchi looked solemnly, walked over, put his hand on the core crystal, and felt it. Some information was transmitted into his mind, and it also made him understand what was going on. We must know that this space that could be used as a base now has only 3 functions left, namely the ecological control module and the environment shaping module, and the space protection module, remnant. Among them, most of the functions of the space protection module are damaged, but some of them can be applied. When Senju Hashirama died, his energy was too large, and a part of the space protection module was activated. The so-called space protection not only protects the space, but also protects the first authority, because the first authority is the basis for the space not to collapse. When all the authority of the space dies, the basic logic of this space will automatically destroy, and all things will be annihilated. This is also a protective measure for the main god. However, the Lord God probably never thought about the situation that the second authority person did not die, and he would die, which led to the situation where Kinchi became the first authority person now. And Senju Hashirama's death, part of the energy produced collapsed, making the space protection module think that a certain powerful energy body was about to explode, so it began to take effect. But as I said before, the current module is already a handicapped product, so after only collecting a part of the energy for analysis, it is stuck because of the functional defect. Isn't this an energy collector? And this module has been broken to a certain extent, otherwise it will not even be clear between death and self-detonation. It is a pity. If all the functions of this base can be retained, I am now you can be the king and hegemony. After daydreaming, Kinji began to think about how to use this part of the energy. He didn't have much material in his hand, so he thought about it for a long time. Suddenly he thought of the poison nucleus, and then a bold idea came into being, but then he frowned again, because he suddenly thought of a problem, that is, there is no other soul in his hands now. He used all the souls previously as resources for Arakawa, and by the way, he solved the discomfort that the soul had been in his body. Everything was satisfied before, but now it is embarrassing, and there is a question immediately after that, that is how he should collect souls. Thinking of the forbidden techniques that can be done, Kinji felt a headache, complicated and side effects, or there were unknown hidden dangers. At this time, he hoped that a hacky man would stand in front of him and detain himself. His eyeballs, swap with yourself. I don't know why, I suddenly envy my future tribe, Nagato. Rinnegan extracts the power of the soul at will, which is really enviable. Kinji sighed, and finally decided not to focus on this. After thinking about what he knew after the operation, he found that it was the easiest to seal the ghoul. Of course, apart from the art that can be learned at will, the secret art of Konoha's family may meet his requirements. After all, when it comes to soul skills, that clan is outstanding. Chapter 34 100 Ghosts Again. Chapter 34, Making 100 Ghosts Again. The Kato clan, the future Tsunade boyfriend Kato Dan is from this clan. The number of this clan has been very small, but when their reputation was in Sengoku, they were even more prestigious than the Hatake clan of Grandmaster Assassination and Swordsmanship. Known as the strongest assassination family, Sengoku felt that the spiritualization technique of the Kato clan might have a part of the essence of the soul technique. If he could learn this technique, he would not have to rely on the ghoul to seal it up. It is very awkward, always afraid of other hidden dangers. But, now I don't seem to have any other choice. I can only use Shinigami to push it first. I hope Shinigami will not blame it. He closed his eyes and adjusted his state for a while, then said to Arakawa, "Arakawa, I want to create the next one of your kind." Arakawa grinned, his body turned into water and left. After a while, the water returned and regrouped into Arakawa's body. At this time, there were a few more masks in his hands and a short sword pinned to his waist. Seeing this scene, Sengoku smiled and took out a scroll, then spread it out, calling out the energy of Senju Hashirama in the core crystal, and sealing it up the moment it appeared. After closing the scrolls to separate a shadow clone, Sengoku walked elsewhere, far away from the core crystal. It is worth mentioning that after the efforts of the shadow clone who had accompanied Arakawa before, the space at this time is no longer barren. There are grasses on the ground, and some streams are flowing, and so are some small hills. One after another, it seems that there is a mood of birds and flowers. Although there are no birds and no flowers, the flowing streams and the green and empty ground always make people feel better. After Sengoku and Arakawa came to a hill, they took the Shinigami mask given to him by Arakawa. Sengoku suddenly hesitated and touched his stomach, feeling a little painful. Arakawa suddenly said, "Senshi, why don't you let me come, my body can be freely stroked. And after your clone dissipated, what I have been studying is actually the death of ghouls. Summoning is only studied after learning of." Sengoku put almost all the important things in the ghost town Oni mound, and he did not prohibit Arakawa from watching Uzumaki's secret arts. Hearing what Arakawa said, Sengoku was also a little surprised. No wonder it took so long for a summoning technique. You must know that he learned summoning at the beginning, and he was proficient after trying it twice, knowing how much chakra it takes to summon everything. It is very unreasonable for Arakawa to study for such a long time, but he didn't care, he just planned to ask some questions. Unexpectedly, he actually learned the ghoul sealing technique first. "Why did you think of learning this technique?" Kinji asked curiously. Arakawa grinned and said, "Sengoku, you didn't prohibit me from studying these things. Even your clone told me to watch it casually. You can find interesting ones to pass the time, so I just watched it. In addition, I'm very interested in my birth. I am also very interested, so I also asked about my birth process, and I first learned about those techniques, which naturally also includes the technique of ghoul sealing. I feel that if it is to untie the soul in the ghoul seal, it should be suitable for me. Kinchi was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled. Although your body is okay, but the soul is probably unbearable, at least one soul will be lost. Arakawa said indifferently, that can also be used 6 times. Sengoku looked at Arakawa, and suddenly there was a feeling in his heart that could not be described in detail. He clearly knew that Arakawa's loyalty was instilled by him himself, and he painted on white paper. These words he said were entirely due to his own skills. But, why? Sengoku's eyes suddenly became a little bit sorrowful. Obviously I have done it a long time ago. In this world, I must get rid of all emotional constraints and be the most unrestrained person. Sengoku suppressed the feelings in his heart. Perhaps no one will truly understand Kinchi's heart. He is smart, mature, and just a somewhat talented ordinary high school student before he travels to this world. Although he has entered the main god space, he has only just experienced a world before he betrayed and traveled again. Although he has watched Hokage's anime, his era is so strange. Although the people of Uzumaki were very kind to him, after he got familiar with the environment of the Uzumaki clan, he came to Konoha for various reasons. He couldn't find his own belonging or meaning, he just subconsciously made it clear that he must live, so he made an effort. Sengoku suddenly understood the fetters of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The closeness of the two who lost everything to each other was definitely not the only reason for Ashura and Indra in their souls. He suddenly laughed and said, "Ah, then I'll leave it to you. But don't worry, there will be no less than one soul. I have defeated him before." His voice is rarely higher, and his white tender face is full of confidence. Arakawa still said with the same unchanging smile, "Yes, that's how it is, you deserve to be Senshi-sama, even other people can receive this kind of blessing." The two didn't say much. Arakawa put on the Shinigami mask and gave the other masks to Sengoku, and then he sealed his hands. Although he was jerky, the connection was extremely correct. After all, he was constantly accepting the original memories of the 6 souls. Although the acceptance is still extremely slow. When Shinigami appeared, Arakawa did not hesitate to pull out the short sword around his waist and cut his abdomen. Shinigami's wailing voice was trembling, and the soul in the abdomen quickly revealed and was about to fly out, but Arakawa controlled it again. Shinigami grabbed them. Sengoku separated an ordinary earth clone, and also separated a shadow clone, and then took over the shadow clone. In the distance, the shadow clone at the core crystal, after knowing the news here, immediately used his authority to pay attention to the information in the core crystal at all times. Arakawa controlled Shinigami and stuffed a soul into the body of the earth clone, and Sengoku also took the opportunity to use the power of imprisonment to seal the soul in the body of the earth, and then put on the mask of Ise-Zun technique. Began to shape a new personality. As the process of Arakawa's birth repeats itself, the earth clone keeps changing its shape, but it never collapses, but Sengoku's face gradually becomes ugly. After waiting for an hour, Sengoku frowned and looked at it. The earth clone, which was still changing, stretched out a hand and placed it on it, and after feeling the inside for a while, withdrew the imprisonment. When the change in the shape of the earth clone was about to stagnate, suddenly Sengoku used the power of imprisonment again to seal the energy of Senju Hashirama, and then took out a scroll, sealed it up, and then recovered the imprisonment. He sighed. If he hadn't sealed these energies just now, then undoubtedly the earth clone would transform into soil and grow a giant tree at the same time. Chapter 35. Chapter 35 Experiment again. Sengoku asked Arakawa to release the ghoul suffocation technique. Arakawa nodded and stuffed the remaining soul into Shinigami's mouth. At this time, Shinigami's abdomen had been restored to perfection, so there was no need to worry about air leakage. As for the soul that made Hyaki, it was also collected by Arakawa and let Shinigami swallow it. After he had done this, Kinji directly used his ability to cut off the connection between him and Shinigami, and then he undamaged the ghoul sealing technique. Sengoku and Arakawa walked back to the core crystal, and Shadow Clone relieved himself when he saw him. A memory flooded Kinji's mind. He calmed down and finished sorting it out. After thinking for a while, he murmured, "So, is it a problem of energy conflict? But why not before?" He sat cross-legged and thought about it for a long time, and felt that this should have nothing to do with the clone, at least not much. So is it the soul? But he clearly sealed the consciousness possessed by the soul. The more he thought about it, the more entangled he became, and suddenly he reorganized the information he got from Shadow Clone. There is a sentence in which the soul of the unknown energy body is weak, and which energy conflict is suspected. The soul is weak and energy conflicts. It seems that the problem is still Senju Hashirama's energy. Based on this, he redesigned the manufacturing plan. He stood up and separated a Shadow Clone again, and then said to Arakawa, who had been quietly watching him, "Arakawa, when my Shadow Clone disappears, you will summoning me again." "Good." Arakawa nodded, and then released the summoning technique. Sengoku returned to Konoha. Diverted to Konoha's hospital, he relied on the relationship he had established while living in the hospital, wandering around, secretly inquiring, and also came to the civilians' ward, observing the sicknesses. Heavy civilians. Common people in this era are not in good health, and there are indeed some seriously ill civilians. There were 5 targets he considered appropriate, but in the end, he decided that the soul collected was a baby. It was a newly born child, but was about to die. She had no father or mother. Her father died of illness, and his mother died of dystocia, and she unfortunately had her father's illness. The baby's soul is weak, but pure. Kinji looked at the child, who was not very good looking. His eyebrows were frowning. He didn't know if he was doing it right. But in the end he sighed and made a decision. After all, this child is dying and has his own abilities. Her soul can definitely be kept. Simply transfer the soul to the point where there is no need to seal it up with ghouls, as long as the Nightmare Victory seal is used. After he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate, and instantly magnified his perception. When he found that no one was following him, he stretched out 2 fingers and placed them lightly on the baby's body. A trace of chakra entered the baby's body and then withdrew it. Took his own fingers. The other patients in the ward did not find out what Sengoku had done. Kinji sighed, turned, and left. 2 days later, Kinji silently entered the hospital morgue and looked at a small corpse on the morgue. He put on the mask of the Nightmare Victory curse and displayed the forbidden technique, and the red light appeared. He put one hand on the base of the baby's tongue, and with the other hand, he took out a puppet, which was also attached by red light. When the red light disappeared, a curse was printed on the base of the baby's tongue and the puppet. At this time, the baby's soul was attached to the puppet. Kinji took off the mask, and his face was a little helpless. This was why he didn't consider the nightmare spell seal after excluding the ghouls. This technique is really too uncomfortable. The soul seems to collapse from the body at any time. Even if he can use his ability to keep the soul from dispersing, but to use it continuously, the sense of collapse from the soul is beyond him. He turned and left, and went straight to Konoha Back Mountain. During these 2 days, he pretended to be touched just in case, and borrowed wood-style techniques from Uzumaki Mito. Although he did suffer a lot of touches, the main purpose was to prepare for the 100 ghosts. And Uzumaki Mito only thought that he wanted Senju Hashirama to be strong, and did not object. 1,000 stones formed the seal of Shadow Clone and separated a Shadow Clone, and then Shadow Clone was released by itself. In the ghost town, the Shadow Clone who had been accompanying Arakawa, suddenly became distracted, and then smiled and said to Arakawa, "The main body is ready, you can call him." Arakawa nodded, got up directly and Jin slapped the ground. After the smoke passed, Sengoku appeared. Sengoku's mood was very calm, and after appearing, he said in a deep voice, "Go ahead, Arakawa." When everything was ready, Sengoku did not unearth a clone, but directly took out the scroll that sealed Senju Hashirama's energy, opened it, and covered the opened scroll with one hand, and made the seal with one hand, and saw the scroll. The seal was opened, and Kinchi was dragged into the body. Kinchi's face changed, and he felt a great sense of erosion, and gave him a feeling of natural energy invasion. Fortunately, Kinchi once created chakra, and maintained chakra for a long time, even using the fairy. Using chakra to make up for the deficit, the body has adapted and left its instinct. "I can bear it for a while." He didn't hesitate, directly relying on the powerful chakra control energy, began to seal. This is the seal of wood clone. A wood clone was directly separated from him, because the mental energy was provided by Sengoku, so the face was the same as Sengoku. Sengoku put on the mask of the Nightmare Victory Curse seal, and the red light appeared again, covering wood clone and the puppet. 2 new curse seals appeared again. After transferring the soul in the puppet, the first curse mark on the puppet gradually faded, and finally it was almost invisible. However, Sengoku's wood clone suddenly changed, as if it was about to collapse, but Sengoku directly used his abilities at this time to seal him. Seeing the constantly changing avatar, Sengoku frowned, feeling that there should be something missing. He simply took out a petrified talisman and stuck it on the avatar. At the same time, he sent a large amount of chakra into the avatar, and then said to Arakawa, "Arakawa, 2 souls, right now." Arakawa put on the Shinigami mask, performed the ghoul sealing technique, and took out the soul by laparotomy again, separated 2 and stuffed them into the body. Sengoku's perception went deep into it, carefully observing all the changes. He wished he had a pair of Byakugan at this time, and he could observe in more detail. He can only protect the baby's soul as the main material first, and let his imprisoning power seal her soul body, so that she will not collapse conceptually, and his mind power will pass away, directly sealing the consumption of the concept. Far beyond the tangible thing 100 times. Because of the strong natural power in the ghost town of the ghost town, a small Uzumaki was even formed, which entered the body of the clone along with the petrified amulet. It was full, and the 2 souls that Arakawa stuffed into it collapsed and became nourishment. Kinchi immediately tore off the petrified amulet, and then lifted the seal on the baby's soul. Chapter 36. Chapter 36 The Born Daughter. Outside the body of the clone, a cocoon is formed. Seeing this scene, Kinchi let out a sigh of relief and relaxed a little. At the same time, he also contrasted the difference between Arakawa and this 100 ghosts. The birth of Arakawa was entirely based on the addition of the soul and the water body, and then changed the will to create a new consciousness. This process is very simple, but at that time, the chakra of Sengoku still had the characteristics of chakra. After all, during the time he was recovering, his body was completely deficiencies, and it was completely relied on chakra to repair it. After such a long period of maintenance, his chakra and body have left too many traces of celestial arts. It is only now that this legacy has disappeared, but the changes left behind are unspeakable for a while. And the special thing about Arakawa lies in his soul. He is a strange combination of 6 souls sharing one body, rather than a new Hyaki who only takes one soul as the main body, and the rest becomes a nourishment existence. Therefore, the reason why Arakawa can be formed is entirely dependent on the resonance of a large number of souls, coupled with the use of chakra as a primer to forcibly absorb natural energy, so as to achieve a strange balance and be born. When he created Hyaki for the second time, he underestimated the particularity of Senju Hashirama's energy, and the composition of the main body copied the birth of Arakawa, making all aspects of it deficiencies, so that the birth of Hyaki failed. After Sengoku helped Arakawa unblock the ghoul, he put on the mask of Ise-Zun technique and began to shape consciousness for the new Hyaki. He only set the loyalty and basic things, and the rest was completely left to the consciousness to evolve. The cocoon formed by natural energy slowly dissipated, and when a figure just fell, Arakawa suddenly took out a robe and threw it over. The little figure was immediately gathered in the wide robe, and flopped twice inside before sticking out his head. Is a little girl. Sengoku didn't take off the mask on his face, and stretched out his fingers. Please place the little girl's eyebrows, and with the help of Ise-Zun technique, he felt the little girl's newborn consciousness. Kindness, warmth. If the feeling of Arakawa's consciousness is a calm ocean that will always turn up big waves, then this consciousness is a nice little flower blooming in the warm sunshine. I give you a name, Yinko. Yinko, I am Yinko. Sengoku's smile was very soft. He gently folded the robe for the little girl, and then said with a sigh, "Next time, I will make a monster who knows how to make a tailor, specially making clothes for you." Perhaps thanks to Senju Hashirama's energy, Sengoku can feel the tenacious and vigorous vitality in Yinko, and her ability will be very powerful if she wants to come. With a big smile on Yinko's face, he said, "Yinko will help Kinchi by master's own abilities as soon as possible." Because of Arakawa, when Senshi used Ise-Zun technique to shape his consciousness, he guided Yinko to directly call him Senshi, which will probably be the case in the future. Arakawa's 6 eyes were curious, staring at this little new monster. It seems that in addition to Lord Sengoku's shadow clone, there is one more person here. Kinchi didn't stay that day. After leaving a shadow clone as usual, he returned to Konoha. It was not until a week later that he returned to the ghost town of the demon town. Looking at the 2 grass houses beside a stream at the foot of the hill, he was taken aback for a moment, and then smiled. "It looks like there is some popularity." His shadow clone said, "Xiaoinko is very interesting and powerful. Shouldn't it be the achievement of Senju Hashirama's power wave? Ability is good. After all, value is the most important thing to maintain the relationship. Although I did not instill the weak and strong food of the legendary monsters in the monsters I made, as long as the creatures are not strong enough, they will eventually be squeezed out. It's not just her and Arakawa who made it. Well, the truth is always the same. But we are the patriarchs, and we will never let this happen. But the strength of this child can be said to be a real surprise. We are not afraid of injury in the future. We have a strong to the amazing nanny. You can rest assured to start a group in the future. Really, I'm a little bit looking forward to getting your memory, so that I can know what kind of surprise it is as soon as possible. But, it's really strange to talk to myself like this." Kinchi's face was a bit awkward. Shadow Clone snorted, "You are hypocritical, and you don't want to think about where we came from. The way of thinking is more complicated. The natural character of my shadow clone is also more obvious. In ancient society, normal modern how is a person's absent-minded thinking different from mental illness?" Kinchi raised his eyebrows and said, "I think your attack surface is a bit broad." Shadow Clone didn't bother to talk nonsense with his own body, and directly relieved himself. There was a large amount of memory in the sea of thousand stone brains, and I had to sit on the ground, slowing down for a long time before shook his head and stood up. "Is this being rejected by yourself?" He somewhat wanted to beat himself. He turned his head to look at Arakawa, who had been silently guarding him, and said, "What did Yinko do?" "Too many memories, he has to deal with it slowly." Arakawa smiled and said, "She is obsessed with building thatched cottages and is now moving around in the space. Do you need me to call her back?" Wait for her for a while. Kinchi shook his head and began to organize his memories, the focus of which was naturally the ability of Yinko. During this week, Yinko's ability has been basically figured out with the help of Sengoku Shadow Clone and Arakawa. First, it is summarized by Shadow Clone as the ability of Grass Escape, which can control the growth of grass and make the grass hard. But just like Senju Hashirama's wood style can still bloom, the ability of Yinko is not limited to grass, any plant can be used, so it is not bad to call this ability the power of growth, but Yinko is more handy in controlling grass. So it is called Cao Dun. The second is the healing ability. Yinko can share its own vitality with others to achieve the purpose of healing. The effect is temporarily unknown, but according to the high energy level analyzed by the core crystal, the effect should be very strong. The third is the ability to absorb. This ability can be said to be complementary to the second ability, that is, you can rely on plants to supplement your own vitality. It can be said that as long as Yinko has high potential, relying on these three abilities, it can become a powerful assistant and nanny. In addition, Shadow Clone also discovered that Yinko's body gradually becomes stronger after absorbing the vitality of the plant. This discovery made Sengoku a little silent. If there is no limit to this ability, an adult Tsunade suddenly appeared in his mind, breaking the ground with one foot. However, it is worth mentioning that Yinko is very kind. She prefers to achieve some kind of symbiosis for absorbing plant life. She helps plants grow and gain vitality in the process, rather than violently seizing it. Chapter 37 Artifacts. Chapter 37 Artifacts. Sengoku was very surprised by the ability of Firefly. It can be said that it is already very powerful. As long as the potential for growth is high, it can be said that it is inevitable that Firefly surpasses Arakawa. Although the composition of Arakawa is composed of 6 souls, they are extremely powerful, and they have also borne extremely strange soul abilities, and have the ability to control water similar to the Ghost Lamp clan. But Firefly's ability is even more powerful and dangerous. It can even be said that this is a reduced Senju Hashirama. After a while, Firefly walked back with a brisk pace. Seeing Sengoku, she didn't show any reaction, but Sengoku greeted Arakawa with a smile on her face. "Little Firefly, this is the body of Lord Sengoku." Arakawa grinned. It is worth mentioning that during this period, Arakawa took the initiative to root Sengoku and said that he was not used to calling him Sengoku, and adding an adult would make him less awkward. Kinchi thought about it and agreed, after all, it was just a title. And Firefly, maybe because of Senju Hashirama's energy, there are some careless things, but I don't think there is any problem with calling Sengoku called Sengoku. Firefly was excited for a moment, and then wondered, but, it doesn't make any difference. I remember Sengoku said that his clone will also give back memories to the body. In this way, Sengoku has always been with us. Bar. Arakawa was a little stunned, and then Six Eyes showed thoughtfulness. Kinchi smiled and said, "Yes, it doesn't make a difference, but it's always better to accompany you on the body." "Does little Firefly like to build houses?" Firefly nodded excitedly, and said, "It's very fulfilling, Firefly loves it. Many beautiful houses have been built." Sengoku took out a scroll, handed it to her, and said, "You have learned how to unscrew the scroll. Here are some flower seeds. There are many beautiful varieties. You can try to cultivate what you like and fill in some colors here." Speaking of this, Kinchi looked at the grass, and suddenly remembered that the grass seeds here are all built in the space. It seems that the person who designed this space gave the basic version of the space to the grass. When he used his authority to manipulate the space, the soil in the space was restored to life, and after the water source was created, the grass seeds were also revived. The vitality of these grass seeds can be said to be very strong, and it seems that the grass seeds themselves are the rules of the space. Kind of. Thinking about it this way, the firefly was born in this space after all, so it seems reasonable to be able to manipulate the grass better. I just don't know if the same is true for the grass outside. This is also his mistake. Thinking that the space is already full of grass, he didn't collect grass seeds. This week, he just searched for some flowers and tree seeds. Fireweed's ability is different from Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama's ability is based on chakra, while firewood is a catalyst, and it can be said to be complementary to plants. It seems that Senju Hashirama is stronger, but it is hard to say. After all, Firefly can absorb the vitality of plants to strengthen itself. In Sengoku, the power of Senju Hashirama is not only the wood style formed by the simple sun and soil and water properties, because Senju Hashirama's power can suppress the tail beast, so the power of wood style should be more essential, close to the sacred tree. When Sengoku's thoughts turned rapidly, Firefly had already happily unlocked the seal on the scroll, took out the various seeds in it, and began to try to plant it. Seeing a jasmine flower in full bloom, she let out a cheering sound, very happy. Sengoku looked at her happy, paused for a while and continued to think, then quietly watched Firefly playing. Firefly's ability is not strong at this time. Let 10 flowers grow, which is a bit tired, but at the same time that it consumes power, she has listened to the teachings of Sengoku Shadow Clone and has learned to learn from plants in the process. Vitality, so her breath is almost imperceptibly strong. If it hadn't been for Kinchi to perceive her situation all the time, it would be impossible to detect it at all. But it was this growth that made Kinchi let go of his heart. Smelling the fragrance of flowers reverberating from the tip of his nose, he felt a little happy. He retracted his gaze, looked at Arakawa and said, "How are you doing? My clone has never asked you about it? I only know that you are very interested in surgery and have been studying." Arakawa thought for a while and said, "My words, there is no substantial improvement, but I am already proficient in my abilities, and I am still different from the one I was just born. By the way, Lord Sengoku, I don't know if I can be here. Give me some water-style techniques? This is very helpful for me." Kinchi was not surprised. After thinking for a while, he said, "I'll help you get it. Get stronger soon. Maybe I'll be on the battlefield soon." Arakawa looked a little gloomy because of his 6 eyes, but now he was even more gloomy. He said solemnly, "As you are, will they let you go to the battlefield?" Some conditions and events in the Hokage world, as well as Sengoku's current identity, were transmitted to them when the consciousness was being shaped, so Arakawa also has a certain understanding and consideration of these things. Sengoku thought for a while, and laughed, "It's a high probability not. Although I am the younger brother of Uzumaki Mito, I belong to the Senju family of irons. I should be the leader of the Will of Fire, but after all, I have just come to Konoha, and I am still Uzumaki. A family of seeds left in Konoha. So it shouldn't let me go to the battlefield. But I will take the initiative to ask for it. After all, you also know that the battlefield is a good place for me. As long as I have enough materials, I can create more companions for you, and it also represents my strength." Powerful. Arakawa was silent. He wanted to persuade, but he didn't say anything. After all, he fully understood the existence of Sengoku. After a while, he sighed, "I will supervise the training of Yinko. She has growth that I can't match, and her healing ability is what you need most." Sengoku nodded and said, "It's true, but you don't have to belittle yourself. Although Firefly can guarantee my state and life, I must also need your combat power. At that time, I will let you stay with me for a long time. By my side, after all, I don't have any thoughts of taking risks." He showed a natural expression, which also made Arakawa let go of his heart. In fact, As Sengoku said, although the power of Firefly surprised him, what he really needs is Arakawa. Arakawa can easily control the water flow and possess the most mysterious and deadly soul ninjutsu for a ninja. He is a pseudo-cage level existence, and the so-called artifact is actually a concept set by Sengoku. There is no specific statement in Hokage's world. Specifically, it can do what cage level can do and can change the existence of the battle, but it is not cage level itself. For example, if it can be launched in the future, the 4-member group of the 12 ninjas, the Guardian of the Land of Fire, which is thunderous, can be regarded as artifacts, or the power of the Master Earth Spider clan, comparable to the forbidden of a small nuclear bomb. The people of technique can also be called an artifact. On the contrary, Heitake Kakashi can only be called the best among the elite jonin in Sengoku, because he has no power to change the situation of the battle, although he may be able to solve the above-mentioned people called artifacts. Chapter 38 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mei. Chapter 38 Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mei. Sengoku's prediction came true, and the war really broke out ahead of schedule. The 4 big nations are more eager than he thought, and the number of spies they ambush is not average. Sengoku, who was puzzled about this, asked Uzumaki Mito specifically, but Uzumaki Mito told him that this is normal. After all, the time difference between the establishment of the 5 ninja villages is not much, and the 4 first-generation movies except Senju Hashirama, all can be said to be heroic figures, and naturally they will not let go of the opportunity to plant spies with each other. At the beginning of the village, it was undoubtedly easy to install spies, so there are a large number of spies from other villages in the 5 great ninja villages, including Konoha. Yes, although Senju Hashirama is undoubtedly very hip in this respect, his younger brother Senju Tobirama is not inferior to other first-generation movies at all, and it is even worse. However, it is inevitable that the information of each village can be said to be mutually transparent to a certain extent. This is the fact that after so long, spies have been cleaned up a lot, but this is a problem left over from history, and it cannot be avoided. The impact can only be slowly eliminated over time. It was only then that Kinchi suddenly realized that the information of the 5 ninja villages was more transparent than he had imagined. Konoha's various dispatches are no longer concealed, and the large-scale transfers have also made Konoha civilians and ninjas understand that the war is coming. The young people admire the glory of the ancestors in the Sengoku era and are full of longing for the battlefield. Of course, there are some fears and disgusts, while the old people are worried about the arrival of the war, even the Uchiha clan. Unlike the young people in the clan who are excited to open several pairs of Sharingan, these old people basically hate the war. These Uchihas who came out of the Sengoku era are disgusted with war in their hearts. They never stop fighting, and their relatives leave one by one. They even gave up continuing to follow Uchiha Madara, but chose to stay in Konoha. This was a place of peace that he recognizes. But the war has come again, and it is inevitable, which makes the Uchiha clan seniors have some different ideas. They are not afraid of fighting, they just think it's right to continue following Patriarch Madara. But after a brief riot, the patriarch of the contemporary Uchiha clan decided to support Konoha with all his strength. The other ninja races are roughly the same. Naturally, Sengoku would not be willing to just stay in school, but for no reason, he did not speak, but said goodbye to his teacher Sarutobi Suzuki. As a well-known expert in Konoha, he is bound to go to the battlefield. Yes, and when he was about to leave after bidding farewell, Sengoku saw the future third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the courtyard of the Sarutobi clan. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has a green face. Although the body is not tall, it gives people a powerful feeling. Sengoku looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen curiously, thinking about what kind of person he was. "Why, are you interested in me?" "Sengoku-kun." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, looking very kind. It stands to reason that Sengoku is Sarutobi Suzuki's apprentice, and coupled with his age, Sarutobi Hiruzen can be called Xiao Sengoku, but Sengoku is Uzumaki Mito's cousin after all, and his status is still very high, so he is Senju Tobirama's apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very polite. Sengoku suddenly realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile was similar to his usual smile, but it was more hearty. His eyes flashed slightly, and he said, "It's just a little curious about the apprentice of second generation. He is outside and has always called Senju Tobirama the second generation. Haha, do you feel disappointed? After all, I don't have anything special." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed. Sengoku smiled and said, "Why? Brother Hiruzen looks very good." "Really? I'm really honored, but the compliments from the people who are good at perception, I am ashamed to accept it." Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen smiling, Sengoku is actually a little unnatural. After all, he always feels that this look is like his usual self. He mocked himself from the bottom of his heart. He was wearing a false mask to people, and he couldn't even look at him with a smile. NS. But this color monkey is really impolite. I said so badly. Maybe it was his nosebleed peeping at the female bathhouse. Squeezing the vomit from the bottom of my heart, Kinchi said, "I'm good at perceiving, but I dare not speak. But speaking of it, Hiruzen brother, will you go this time?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a little more serious this time, and he nodded and said, "This is natural, but I and a few other companions are with Mr. Hokage and exist as a guard team. Although we are really talking about our strength, it is us. To receive the asylum of Master Hokage." There was some shame on his face. It didn't look like a fake, Kinchi observed it suspiciously again, but in the end he didn't get any useful results. After chatting a few more words, Kinchi said goodbye. After his figure disappeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen touched his chin, wondering with some doubts how he felt that the future little patriarch of the Uzumaki family felt a little wary of himself. But he didn't take it to heart. He just walked into the room with an illusion and was thrown out. Sarutobi Suzuki wore a kimono and gritted his teeth angrily and said in a low voice, "FK. Come back so late, you peeping again?" "No. I was wronged. Father. Hi. Don't fight. It hurts me to death." Kinchi, who had already gone quite far away, suddenly stopped, feeling that he heard some scream, but because it was too vague, he had to move his feet and leave again. In a flash, the war has been going on for 5 months. During this period of time, Kinchi settled down to train his own shortcomings, and focused more on training his own responsibility. This is important on the battlefield. For this reason, he often interacted with him even without secret skills. Heitake Sakumo duet practice. Although Kinchi's overall quality is not weak, he finally understands what Heitake Shumo's desperate advantage in the same class is like without using his own natural ability and relying on the mask to activate the forbidden technique. The speed is as white as training, and the master has powerful sword skills. Even if Sengoku can capture his speed, the reaction is always half a beat slow. It is impossible to say that it is impossible to fight back. With the already proficient attribute escape technique, with the huge chakra, the speed is not weak. Sengoku has not won, but as long as Heitake Shumo catches the opportunity, then it is a lost word. It can be said that during this period of time, Kinchi was painful and happy. Progress was visible to the naked eye, but injuries were frequent. After all, there was no harm in training. In the ghost town of the ghost town, the situation is also good. Arakawa is familiar with her own power and continues to develop in depth. Yinko has also made great progress. Now her vitality is so strong that Sengoku just stands by her side. Will feel comfortable. Chapter 39. Chapter 39 On the Battlefield. Bai Lian's figure flashed past, but he was unstoppable. Kumu collided with short sword and made a scream of gold and stone. In a flash, there were several collisions. Sengoku stepped on the clogs, and the pace was turbulent, staggered and unmoved, staring at Heitake Sakumo with his eyes, Kagura's eyes closed in the range of his body. On the other hand, Heitake Sakumo was extremely calm with his swords, but every sword was extremely harsh. Fenmadefa watched the battle between the two nervously, for fear that one of the students would be killed by the other party if one was careless. A string of spells flew out of Kinchi's sleeves, and directly forced Heitake Shimao away. The spells fell on the open space, but only a few of them took effect, bursting out flames. After training, plus for the master of ninjutsu, Sengoku can already make his own charms. The 5 elements seal can be said to be the foundation of the 5 elements spell. This is also the reason Sengoku practiced the 5 elements seal before. The charms were originally the secret fighting method of the Uzumaki clan, such as Uzumaki Mito. The 2 charms she used to drop all the year round were not simple decorations, but genuine high-level charms, each hiding a Uzumaki forbidden technique. Moreover, the difficulty of making attribute charms is much more complicated than that of explosive charms, and its power is not stronger than explosive charms. It is only suitable for the Uzumaki family of ninjas who are extremely talented in sealing arts, and they will never be out of date. After all, not everyone who is good at ninjutsu the ninja also has the talent of sealing technique. Pushing Heitake Sakumo away, Sengoku immediately began to seal the seal. His seal was not fast, but the seal was extremely short. This is a water-style ninjutsu. Sengoku spouted a water arrow from his mouth. Heitake tilted his head and avoided it. However, the moment he avoided him, he noticed something was wrong, his expression changed. Can curl up as best as possible. The water arrow exploded suddenly, but the power of the explosion was very small, and it only collapsed the water of Heitake Shumo. The explosive symbol in the water arrow was just a weakened explosion symbol with almost no power. Heitake Sakumo stopped his movements, raised a hand, and said, "I admit defeat." Fenmadefa breathed a sigh of relief and announced the end of the duel exercise. After the two sides reached the seal of reconciliation, Heitake Sakumo said helplessly to Kinchi, "Your style of play is newly researched. It just took shape a few days ago. I put a sealing charm on all parts of my body, including my mouth. Excluding my special physique, this is all my strength." Sengoku explained with a smile. Heitake Sakumo's eyes became a bit dead fish and said, "You said that, I am even more depressed, but you really show the advantages of your Uzumaki clan too much, and you don't even let your mouth go." Kinchi shook his head and said, "Your strength is still above mine. Your sword is too dominant for people of our age. Even if it is me, I dare not let you be close for too long as there is a chance. I will avoid you, otherwise I will definitely lose." Heitake Sakumo was a little depressed and said, "That's how it is said, but since you started making spells, it is impossible for me to stay close to you." Kinchi flicked the ash on his clothes, and said indifferently, "In the past 5 months, what you have bullied me into, it's time for me to be a bit prestigious." Heitake Sakumo didn't bother to open his mouth to refute anything. After all, Sengoku hadn't used his unique ability to confine his body during these 5 months of dual training. The battle between them is inherently unequal, which is equivalent to a ninja who is good at ninjutsu, but he has to fight against others by relying on ninjas. But Kinchi's progress is also in his eyes, and he actually admires Kinchi in his heart. One day's class was over quickly. Sengoku returned home and found Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito has been suppressing emotions since Senju Hashirama's funeral, but since the land of the earth put the tail beast on the battlefield some time ago, after returning from a trip to the battlefield, it may be the reason for venting, but it seems I'm in a good mood a lot. Sister Mito, how is the family situation? On the family side, don't worry, the strength of the Uzumaki clan is very strong. The contemporary patriarch of the Snow clan of Kirigakure, Suejintang, died in the hands of your father, and even gave the lives of 13 elite jonin. Kinji frowned a little, but he just sighed lightly. After all, this kind of thing was unavoidable. After all, the country of Vortex was located between the country of fire and the country of water. As for the Snow clan of Kirigakure, he knows that the ice escape of this clan is extremely powerful and comprehensive bloodline, but it is not surprising that he died in front of his father. In his previous life, this tribe was mistakenly referred to as the Shuiwuya clan, and the Bai who followed and did not cut it was also mistakenly referred to as the Shuiwuya Bai, but in fact, the Bai tribe has always been called the Shui clan. And Kinji has also learned about this tribe, the so-called Snow clan, which is named after Shui. This clan is said to be cold and arrogant and cold like snow, and Kirigakure's killer village style is quite complementary. Uzumaki Mito looked at this picture of Sengoku, knowing that he was worried about the family, and she secretly sighed. Sometimes she didn't want the glory of the family to be less. In this case, the Uzumaki clan would have been integrated into Konoha for a long time, and she would add to it. With the powerful various abilities of the Uzumaki clan, I think it would be nice to come. Sister Mito, I want to take a look on the battlefield. Sengoku pressed the thought in his heart and said softly. As soon as Uzumaki Mito wanted to oppose, he heard him continue, I don't mean to fight for anything, I understand me. It was the last compromise of the Uzumaki clan, but Sister Mito, I want to go to the battlefield and see. I am afraid that I will be weak in the future. He is still too much like a flower in a greenhouse compared to a child in the real Sengoku era. Uzumaki Mito swallowed the objection and thought about it. After a long time, she said, it is true. You should really see the battlefield. But Sengoku, are you really ready? You need to know that war is. It's very cruel. Can your forbearance carry this cruelty? Can your will accept the real bloody temper? You must know that the blood on the battlefield is not comparable to the pursuit you are facing. Kinji smiled and said, you have to know it before you know it. Uzumaki Mito was silent for a while before saying, I understand. Soon, the patriarchs of Ino, Shika, Cho will return to Konoha. You can go to the battlefield with them. I will arrange Senju Uchiha and Senju Ichiba. Sincerely come to protect you. Okay, thank you Mito. Sengoku did not object to this, but obeyed Uzumaki Mito's arrangement. In fact, he is a little happy. After all, the Ino, Shika, Cho combination is considered Konoha's top combat power, and Uzumaki Mito arranged two Senju ninjas, who are also senior jonin of the Senju clan staying in Konoha. With this arrangement, it can be said that Kinji's safety has been fully guaranteed. As for the material problem, Sengoku naturally has a solution. Chapter 40 Material Collection. Chapter 40 Material Collection. Nara Takeran, Akamikishin, Yamanaka Fiiyin, these are the heads of the three families of Ino, Shika, Cho today. They look very old, but in fact they are all 40 or 50 years old. This is probably also a common appearance of the patriarchs from the Sengoku era. After all, the chaos and disorderly savage fighting in the face of Sengoku, these patriarchs they are getting old quickly. Nara is a man with a long scar on his left eyebrow and a ponytail. He looks like a very intelligent person. His face is vicissitudes, but he stands straight, without the lazy temperament of the later Nara. When Sengoku saw him for the first time, he was very vigilant towards the chief Nara. A smart person who needs and desires benefits, he is not annoying, but he is very defensive. As for Akamika Ishin, the typical figure of the Akamika clan, he can see some of his unique honesty, but the bloody smell on his body lets Sengoku know that this is definitely a person who can't just look at the surface. And Yamanaka Flying Rock, which looks unremarkable, does not seem to exist at all. But Uzumaki Mito specifically instructed him before he came, be sure to pay attention to Yamanaka Hiwa, this is an extremely powerful ninja, it can be said that his status in Konoha's intelligence system is no worse than that of the Hyuga clan who owns Byakugan, and it also has an important position in the interrogation department. He is a typical and powerful ninja. His practice in secret arts even surpasses the Yamanaka patriarchs of the past. It can be said that he is the most outstanding existence in this generation of Ino, Shika, Cho. After these three ninjas with different temperaments stood in front of Sengoku, Sengoku felt that he felt safe enough. Ino, Shika, Cho returned to Konoha, pulling up another reserve force to go to the battlefield to support, so there was no delay. After knowing that Sengoku was Mito's arrangement, he didn't say much. Soon, the new troops left Konoha. Sengoku simply bid farewell to Hatake Sakumo and Yuryu, and did not tell anyone. Hatake Sakumo was naturally envious, but helpless. He wanted to go to the battlefield and no one agreed. In fact, although his reputation is considered to be a genius of equal fame among Konoha today, even if Uzumaki Mito arranged for him to follow Nara to take people, Nara would never be so happy to take people. Because Nara knew very well that Sengoku was more than just a genius. With his abilities, he was completely a powerful ninja. This is because he didn't count his record before coming to Konoha. So Nara's choice of people is entirely based on the idea that one more combat power is a good thing. After accepting Sengoku, he didn't worry too much at all. When the troops entered the border, the troops encountered more attacks, and Shinichi really saw the strength of this generation of Ino, Shika, Cho. Controlling the size of Akamaiki Ishio at will, like a heavy weapon on the battlefield, destroys all formations and obstacles. Nara uses secret and large-scale shadow mystery to make people unpredictable. Just be led by Akamaiki Ishio. Exposing flaws is equal to death. And that plain Yamanaka flying rock is even more terrifying. The secret technique of the Yamanaka family has been used by him to give the feeling of spiritualization technique, and his existence makes the large formation torn by Akamaika Shiwen more thorough. Being torn apart, the enemy can only fight alone. As long as one of his own closes, the next moment he will be attacked by his teammates. The cooperation of Ino Shikacho made Kinchi an eye-opener, and he even wondered if he came out too early, so he should be considering the material during his training for several years. But thinking of Arakawa, who had received a lot of memories in the ghost town of the ghost town, his heart was much calmer. Although his current foundation is indeed insufficient, he is not fighting on his own, he just came to visit. Moreover, he came to the battlefield without any certainty. Although he is too young today, he is a person who wants to be a long time in chakra after all. Now his physique, it can be said that he has the potential of sage body, plus this may. The battle with White Fang stimulated his bloodline even more, so that he had awakened the bloodline, adamantine sealing chains, the signature bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. After owning adamantine sealing chains, he didn't feel anything. He felt that it could only be used as a supplement to his natural ability, but he did not expect that after he tried the forbidden technique in the mask, the vague idea at the time was actually fulfilled. Ns. That is, the power of forbidden technique can really stay on the chains of adamantine sealing chains, which greatly reduces the burden of forbidden technique on the body. This also made him finally understand why the Uzumaki clan are so keen on developing forbidden technique. It turns out that the root is in this adamantine sealing chains. It's just that the development of adamantine sealing chains alone will cost most of the people's life. This ability to board the technique can be said to be the patent of a few strong people. And those predecessors who developed forbidden technique can rely on the ability of adamantine sealing chains to reduce their backlash. This is probably the reason why there are so many forbidden techniques in the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, Sengoku also discovered that the power of adamantine sealing chains can also carry his imprisonment very well. In this way, once he is restrained by adamantine sealing chains, he will be subject to the double banning ability of adamantine sealing chains itself and Sengoku's talent. Just after encountering an attack, Sengoku asked Nara if he was close to the border. When Nara told him that he was about to go, he used Earth-style ninjutsu to make a big hole in the ground deep under his feet. And then used adamantine sealing chains to get out from the solace of the feet and into the deep hole. The adamantine sealing chains hosts the summoning technique that Sengoku had prepared long ago, which summoning had prepared when the enemy took advantage of the sneak attack. In the underground cave, Sengoku successfully summoned Arakawa out. When they were all gone, Arakawa came out of the soil. At this time, he was wearing a large robe and carrying a huge scroll on his back. This is Sengoku specially designed for storage. Prepared by the material. Arakawa meticulously searched the battlefield, and followed Konoha's troops far away, but because Sengoku left his mark in secret, he did not follow him. In the remaining battlefield, he will seal the corpses with the breath of Sengoku Chakra first. On Kinchi's side, not only did he encounter an enemy attack, but he also passed many villages, as if he had encountered war. Ino, Shika, Cho supported the abdomen of Kusanokuni, the ninja who was against Rock Shinobi. After arriving at the stable camp, Kinchi also participated in some post-war efforts to condense the corpse and patrol. In front of a dying person, or after capturing an enemy, he will usually ask him to solve those who are not worthy of interrogation, but in fact, he will use the force of imprisonment to delay their vitality. After he and the Senju duo who guarded him leave, Arakawa will come and take out the scrolls to unblock the Sengoku shadow clone inside. The shadow clone will naturally use the nightmare spell seal to collect souls. Sengoku must do the step by himself. After all, if Arakawa uses the Nightmare Victory Seal, it is estimated that the 6 souls will collapse directly, and his soul stability is worse than that of a normal ninja. Chapter 41. Chapter 41 Combat. When Sengoku and the Senju duo who guarded him were jumping and patrolling in the trees, Sengoku suddenly stopped, and his perception instantly shrank, and he perceives the surrounding things in detail, and finally found something wrong. There is a place in the land with an extreme the secret chakra flows. Sengoku leaked a sneer, and took out a special kunao in his hand, wrapped in dense exploding charms. Almost the whole is wrapped several times. Kinchi threw him out, and after so long of training, this Kiwa training that he hadn't paid much attention to has finally improved somewhat. Speaking of it, I blame the Uzumaki clan for too many chakras. Even children have enough chakra, so the enlightenment of the Uzumaki clan is ninjutsu instead. Throwing is only an auxiliary training and is not taken seriously. Only the Uzumaki clan can be so arrogant in the ninja world. Explosion Kumo flew out with the sound of breaking wind, and directly pierced into the ground not far away, followed by a violent explosion, soil and vegetation splashing, thick smoke rising, and a scream. Kaishi curled his mouth and said in a low voice, "I missed the shot again." The Senju duo looked at each other helplessly. Although young Master Sengoku was very good, it was hard to say anything about throwing skills alone. But fortunately, the seal art experts of the Uzumaki clan have wealthy detonating charms, so Master Sengoku's method of making up for it is not impossible. Sengoku squinted his eyes, and speaking of it, he still had some hands on the making of spells, so these detonating charms were all provided to him by Uzumaki Mito. This tactic was something he wanted to use a long time ago, perhaps because of the influence of his previous life, and he also had an obsession with fire power carved into his soul. The smoke dissipated, and Kinchi's perception began to search carefully. His eyes moved slightly, revealing a look of interest, and he took out 2 detonating talisman kunao in his hand. Just about to throw it out, he saw 2 earth dragons fly up and roll towards them. Earth style. Earth dragon technique. One of the Senju duo immediately made a seal, and the ground beside their feet also rose up, forming a huge earth dragon, directly fighting with the 2 earth dragons. It was obviously a dead object formed by force, but it was like 3. Like real dragons, they are fierce and flexible. Another person also took the lead, and dozens of soil thorns rose up, putting an end to all the soil dragons. At this time, the attacker also showed his figure. It was Rock Shinobi's ninja. There are two people, one of them, his left body is full of blood. Damn kid. The injured Rock Shinobi's ninja had a grim face and a low roar full of anger. The Sengoku Supremacy Explosive Talisman was personally provided by Uzumaki Mito. The power cannot be compared with the ordinary explosive talisman. At that moment, 3 Rock Shinobi ninjas were killed. The injured Rock Shinobi ninja watched his side. A companion was blown up, and if he hadn't escaped quickly, he wouldn't just be injured in his left arm. In fact, the injuries he suffered were not serious, mainly due to splashes by his teammates around him. He was full of fear. Kenshi just smiled, and he raised a hand, forming a knot of seals. Immediately after the 2 kunai in his hands suddenly threw, the 2 ninjas did not dare to hold on, and quickly avoided. When the Senju duo wanted to go up, Sengoku stopped them and rushed up by himself. He rushed to the injured Rock Shinobi, and the Senju duo had to go to the other Rock Shinobi. Boy, who do you think of as Laozi? Laozi is Jonin from Rock Shinobi. The injured Rock Shinobi's face was full of madness. Their mission was to assassinate Sengoku. At this time, he felt a sense of revenge, as if the arrogant kid would die in his hands next moment. His body also rushed forward, and the 2 of them quickly faced each other, and even the distance between their faces was only half an arm's distance away. Rock Shinobi's kunai waved his love, and a short sword appeared in Sengoku's hand. With the collision of the blades and the neighing of gold and iron, Kenshi felt a strong force, and took advantage of the momentum to retreat, and his body leaned back slightly. Rock Shinobi seized the opportunity and took out the kunai in the ninja bag around his waist with the other hand, and stabbed Sengoku from the top down. Sengoku's eyes were not flustered. Instead, they were calm as stagnant water. His immature face looked like watching a game of fishing. The injured Rock Shinobi suddenly felt a little flustered in his heart, but then it turned into anger, and the suffering in his hands became more intense. Quickly. Suddenly, Sengoku leaned back greatly, and his body shrank into a ball with the help of his shortness. At this moment, it seemed to be completely covered by Rock Shinobi's body. At this moment, he kicked out and hit Rock Shinobi's abdomen. He was repelled by him. The power fell to the ground, but Rock Shinobi was also kicked. Under the shock, Rock Shinobi directly threw the kunai that was about to stab, and went towards Sengoku, but was directly hit by Sengoku's short sword. Then 3 golden chains appeared in Sengoku's body and shot directly into the sky. Rock Shinobi's face changed drastically. He naturally knew that the famous bloodline of the Uzumaki family, but a 6- or 7-year-old child could awaken, which he would never have imagined. But while in the air, he couldn't take advantage of it, and was directly blocked by the golden chain. Chakra was completely stagnated and unable to move. And Shinichi's hands were sealed at this time, and then he put one hand up under his lips, his cheeks bulged, and then a fiery ball of fire spewed out of his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Rock Shinobi was hit directly, turned into a torch in the air, and even the screams were extremely short. Sengoku rolled his body and climbed up, retracted adamantine sealing chains, looking at the flame-carrying corpse on the ground, raised his brows. I was a little surprised by this result. It was not that the battle ended too quickly, but that great fireball didn't kill people. Reality. Really, don't think I'm a kid so bully. The Jonin of Rock Shinobi died completely of contempt, and even gave up his ninjutsu, which he was good at, to compare physical skills with Senshi. Maybe he thinks a child is very bullied. But Sengoku awakened the adamantine sealing chains of Uzumaki bloodline. He seized the opportunity of a mistake and directly used adamantine sealing chains to suppress Rock Shinobi Jonin's chakra, and then a powerful fire-style ninjutsu took it away. This is really the shame of death without scorn, he actually died under the Great Fireball technique. Kinchi sighed, unexpectedly some pitiful opponents, perhaps he shouldn't use Great Fireball technique, should use another ninjutsu. Speaking of it, he thought it was unique to the Uchiha clan, but after Konoha was established and stabilized, each clan dedicated to ninjutsu other than the secret technique, including the Great Fireball technique of the Uchiba clan. On the other side, the 2-on-1 game is over. One of the Senju duo directly used an A-level earth style as the last move to end the battle, and it didn't take long. These two, one is good at ninjutsu, the other is good at physique, and coupled with the monster physique of the Senju clan, the rock shinobi Jonin has no chance to perform ninjutsu. The duo looked at the corpse of Senchi's opponent, and sighed, a Jonin died like this? However, I didn't expect young Master Senchi to awaken the Uzumaki family's signature ability. It's just a ninjutsu type Jonin, and it is estimated that it has just arrived at this level. For this type of ninja, the Uzumaki clan is their natural enemy. Moreover, they even fought close to Master Sengoku. This is really... The other person shook his head, even if they didn't dare to do this, Kinchi's strange talent ability was simply incomprehensible. Chapter 42 The Terror of Uchiha. Chapter 42 The Terror of Uchiha. Sengoku took a few breaths, adjusted his own state, and then slowly withdrew the imprisoned power in his body. This is his newly developed usage, that is, to seal the power passed into the body, otherwise his age, even if he is talented. No matter how good, it is not so easy to catch a Jonin's attack. But this is really pleasant. After he and Senju duo left, Arakawa came here to collect the corpses. Sengoku and the others just took Rock Shinobi's head away. The corpses are still there. Arakawa is not picky. There are so many seal scrolls anyway. And the Sengoku shadow clone he released used the Nightmare Victory seal to collect the soul of Rock Shinobi Jonin who was killed by Sengoku. At the last moment, Sengoku used the power of imprisonment to imprison this person's soul. In his corpse, let his corpse serve as a container. After finishing his patrol mission, Sengoku returned to his tent. Speaking of it, the leader of Konoha facing Rock Shinobi in the country of grass turned out to be a Uchiha. This Uchiha is the contemporary patriarch of Uchiha. He looks serious, but he is definitely a handsome man. His horror lies in fire style. He has a continuous fire style and his own research on the fire attribute chakra. Rock Shinobi can be said to be miserable. Under the leadership of this Uchiha's contemporary patriarch, the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan followed their patriarch and became the chaffinch chef walking on the battlefield. Rock Shinobi's ninja is the chicken that was processed. Moreover, on the battlefield at this time, there are still a large number of Inoshikacho 3 families, as well as the elites of the Heitake clan who are good at assassination, and even most of the Abarame clan members are here. It can be said that the grassland battlefield at this time, yes, army has no shortage of shortcomings in all aspects, and it also possesses an extremely powerful range of lethality. One day later, the war broke out. Unlike the previous frictions, Konoha directly provoked a decisive battle under the decision of Nara to take people as advisors and Uchiha's contemporary patriarch. Kinchi didn't participate in this battlefield like a flesh and blood grinding disc, just watching from a distance. At the same time, he really understands why the Uchiha clan can be as famous as the Senju clan. Although their Uzumaki clan is really powerful in all aspects, it may not be impossible to defeat the Uchiha clan of the same level in a single fight, but in the end, the Uzumaki clan they follow the auxiliary route, but these Uchiha tribes are war machines, born entirely for combat. The Shurinan of the Uchiha clan gives them excellent insights and can find every weak point on the chaotic battlefield. The fire style of nearly everyone has reached a very high level, with the secret of Uchiha. The fire style ninjutsu, wherever he goes, is almost turned into a sea of fire. In Sengoku's eyes, it was a sea of fire that constantly shuttled through the battlefield. At the same time, Sengoku also discovered that the throwing technique that the Uchiha clan is famous for is really not a blow. Life. Every Uchiha ninja, who has no time to refine the ninjutsu, will perform throwing skills, and almost every kunao and shuriken can make achievements. The battle of the Uchiha clan is almost an art, the art of slaughter and flame. A single Uchiha is scary, but a group of Uchiha is scary. Sengoku frowned directly and subconsciously figured out how to deal with Uchiha, but then he shook his head again. Even he subconsciously thought so, let alone other people. Uchiha is too good. This is a kind of luck and a kind of sadness. How can a good person stand with a mediocre person? Even the jealousy of mediocre people will make good people unbearable. Unless the two are complete enemies, there is no such trouble. But obviously, the Uchiha family did not choose to be completely independent, but they did not choose to hide their brilliance. Sengoku suddenly wanted to see Senju's battlefield. It is said that the Senju clan faced Cloud Shinobi. The Senju clan, who can be as famous as Uchiha, and even faintly overwhelm the Uchiha clan, what is their style of fighting? He suddenly felt that Uchiha's situation is actually good now. Although powerful and independent, there is no risk of extermination, because they are not a full moon hanging in the sky, but two stars standing side by side. Senju and Uchiha were standing at the top of Konoha at the same time. Senju at this time actually shared most of the pressure for Uchiha. Senju needs Uchiha as a target, and thus is needed by the feared Uchiha family, and those families need Uchiha to be Senju's opponent, so Senju is not absolutely invincible in Konoha. But when Senju disappeared, a domineering and proud family, the most important thing is extremely powerful. Is there really a need for it? Sengoku is not thinking about this meaninglessly. After all, in the near future, he will establish the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. These are all things he wants to think about. Konoha's various families, he has to consider how to face them, whether to form an alliance, or to be absolutely strong, looking down on them like Uchiha. If you choose the path of Uchiha, does the Uzumaki family have this strength? There is no doubt that the Uzumaki clan exists, but Konoha's Uzumaki clan is unlikely in the future. Kinchi had a headache, and simply didn't care about it. Everything still depends on his own strength. He has not forgotten the purpose of his visit. He has sealed Arakawa's breath to ensure that he will not be discovered. In addition, Arakawa can be hydrated, so Arakawa's actions can be said to be extremely secretive, shuttled underground in the battlefield, occasionally floating. Even if some traces are found, because the breath is concealed, it will only be regarded as water-style ninjutsu by whoever used it. A bumper harvest. Absolutely a bumper harvest. Kinchi's eyes were a little red, looking at the battlefield, as if looking at a huge dinner plate, ready to be swallowed by himself at any time. At this moment, Uchiha's contemporary patriarch also encountered trouble. After all, Rock Shinobi is not without strong players. Although first generation is not there, second generation is on the battlefield. Just as the contemporary patriarch of Uchiha had just released a fire style, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, and instantly felt a very dangerous feeling. Before he could even think about it, he instantly used a body replacement technique. And a person behind him suddenly appeared, with white light on his hand, forming a beam of light and shooting out, but the distance was limited to 2 meters, and finally a white square was formed. When the white square disappeared, all the affected land was wiped out. I have been observing Sengoku there, and my eyes suddenly narrowed. Isn't second Tsuchikage available? Admiral of Rock Shinobi seems to show up. The contemporary patriarch of Uchiha escaped and shed some cold sweat, but his expression was still calm, except that his long hedgehog hair was obviously missing a large piece on the left side. Obviously he was still affected. Second Tsuchikage looked at him coldly, and sighed inwardly. It seemed that Chakra's reaction was too obvious when Chenya used it, and some did not suit his fighting style. Chapter 43. Chapter 43 is an Aki. The first generation movies in the villages today. Basically, they have already given way. After all, they are basically very old. When the first Five Shadows conference was held, except Hashirama, the first generation films were basically elderly people. The rights of all villages were handed over. A few years ago started. And first Tsuchikage has been rumored to be dead, so now Wu, who has the name of no one, has become second Tsuchikage. Only the other four villages, although the rights are said to have been handed over, the first generation is still in place. So now Konoha and Rock Shinobi are the only ones in charge of second generation. Rock Shinobi's mouse, even if it is the leader of the mouse, will only do things that fit the status. The contemporary patriarch Uchiha showed a frantic smile and rushed up directly with the sword. The scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, like a real red light, gathered into a frightening aura. Second Tsuchikage's bandage-wrapped face cannot see sorrows and joys, but she also took out Kunao. When confronted with the contemporary patriarch of Uchiha, both of them are powerful beings who have entered cage level, and there is no absolute in all aspects. Shortcomings. After entangled for several rounds, Wu directly took advantage of the momentum to retreat, and at the same time knotted the earth-style seal, forming an earth wall on his back. He leaned up and dropped a smoke bomb at the same time. After the smoke dissipated, he disappeared. The scarlet Sharingan scanned the battlefield and even every bump on the ground. The contemporary patriarch Uchiha looked cold and daring not to relax. Suddenly he moved directly away from the place, a white beam of light suddenly rose under his feet, shot into the sky, and disappeared instantly. The contemporary patriarch of Uchiha directly made a series of seals, showing a seal speed that is not inferior to anyone. It only took 2 seconds to spit out flames into the cavity just created by the technique of No, and the fiery flames instantly flooded. The emptiness and the extremely high temperature made the ninjas within 50 meters feel the heat. The surrounding area of the earth cave crystallized instantly and burned to white ground. After doing this, he scanned the surroundings, and suddenly another earth-style seal was formed, pressed on the ground, and uttered a low voice, "Earth-style." Heavy pressure technique. The earth trembled, and where it was affected, the earth even dropped a few points. The so-called earth-style heavy pressure technique is a technique that directly compresses the soil and is specifically aimed at the earth-style ninja, but it can directly sink the entire piece of land, which can be seen as the terrifying force of the Uchiha patriarch. More than a dozen rock shinobi ninjas who used earth-style were directly crushed to death, while 2 Konoha shinobi who also used earth-style were unscathed, and ninjutsu avoided them directly. Because of Uchiha's insight, he can control every situation on the battlefield. After he finished this, he put his fingers on the ground, and soon he showed a smile because he sensed that the enemy had been killed by him. His face was a little pale. After all, the fighting time had been too long, and he didn't dare to relax a bit in the battle against Wuda. At this moment of slack, an unobtrusive one appeared from behind him. Relying on the premonition of danger from the battle in the Sengoku era to the present, the Uchiha patriarch forcibly moved his body, causing the injury of the heart to be pierced into the lungs. Wusukewa's attack is extremely fatal. He stabs his heart diagonally from his lungs, causing the Uchiha patriarch to move his head forcibly. Go poke. The pain in the lungs came, and the patriarch Uchiha finally got a seal of the instant technique. When his figure appeared again, he couldn't help but spit out blood from his mouth. He watched the appearance of Wu slowly, and there was something in his eyes that was unbelievable, but then he had some awakenings, staring at Wu, and after coughing for a few times, point, cough, clone. No plainly said, "It's all the main body." Humph, although your tone is similar to Uchiha Madara, but obviously your strength is far behind. Chief Uchiha chuckled a few times, but did not refute. But Wu's chest suddenly appeared a short sword at this time, his eyes suddenly widened. "It is impossible," and even concealed his perception. Behind him stood a man with long hedgehog hair, like Madara's hairstyle, who was the patriarch Uchiha. His mouth still had blood, but the patriarch Uchiha, who was in front of him, had a hazy body, and the blood on his mouth disappeared. And then with a bang, it turned into a white mist and disappeared. Shadow clone, illusory, I forgot your Uchiha's good abilities. On the battlefield, Uchiha's power is throwing and fire style, but in solo combat, Uchiha's illusion prestige is even higher than fire style, irresistible illusion. This is the prestige of Uchiha's illusion. But although Wu said that he had forgotten Uchiha's illusion, how could he really? Forget it, this can only prove the mastery of illusionism of the patriarch Uchiha. Let a strong person of the same level fall into his illusion, no matter how guarded it is. But the patriarch Uchiha was also really injured, his lungs were severely injured, and his breathing was extremely heavy and difficult at this time. Wu sighed and said, the Uchiha clan's illusions are really powerful. When I went to Konoha to hope to join Konoha's alliance, I was insulted by Madara. I have never seen Uchiha's illusions. After all, Madara's. The strength is too strong, and I have no power to fight back at all. Chief Uchiha did not speak. The pain in his lungs made him open his mouth like an air leak. He stirred the knife in Wu's body. After pulling out the knife, Wu fell to the ground. Patriarch Uchiha didn't wait for a breath, he felt strong chakra waves under his feet. His face changed drastically. He just wanted to move his body, but the pain from his lungs made him freeze in place, right here. At a critical moment, one of his eyes suddenly turned white. Then white light rose from under his feet and everything disappeared. After a while, the land not far away suddenly protruded, and Wu climbed out of the land. Seeing his weak appearance, several rock shinobi jonin hurriedly protected him and took him away from the battlefield. On the back of the famous rock shinobi jonin, he was suddenly startled, a little unwilling, but had to gather his last strength to make rock shinobi jonin, who was carrying him, tell rock shinobi's ninja troops to retreat now. The rock shinobi ninja was unknown. So, when he turned his head subconsciously, he saw several ninjas from the Uchiha clan guarding a man holding his chest. His face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, Master Tsuchikage orders everyone to retreat. Rock Shinobi's army retreated like a tide. Konoha chased for a while, and then pulled back. When Patriarch Uchiha returned to his camp with his tribe, Sengoku was thoughtful when he noticed his gray eyes and the wound on his chest. It seems to have used the Izanaga technique. This pupil technique can restore one's own state to the state recorded by Sharinan, and is a technique that can rewrite reality. However, throwing the lung injury here proves that the patriarch never thought of using this forbidden technique at the beginning, so he only prepared at the moment when he discovered the danger, so naturally, his lung injury did not recover, because when recording the status, the injury was also recorded. Chapter 44 Uchiha is not invincible. Chapter 44 Uchiha is not invincible. After Kinchi returned to his camp, he was a little silent. To be honest, he was shocked. He had always heard that Uchiha could not be defeated one-on-one, but he had never heard of the horror of Uchiha's ethnic war. But when he saw it today, he realized that no matter what advantage other races have, Uchiha is a kind of ultimate at the level of ninja. Ultimate fire style, unmatched shuriken technique, and the most important point is Sharinan, who can observe any loopholes at any time. This makes Uchiha in group battles almost impossible to meet opponents. In today's battle with Rock Shinobi, wherever Uchiha went, it was almost a massacre. Later, when Rock Shinobi's ninjas discovered this, they took the initiative to gather a large number of masters and use elite ninjas to hold back Uchiha's actions. Let Uchiha's victory come to a standstill. After the Senju duo came back, Senju did not hesitate to ask his own question, that is, how the Senju clan faced Uchiha in the group battle. After listening to Senju Uchiha, he smiled and said, Master Sengoku, You two look down on our Senju clan and your Uzumaki clan. Uchiha is indeed the ultimate of ninjas, whether it is from throwing skills, physical skills, illusions, or ninjutsu. Almost all of them have achieved perfection. Like the Senju family is not good at illusion, the Uzumaki family also has shortcomings. But we have a more prominent place. Our Senju family is born with a huge chakra, and the recovery speed is extremely fast. In the accumulated background, it can be said that ninjutsu surpasses any ethnic group. Every time the Senju clan fights, they use ninjutsu to wash the ground. Even if Uchiha's fire style is more powerful, their chakra will be a lot worse than us. So the established Senju clan ninjas use a combination of ninjutsu is enough to suppress everything. When it's almost done, we will continue to fight with Uchiha with our powerful bodies. Our advantage is not in conflict with Uchiha, so they can't do anything about us, but they can be on the offensive of our Senju clan. Uchiha is the one who survived in Daxia. I say that. It's not that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan deal with it easily. In fact, after the head-on fight, we also have a lot of headaches. A little carelessness is a turnaround. Most of the time is a tie. After all, the Uchiha clan, with the power of insight and the ability to form a perfect match with other tribesmen, our Senju clan is much worse in this respect. Therefore, our two tribes will stand in a stalemate for so long until the former clan chief of Uchiha and Lord Hashirama. Senju Ichibo mentioned Senju Hashirama with a bleak expression. The passing of this first Hokage was a big blow to the Senju family. Senju Isc's expression dimmed for a moment, but then Senju Ichiba's words went on and said, "The same is true for your Uzumaki clan. You have your own strengths. That is battle of positions. As long as you are ready, rely on your various knots. World, coupled with various secret techniques, no one can capture the place you guard." However, the Uzumaki family has been in a state of seclusion, but they have never had too many achievements, but the second-generation master once mentioned that the Uzumaki family group battle is a hedgehog that no one dares to touch, including us and Uchiha. The only time I know of the Uzumaki's record was in the end of Sengoku. The Hakutas planned to seize the Uzumaki country, but they tried their best, but couldn't enter the Uzumaki country for half a step. This incident also made the Uzumaki clan famous. I heard that Mist Shinobi intends to do something with the Uzumaki clan. Master Sengoku, you don't have to worry about this. The Uzumaki clan is stronger than you think. After Kinshi finished listening, he sighed inwardly, and under the strong protection, under absolute crushing, he would be breached. Although the Uzumaki clan is strong, they were in the Sengoku period. What is Sengoku? It is a melee between ninja families. The largest number is a melee of 2,000 or 3,000 people, but today's era has entered a war between nations. Tens of thousands of ninjas are not a mere talk. The ethnic war has escalated to the military war. The Uzumaki clan is indeed quite large, but no matter how much he is only a clan, unable to face the attack of an entire ninja army. After seeing today's battlefield, Sengoku was even more sure of this. The Uchiha clan did indeed show the majesty and prestige on the battlefield. However, after Rock Shinobi's large number of elite ninjas entered the battlefield, they were still in a stalemate. It was in Sengoku. Apart from Senju, which family would dare to fight against the Uchiha clan, and which family could come up with so many elite ninjas? Even Uchiha, who is good at fighting, can only be reduced to a relatively strong elite force in this era, let alone other people. This is no longer the era of the family. After all, the big families are a minority. Those small families that have not been cared about in the past and can only depend on the big family. Although their ethnic group is weak, they are not without the existence of elite ninjas. A single family may not count as much, but if a large number of small families gather together, then the number of elite ninjas is scary enough. In today's 5 villages, the real grassroots combat power is not civilians, but small and medium-sized families. Sengoku already understood this, so he just smiled at the Senju duo, thanked him, and walked out of the camp to find an open space to start training. Fists, kicks, push-ups. He did not feel fatigue, but his brain became clearer in sweat, and his thoughts became clearer. Strength, quantity, these are all he must obtain. The power of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he has the confidence to acquire. This is because of his own natural ability, and the amount of his own power. He has been making plans again, waiting for the end of this war is the moment of his harvest. He doesn't need to worry anymore, he just needs to be himself. He did not stop training, but after realizing that he was no longer nervous about the future, he chose to seal his exhaustion. In the dull training, let the sweat sway. Senju Ichibo followed, watching Kinchi's hard training, and couldn't help feeling that young Master Kinchi was not ashamed of the name of genius, and his efforts were enough to bear any praise. The night fell gradually, and then when it became white, Senju Ichibo returned to the camp. Senju Ise saw him come back with Sengoku on his back, and said in surprise, "Master Sengoku, is this?" "It's just that the training has exceeded the limit of the body and passed out. With the physique of the Uzumaki family, nothing will happen." Senju Ichibo put down Sengoku and smiled. Senju Ise, looking at Kinchi's delicate little face in his sleep, there was no depression, and he was somewhat relieved. It seems that Senju's mentality has adjusted. "I have always worried that he is too harsh on himself. It's not Sengoku he's following, it's too dangerous." Senju Yi nodded and said helplessly, "Who said no? But the only thing we can do is take care of him." Chapter 45 The Will of Stone. Chapter 45 The Will of Stone. In Rock Shinobi's main camp, Second Tsuchikage sat in his place with his eyes closed. Even if most of his face was wrapped in bandages, he could feel his fatigue from his body. Nothing is really over-consuming. He originally thought he could defeat the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, but he did not expect that the strength of the Uchiha patriarch was far beyond his imagination. Is it the strong man of the orthodox Uchiha clan? In Wu's eyes, Uchiha Madara does not belong to the orthodoxy of Uchiha, or the orthodoxy of the entire ninja, not only him, but also Senju Hashirama. These two people are simply out of spec, possessing powers that are not ninjas. The Uchiha clan leader who owns the Three-Go Jade is the cage-level powerhouse of the orthodox Uchiha clan. Today, it is because he has paid a lot of consumption to separate out the third clone. At the beginning, he split up a clone to confuse the Uchiha patriarch with suspended animation, but before the sneak attack, he guarded against Uchiha Madara out of caution, and paid a lot of money for Chakra to split a clone. Unexpectedly, even so, he didn't kill him, and it led to the collapse of the battle. Wu opened his eyes, and was somewhat worried about how to fight the next battle. After all, the destruction of his two clones had too much influence on him, and his strength needed a period of time to recover. After all, his avatar should be called a split to be precise, and every individual can be used as an ontology. Unexpectedly, I would be forced to this level. This is only part of Konoha's power. Even if that man dies, we have no chance. He clenched his fists unwillingly. Just as he was thinking about how to solve the deadlock, a female ninja walked in and looked at Wu. She was not as respectful as other rock shinobi ninjas. Her expression was very plain. She was not beautiful, but she was in a very good shape. Zhang just has a pretty face with a fortitude, adding a bit of heroism to her. She looked at Wu and said in a deep voice, "As Tsuchikage, you have to come up with a solution. I heard you don't let any people enter your camp. Do you want Rock Shinobi's ninjas to know that their Tsuchikage is scared of being beaten?" Wu looked at this female ninja and said annoyedly, "Haruko, I just want to sink my heart and think about things, don't bother me." Hotaru Shangshui calmly looked at the man chosen by his father to become Tsuchikage, and said flatly, "You can't think of it, because there is no way at all. You have seen the power of the Uchiha clan, so don't stop them. Rock Shinobi has no way to move forward. Nothing did not speak, he had already realized this, but he couldn't admit it, and suddenly he heard an incredible word. Tomorrow, I will lead the Shuilu clan to a stop with Uchiha. Wu suddenly stared at the Hodoroko in Shangshuliu, and said, "You are crazy, but that is the Uchiha clan. Do you want the Shangshuliu clan to be ruined?" Hodoroko Shangshuilu said flatly, "This is the only way. Our Shangshuilu clan is divided into the Earth tribe and the Worm tribe. As the chief of the two tribes, I will lead all the members of the Earth tribe with the strongest defensive power tomorrow. Living in Uchiha will not let them make meritorious services." There was no silence for a while, and he said, "No, the price is too high, the village can't afford it." Shangshuilu Yingzi snorted coldly, and said, "You should tell your heart." Without being wrapped in a bandage, he can feel that he is smiling bitterly at this time, and he sighs helplessly, "You clan use the power of one to hold Uchiha, I am afraid it is impossible." Shangshuilu Yingzi suddenly showed a calm smile, turned around and left, looking at her back. She didn't understand her decision, watching her longtime friend, and even the female ninja who had some thoughts leave. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, there was no emotion in those eyes. He walked out of the camp, called his own guards, and let the leaders of all the troops come to see him. On the second day, without any prelude, the decisive battle was directly entered. It seemed that both sides had a tacit understanding and were unwilling to delay. Wu stood behind and didn't rush into the battlefield anymore, just quietly watching the war break out. When the Uchiha clan entered the battlefield, earth walls suddenly appeared in front of these ninjas who had restored their Sengoku style. A series of dirt walls blocked their movement, and then a group of special rock shinobi ninjas appeared. A patriarch Uchiha whose eyes were covered, looked at the woman in front, frowned and said, "Shangshui Ryu Hodoroko, what do you want to do?" "I just want to ask Master Uchiha Jingmen to stop and do nothing here. After all, we have nowhere to go before the stone," Hodoroko said calmly. Uchiha Jingmen looked at her not very pretty face, then looked at the ninja surrounded by water, and suddenly grinned. He just waved his sword, Uchiha's ninjas, moved again, and followed by a lot of fire style. A swift body appeared in front of Hodoroko. Uchiha Jingmen's face looked a bit hideous. He smiled like Shura, "Since you have decided, then accept Uchiha's horror." With a strong and heavy knife, Hodoroko's heart trembled, but she whispered, "Everything is for the ideals of my father, even Uchiha can't hinder it." When this sentence reached the last half, she already roared out. I resisted the kunao of Uchiha's static gate with his hand, released it directly, leaned back, and kicked his leg quickly. Uchiha's static gate was caught with his hand, but he was kicked and flew back, feeling the different force of Uchiha's static gate. The face also became serious. This is not a physical technique. Shangshuilu Hodoru didn't say anything else, and jumped directly, but her feet were directly off the ground and flew over in suspension. With a large amount of chakra in her hand, she hit Uchiha Jing again with a punch. Door. Uchiha's static gate continued to unload his strength before he stopped, and said heavily, "First Tsuchikage super light and heavy rock technique, I didn't expect you to inherit it." Shangshuilu Hodoru did not answer him, but rushed over again, but this time Uchiha Jingmen was already prepared, and he immediately made 6 seals and burst into a sea of flames. Fire style. Extinguish the fire. Facing the overwhelming flames, the firefly on the river flew directly into the air, quickly looking for the location of Uchiha's quiet gate, but the next moment her mind trembled, and quickly flew away from the original position, and a thunderbolt instantly smashed from the ground. Didn't care about Yingzi's dodge, turned a bend and draped on her. Firefly screamed in Shangshui and fell down. Fortunately, with her powerful control, she immediately used an earth style and escaped into the earth. The flame dissipated, and the figure of Uchiha Jingmen appeared. At this time, the covering on his eyes had disappeared. In the through hole of the eye that was originally blinded by the use of Izanaki, there was a curve similar to two handles. The pattern of overlapping crescents. Chapter 46, Uchiha's Background. Chapter 46, The Background of Uchiha. Sang Shui Lu Hodoroko pushed herself up and looked at Uchiha's quiet gait. Her special eye was caught by her. Her lips and teeth were a little dry and said, "Mangekyo." "Sherinan, how could?" Uchiha Jingmen didn't explain anything. His special eye left tears of blood and tears. He couldn't help but squinted his eyes slightly. After opening it again, he got used to the blurry sensation caused by one more eye. Frowned. "Look at the upward stream, Hodoroko," already determined to make a quick battle. When Sengoku noticed this from behind, his eyes were a little bit, and the thunder and lightning was a little special. Because of the angle, he did not see the Mangekyo Sherinan. The hands of the firefly on the water were sealed, and a fierce chakra erupted from her body, and the injury quickly recovered, but with it came the tyrannical chakra. When Uchiha Shizumen saw this kind of firefly on the water, he secretly said that it was impossible. He looked at Shang Shui Lu Yingzi, and murmured with a wry smile, "Master first generation, it is a mistake for you to distribute the tail beast to others." Sang Shui Lu Hodoru's father, also known as First Tsuchikage Shaihi, was the wizard who developed the super lightweight and heavy rock technique. After acquiring the tail beast, he thought hard but didn't know how to deal with it, but at that time, his daughter, Lu Yingzi, Shang Shui, told his father that there is a candidate for Jinchuriki in the village, and that is her. First Tsuchikage Shaihi's super light and heavy rock technique is indeed a kind of ninjutsu, but as the developer of the technique itself, Shaihi has developed the super light and heavy rock technique into an ultimate. As the daughter of the first Stone River, Shang Shui Lu Fluorite in the super light and heavy rock technique, he possesses a physique comparable to the secret art of the secret art family, which is enough to call it a semi-bloodline. After some consideration, coupled with the persistence of the firefly on the water, Shaihi finally developed a sealing technique based on the physique of his daughter, using the unique chakra of the firefly on the water, or heavy light characteristics to seal the tail beast. Within the body of Hodoroko, 5 tails was suppressed and it was extremely difficult to even get up. However, the physique required for this sealing technique is harsh, and it also requires the operator to pay a great price. It can be said that Shaihi's death has nothing to do with this sealing technique. With the release of the seal in her body, Hodoru's sanity became a little irritable and vague, but the thoughts in her heart forced her to suppress these. Looking at Uchiha's quiet gait, she screamed and rushed directly. This time, the terrifying chakra surged out. Suddenly, a majestic chakra appeared on Uchiha's body, forming a half-length giant, defending against the blow of Hodoroko. His other eye also quietly changed into the pattern of Mangekyo. There was a crazy look on his face, and he laughed wildly. "Feel the ultimate power of Uchiha, Sang Shui Lu Yingzi. I had expected you to be unsuccessful on the first day, and you will inevitably counterattack, but in front of these eyes, you guys will be crushed without a doubt." The blood and tears in the eyes, the crazy look, like the Shura of hell. Uchiha Seaman controlled Suzanu's arm, holding an axe-like weapon, and slashing the water streamer fireflies. Faced with this blow, the fireflies in Shang Shui Lu directly gathered huge chakras on their arms and placed them on their heads in a crisscross pattern. After blocking the blow, the huge waves of air dissipated around the fireflies in the air. Pain appeared on his face, the oppression brought by the terrifying force of this blow, and the pain of the erosion of the tail beast chakra. Her voice no longer resembles a human being, and 3 tails have appeared behind her. She became lighter, and then disappeared in place. In a short moment, she attacked Suzanu hundreds of times, as if overlapping clones were attacking at the same time. At the moment of the attack, her body aggravated again, one light and one heavier. In the pain, she still showed the control that a powerful ninja should have. Above Susanoo, cracks continued to appear. Uchiha Jingmen's body was bent, and maintaining Susanoo's consumption was beyond his imagination, but he was also driven to madness by this terrifying side effect. The genetic madness in the bloodline made him disregard the consumption of chakra, the pain in his eyes, and the blur of his vision, to force Susanoo to counterattack. On the battlefield, the roar continued, and the battlefield between Sangshui Lu Hotaru and Uchiha Shizumen left a huge range, and even the ninjas of Sangshui Lu and Uchiha did not dare to approach. These two ninjas are beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. On the other hand, Sengoku watched the scene leisurely with his hands in his sleeves, and exclaimed, unexpectedly, at this time, Jinchuriki, except for Mito, appeared. I originally thought that Jinchuriki in other villages was destroying the vortex. The kingdom will appear in the future. There was a bit of ridicule in his words. He opened Kagura's eyes to the fullest, carefully feeling the battle between Uchiha Shizumen and Kamishiro Hotaru, and he had many thoughts in his heart. At the same time, he was thinking about Sherinan of Uchiha Jingmen. After thinking about it for a while, he thought to himself that it should be Uchiha's background, in order to prevent Rock Shinobi's counterattack, plus one of his own eyes because of the use of Izuna. When he became blind, he simply used the family's heritage. However, it seems that Uchiha has a lot of determination, and he is willing to use the family heritage. This kind of Mangekyo Sherinan is definitely not much, and if you use one, you will lose one. Moreover, I can use Susanoo. I want to come to Uchiha Jingmen. It's not Uchiha Shisui's pervert who looks at Suseo with one eye. It should have used two. Kinchi turned around and returned to the camp, and it was meaningless to look at it again. This battle lasted for a long time. For 4 days, the proud Uchiha was entangled by the ninjas of the Shangshu Liu clan who possessed a firm will, and could not achieve their due results. After Konoha's front line retreated, Nara took over the command of the entire army after consulting with Uchiha seamen, and continued to let the situation go, and did not force Konoha's army to retake the land. Anyway, they are in the country of grass. The Rock Shinobi ninjas' will to seize the fertile land is obviously very firm. Under the encouragement of the Tsuchikage family, the current clan, they shouted the will of the stone crazy attack. On the 3rd day, he recovered some strength and joined the battlefield, adding a lot of pressure to Konoha's battlefield. The 3 clan heads of Ino, Shika, Cho, relying on their joint efforts, restricted this powerful cage level. On the 4th day, not far from Konoha's border, Konoha's reinforcements arrived. The arrival of elite ninjas from the Heitake clan, the Kurama clan, the Yuri clan, the Moonlight clan, and the Abarame clan. Change. As for Shangshui Lu Hotaruko, this stalwart female ninja finally fell on this battlefield, and died on the battlefield where she poured it all into. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 The End of the War. There was a big hole in the chest of Shangshui Lu Hotaru, his body was covered with knife wounds, and his body was scorched by lightning damage. There was a moment of blankness in her eyes, and then she fell to the ground. Uchiha Jingmen stood in front of her, one arm was gone, and one eye became pale, obviously a trace left by forbidden technique. Tell me, the name of Shu. The falling water on the ground made a difficult opening, and her weakness made her even unable to open her eyes. Uchiha Jingmen looked at her, although his face was covered with blood, like Shura, but the evil spirit of the past dissipated. Like a peaceful old man, he looked at Shangshui Liu Yingzi and slowly said, left eye martial earn hammer, master's thunder power. The right eye is more than that, master's wind power. This time, you made my Uchiha clan lose a pair of Sherinan background, you are proud of it. The Liu Yingzi in Shangshui is not very beautiful. It can only be said that she has a pretty face, with some helplessness revealed, and she whispers softly, who is rare, you Uchiha. Her breath disappeared, and the tail beast in her body also disappeared. Looking at the dead Sangshui Liuyingzi, his face no longer had the firm look of the past, and lying quietly on the ground, Uchiha Jingmen let out a sigh of helplessness, and said, "You are so difficult. If you are a tangled woman in Konoha, I must marry you." This patriarch, who used to value Uchiha's reputation in the past, didn't care at all about the words spoken before the death of Hotaru Sangshui. Obviously he admired this opponent, and this resolute female ninja made him respect. But then his expression returned to indifference, and he ordered the ninja next to him, "Burn this woman's body to ashes, and you must not let Rock Shinobi take it back." After hesitating for a while, he said again, "As for the ash, leave it to me." He planned to return it to Rock Shinobi afterwards, so that the female ninja could return to her hometown, but he couldn't let the corpse of the ninja of Rock Shinobi study it, even if it was possible. Except for Uzumaki Mito, this woman can also become Jinchuriki, and this crisis must not be left behind. The corpse of a ninja with a powerful talent is more precious than when he was alive. Ninjutsu using corpses is even more numerous. Even if this woman cooperated with her village to conduct many researches during her lifetime, Uchiha Shizumen would not allow her body to continue to be studied. He already knows how powerful Jinchuriki is. If he hadn't made preparations and brought the heritage of the Uchiha clan, this Konoha unit he led might really be defeated by Rock Shinobi. He sighed and returned to Konoha's camp. Ino, Shika, Cho led Konoha's troops in pursuit for a while. And the Uchiha ninja who was ordered by Uchiha Seizumi took the body of Shangshui Ryoko Hachiko to a secluded place. When he planned to use fire style to burn it, an evil buzzing suddenly passed over him. Around his body, his Sharingan suddenly appeared, and when he wanted to resist, he fainted on the ground before he could turn his head. Arakawa's figure appeared along with the current, took a look at the Chunin of the Uchiha clan, and put away the body of Hotaruko from the Uchiha clan. Then the sound of wooden clogs also appeared quietly. Sengoku walked out of the forest and put his hand on the head of this Uchiha Chunin. The force of imprisonment entered his brain from his hand, sealing his memory, and then facing Arakawa nodded, turned, and left. Arakawa also turned into a water flow and disappeared again, and went on to collect the corpses. Sengoku used Earth Style to return to his camp and release the shadow clone he had left in the camp. He took a deep breath, showing a somewhat weird look. Speaking of it, if it wasn't for Uchiha Jingmen's intention to leave the ashes of the Shangshui Lu Hotaru, that Uchiha Chunin took the Shangshui Lao Hotaru's corpse to a secluded place, for fear of mixing with other corpses, he really had no chance to get it. The body of Mizuru Hotaruko. The people of the Uchiha clan are really dumbfounded by their temperament. How can I say it? It's a bit cute. Kinchi said silently in his heart. Konoha has won, and there are good news on other fronts. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama turned around on the three fronts of thunder, wind, and water, leading Konoha to victory. The first Mizukage of Water Kingdom even died in his hands. Sengoku also returned to Konoha and continued to study in the ninja school. It is worth mentioning that his father, Uzumaki Shiya, the elder of the Uzumaki clan, also came to Konoha. After talking with Hokage and Uzumaki Mito, the two father and son finally met in Sengoku's room. How did you stay in Konoha? Have you got used to it? It's so cruel to say that your kid started, you have taken away the history of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Shiya looked at Sengoku who had grown too much, and smiled and cursed with emotion. Kinchi also put on some smiles on his face, and said, "You can't let your father mortgage those masks when you and Hwaju someday, that is really a violent thing." Uzumaki Shiya's face was embarrassed. Although it was not a secret that he was drinking flower wine, he was so bluntly told by his son that he was a little embarrassed and coughed dryly. How could it be? But don't you think you should give me an explanation? Those things, even if they stay in the family, will you use them? Kinchi calmly said. Uzumaki Shiya's face also became serious, looked at his son, was silent for a while, and said, "You are smarter than I thought, what do you think?" Kinchi sighed, "For those masks, my training in the family revolves around them. Speaking of which, don't think I am really good. I can see that in the family, you do not practice the practice of forbidden technique less. This is really, how I thought you were obedient." "That's right, how can your character be honestly in basic practice? I heard Mito say that you are not even good at shuriken. No wonder you are doing physical training in front of me, but sometimes I see the sword in my hand on the stake, it's quite accurate. What is it the situation?" "Because of this, I didn't care about your throwing practice." Uzumaki Shiya's face was full of wonder. Sengoku smiled and said, "Just stick the sword and kunao in your hand on the stake. Then why can it be inserted so accurately? Wait, insert." Uzumaki Shiya reacted and said in amazement, "You inserted the shuriken and kunao one by one? You didn't cast it?" Kinchi nodded naturally, and said, "Of course, if it weren't for this, how could I hide it from you? Speaking of which, my father believed me too much, otherwise he wouldn't fail to find out." Uzumaki Shiya's eyebrows twitched, and he said with a weird look, "Of course. Who would have thought that you, a little guy who usually trains so hard, would be slippery in this matter? The old man is really mad." Chapter 48 Uzumaki Shiya is just a father. Chapter 48 Uzumaki Shiya is just a father. Sengoku did not care about his seemingly angry accountability. Although this old guy from Sengoku, although strong, may be due to the hidden reasons of the Uzumaki clan, his personality is actually very peaceful, even a little unsound, although not like a certain like Toad Sage, he is a voyeuristic thing, but he also wanders in the flower street. In short, he is not a serious person. He smiled and said, "Father, you know me. I only do what I think is certain." "Yeah, you always only do things you feel confident about." When Uzumaki Shiya heard his words, he suddenly sighed, and said, "It's really hard for you. Your child's judgment of the current situation is beyond. For those of us adults, it turned out to rely on our own strength to survive in the end, which really makes me ashamed of being a father." Kinchi looked at his father, was silent for a while, and said calmly, "It's the patriarch's decision. Father, you have always had no opinion. Oh, you experienced that time, I can't tell you not to resent your uncle Ashina, but Kinchi. Ashina has always liked you and valued you very much. He is sincere. For you, I hope you can have a brighter future in Konoha. In fact, we all know what you said before you left. After experiencing this attack against the ninja army, our growing concerns have also confirmed that you are right." Uzumaki Shiya's face was a little sad. He didn't want his son to resent his elder brother, but he also understood that his son was a very assertive and mature man. In any case, he has experienced life and death, and it is reasonable to resent Ashina. He also had no face to persuade his son, because although he did not take the initiative, he agreed with Uzumaki Asina's approach and asked his son to go to Konoha. He couldn't help but recall the last night before Kinchi's departure. The cute little face that was full of cuteness in the past showed anger that he had never seen before. He suppressed the anger and forced a calm voice to follow. "I said that the alliance between the Uzumaki family and Konoha will be a dead end in the future, and the formed ninja army cannot be resisted by the power of the family. And he will definitely be ambushed during this trip, because Konoha's first-generation head is already sick, and the news is not secret. He will die when he goes to Konoha." At that time, Shiya Uzumaki hesitated and even wanted Sengoku not to go to Konoha, but at that time, his brother opened the door and walked in and told Sengoku that it was a family decision. He even reprimanded Sengoku for being too small. Family now. Uzumaki Shiya actually understood that his brother's original intention actually made Sengoku remember the glory of the Uzumaki clan, but he did not really understand Sengoku after all. In fact, this small child is not worse than anyone in his determination. Sengoku said that Uzumaki Asuna was very ignorant, and his eyes became more and more indifferent. At that time, his brother was obviously also stunned. Unexpectedly, Sengoku's reaction would be so big. But in the end, his brother decided to send Sengoku to Konoha and told him that the Uzumaki clan would have a master, plus a whole elite clan escort him, and this clan is good at adamantine sealing chains, which can make knots. There is no problem with his safety at the diamond array. He remembered clearly that when his brother finished speaking, Kinchi was silent for an instant, not talking, just nodding, but the final look in his eyes was cold and terrifying. Uzumaki Shiya sighed and said, "Shinichi, are you having resentment against the family?" Kinchi calmly said, "How come my father thinks that? Is it because I took away the mask of the storage hall? But you know my father, I know that I will be attacked and killed on the way to Konoha, so you can only take the mask away, otherwise you will only see my body at this time." He suddenly showed a childish smile and said, "Maybe you can't even see the corpse." Shiya Uzumaki was speechless, looking at Sengoku with a complicated expression. Kinchi's face suddenly returned to calm. He looked at his father in this world and said plainly, "You really don't have to worry about anything. Resentment is just a short-term low-level emotion. In this world, resentment is the least necessary. If you are killed one day, I will avenge you without hatred. Because I know that if I avenge, the resentment will end, so there is no need to resent in the first place. And what does the Uzumaki clan owe me? No, it just made me feel uncomfortable. On the way to Konoha, I also received very good protection, but Miss Shinobi's determination is much greater than you think. They poured too much for the war that just happened. Even if killing me, it would only be a small possibility that the friendship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha would decline, and Konoha's other allies did not trust Konoha, so they sent 2 top powerhouses, as well as elite assassination troops. Uzumaki Asuna, he treats me as a child. I understand this. I am indeed just a child. This is something I cannot refute. Father, I am a very sensible person and a grateful person, so please don't as extreme as I imagined. We are the Uzumaki clan, not the Uchiha, the love clan. The so-called Uchiha means losing love and going to extremes. Uzumaki Shiya understood what Sengoku meant. He was silent for a while before he said, "You are too calm, Shinichi. Is it really your disguise that the appearance of the child used to be?" Shinichi smiled faintly and said, "Why? I'm just too smart, father. You may not be able to understand my feelings, but for a person who is too smart, simplicity is a kind of enjoyment. Disguise or something. It's nothing at all, I like that feeling. Why are you telling me this?" Uzumaki Shiya looked at Sengoku and said in a deep voice. Sengoku looked at him seriously, and said, "Of course it was because of his father's visit to Konoha. I'm afraid I won't be able to say it in the future. In this world, there is only my father who can trust me and be good for me. Well, even in the last time, you almost refused to let me go to Konoha because of my words, worrying about my safety. How can I not feel your preference for me that goes beyond the family?" Uzumaki Shiya also looked at his son seriously. There were many thoughts flashing in his mind, but he still couldn't understand why his child was so smart that he was so scary, but this child was raised by himself. The feelings between them are also true. In the end, he can only be attributed to genius. It's not that there is no such genius in history, but often those geniuses tend to go to extremes because of genius. He thinks that his son is the same, and his extremes are too calm. Senshi, make a sincere friend, your heart can't be empty. Uzumaki Shiya said with such a smile. Kinchi was taken aback. This was not something he thought he would hear. Seeing Sengoku stunned, Uzumaki Shiya laughed a few times before saying, "The future of the family is up to you, and the guy Ashina asked me to say sorry to you." Then he said softly, but the most important thing is not to let your heart be filled forever, whether it's fetters or something else. At this moment, there is only the kindness of his father on his face. Chapter 49, When there is nothing I can do, there will be an end. Chapter 49 When there is nothing we can do, there will be an end. Uzumaki Shiya did not discuss too much family matters as Sengoku thought. He just talked about the old-fashioned babble, and always talked about whether Sengoku has a girl he likes. If not, find one quickly, but it's best to find one. For a small family, a commoner girl, it is not impossible to be gentle, but it is better to wait a while and choose a girl from the clansmen who will come to Konoha in the future. Sengoku is a little impatient, and Uzumaki Shiya's eloquence may only work well when he is shopping in the flower street. But he patiently listened to Uzumaki Shiya forcibly searching for a topic, and continued to prolong the conversation. Finally, after a long time passed, Shiya Uzumaki broke away from his old father's mentality. He smiled at Kyoshi with a little embarrassment, and said, "We will arrange things for the family. You will be Konoha in the future. The patriarch of the branch is now, but there will not be too many masters. Most of them are young people and children. Don't worry, Tobirama will personally escort this group of people. He is not like his elder brother and thinks very carefully. Plus regarding you, Konoha's people will return to Yukicheo village with me, and then they will return to Konoha with the people who came to Konoha, and Tobirama will follow the whole process." Having said this, he made another summoning seal and patted it on the ground. The white mist rose and dispersed, and a small white turtle carrying a scroll appeared on the spot. Sengoku looked at this cute creature, and a little dazed slowly appeared on his face. "This is the summoning beast of the family." Looking at the scroll with the Uzumaki family crest on the kid, he was a little unwilling to believe it. Uzumaki Shiya smiled and said, "Be surprised. I was surprised when I saw it for the first time, but the tortoise-like summoning beast is the most suitable for the Uzumaki clan. You will understand this later, but they are not very good. Do you love fighting, so don't call them unless it's necessary. By the way, Zyobai, why are you here?" The tortoise named Zyobai shook his head and said dumbly, "My brother has been sleeping for the past 2 years, so my father gave me the scroll. Well, by the way, this is my son, Uzumaki Kyoshi, he will ask you in the future." Uzumaki Shiya patted his head and said clearly. Zyobai looked at Kinchi, nodded cutely, and said, "Please advise me, but I can't help you in battle. You have to use more chakra to summon the big guys." Thinking of the age of the tortoise, Sengoku understood something, but summoning beasts are generally very big. How big the tortoise would be, he became a little curious. After signing the contract, Zyobai turned into white smoke and disappeared. Uzumaki Shiya looked at Sengoku and said solemnly, "The tortoise clan has all the secret arts of our clan, and if you go to their place, you will find the tortoise clan's power. If it weren't for their actions too slow and not suitable for land warfare, so the Uzumaki family can say that they are not afraid of anyone." Kinchi nodded, indicating that he understood. "In that case, I will leave. Although the family can't help, I still have to go back soon." Uzumaki Shiya smiled comfortedly, stood up, turned and opened the door. Sengoku looked at his back and suddenly said, "Father, the Uzumaki clan in Konoha also needs a strong fighting force. I can't support it alone." Uzumaki Shiya turned his head to look at him. Suddenly the expression on his face relaxed, showing a somewhat sloppy and frivolous feeling. He blew a whistle and shrugged his shoulders. "It seems that Sengoku, you are not so sensible. You just said that if you die, you will avenge me without resentment, but it makes my father very sad." Kinchi kept his calm face all the time, suddenly dimmed a bit, and slowly said, "If you die, I will take revenge." Uzumaki Shiya smiled and said, "It's unnecessary. Although your father is a roaming person and loves to go shopping at the flower street, I do everything for the Uzumaki clan. Take care of the Uzumaki clan, and I don't necessarily die. He did not answer Sengoku's words to stay in Konoha. He turned and walked away, and the door closed slowly. Kenji closed his eyes, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, but this smile was full of sadness. I don't want me to feel helpless anymore. Sengoku is on the Hokage rock, watching the ninja of the brigade leave, thinking silently in his heart. And Arakawa's figure suddenly appeared behind him. At this time, Arakawa was wearing a large cloak, wearing a blue kimono, and learning how to step on wooden clogs. He walked to Kenji's side and said, "The patriarch of Uchiha was very angry, but he did not pursue it. Arakawa, embodied as a stream, is very powerful in its concealment." Sengoku was not surprised. After all, this was something that had been anticipated long ago, and Uchiha seamen would think it was Rock Shinobi's shot. "Arakawa, it's time to go back. When you return to Onizuka, you will call me over. I have already told Sister Mito that I am going to practice. This time the war can be said to be over, or it can be said that it is not over. Konoha has a large number of heroes from the Sengoku period, and the family power is extremely large. At this time, it can be said that it is the peak period, and there is no problem with 1,004. But in the same way, the four countries are not friendly. When they found that they could not get anything good from Konoha, they immediately changed their strategy and did not try their best to confront each other. On the contrary, the four countries had a tacit understanding of choosing to restore their pre-war state and fought a local war. For a while, although the flames of war were still burning, it was no longer vigorous. After Sengoku learned about it, he felt that Shikoku wanted to boil frogs in warm water. After choosing this strategy, Konoha's ninjas who had returned originally made Konoha a little empty again. This is not an era of peace, even if a war is over. Sengoku clearly realizes this. Shikoku will never stop until it hurts the muscles and bones, but Konoha can't make the four villages hurt. With the death of Senju Hashirama and the failure of the Tail Beast's balanced strategy, Konoha's former detached existence was completely drawn into the quagmire of war. I don't know how long this war will last. Kenji sighed, but then he stopped thinking about these things. His eyes showed some expectation. After all, he was risking, not just to get a lot of material, it was time for harvest. Watching Uzumaki Shiya's figure disappear completely, his expression returned to calm. Arakawa turned into white smoke and disappeared. Not long after, he also turned into white smoke and disappeared. Konoha's Hokage rock became empty again. At this time, Uzumaki Mito in the Senju mansion looked towards Hokage rock with feeling. Then turned his head and continued to write the scroll. Judging from the words revealed on the scroll, it was written to the name of the country of fire. Chapter 50. Chapter 50, The Exploration of Demons. Returning to the ghost town of the ghost town, this place is no longer empty at this time. Like the barren place of the mountains, not only all kinds of grass and trees are prosperous, and the flowers are in full bloom, but there are also some plants that grow from the scenery, which is huge. There are landscapes such as the hand of a man, the huge wine gourd, and the vivid birds, crickets, and other small landscapes. Some are made of flowers and vines, and some are tree-based. Sengoku followed Arakawa for a while and found some unsightly ones, but there are also differences between these unsightly ones. He can see the improvement in the techniques of the people who made them. Yinko stayed boring, and simply used her own ability to create these. Anyway, without delaying her exercise, I didn't stop it. She said she wanted to give you a surprise, so I didn't tell you. Although Sengoku's chakra is huge, Arakawa doesn't always stay in the ninja world, and has also returned to the ghost town of Onizuka. Sengoku nodded, looked at Arakawa's plain face, smiled and said nothing, but felt a little warm in his heart. He and Arakawa headed towards his house, which was some distance away from Arakawa's house, and it was apparent that Arakawa specifically let Sengoku see it. This made Kinchi feel very good. In this spacious space, he felt a sense of home inexplicably. When he saw the little girl jumping around, he suddenly had a feeling of looking at his daughter. Is it a little padded jacket? He walked over and pinched the white and tender face of the little cute creature who found her running towards him, with very light force. It's very beautiful, Xiaoinko, if you like it, just make more of it. It just happens to give this place more life. Yinko nodded vigorously as she listened to Kinchi's pet drowning. Sengoku put down his hand, turned to look at Arakawa, and asked, is the thing inside? Yes, Lord Sengoku. Arakawa's voice calmly replied. Sengoku patted Yinko on the head and told her to go play first, and he would be with her for a while, and then walked into Arakawa's house. Seeing Sengoku disappearing, Yinko asked curiously, Arakawa, Sengoku is going to create new companions for us. Arakawa nodded, and then said, it should be like this. After all, Lord Sengoku went to the battlefield at risk for this purpose. It's great. I really hope that there are so many companions to play with Yinko. Arakawa likes to play in the water. After that, she gave Arakawa a furious look, and Arakawa grinned, turned, and entered the river. Her figure melted into the river and disappeared, while the clothes were sent to the shore by the water. Under the control of Arakawa, no stained with a drop of water. Yinko looked at the familiar scene, rubbed her head, sighed like an adult, and continued to play. Kinchi in the room did not rush to open the scroll, but first sat cross-legged and meditated for a while, calmed his heart, and opened his eyes after a while. Today, his master's forbidden technique has 4 forbidden techniques: ISE Zun technique, Ghoul sealing technique, Nightmare spell seal, and Brain vortex care technique. In terms of seal technique, the master has 5 element seals: spell writing and contract production. Bloodline. Then he awakened the eyes of Kagura and adamantine sealing chains. And now Uzumaki Shiya has given himself the summoning of the Tortoise clan. This does not only mean that Uzumaki Shiya has obtained a powerful summoning clan, but also that the foundation of the Uzumaki clan is now in his hands. Because the summoning contract of the Tortoise family has the Uzumaki family crest, which also represents the covenant between the Tortoise family and the Uzumaki family. The Tortoise family only serves the Uzumaki family. And this also represents the background of the Uzumaki clan, which is found in the Tortoise clan. In fact, Kinchi is not very clear about the fact that summoning of the Tortoise clan, only the elder and the patriarch can write down the name, because the history accumulated by the Uzumaki clan is in the Tortoise clan, including various secret arts. Have copied a copy. Kinchi thought about what technique he would rest next. He thought about it again, and suddenly thought of Arakawa and Yinko. He needs to understand their bodies in detail. They have been born for a long time now, and according to Arakawa, they can absorb the power of nature and become stronger. As Kinchi knew in his previous life, this is not uncommon in the 3 holy places. Even the summoning beast in the 3 holy places is so huge because of the power of nature. Among them, they practiced immortal arts, and they are called immortals. But Sengoku felt that Arakawa and the others were different, and their physique was closer to that of the tail beast. Because they had no physical existence from the beginning, this is also what Sengoku did on purpose. The first is that the energy body is easier to succeed. After all, energy is malleable. The second is because of the tail beast. Sengoku knows that, the tail beast. At the beginning, it was directly shaped by energy and possessed entity. In other words, the tail beast can maintain its energy state as well as its physical state. Therefore, Sengoku was puzzled. When creating Arakawa, it was more of an idea of chance. He didn't expect it to be a real success. The birth of Lenovo Yinko, he felt that the most important thing must be the force of nature. And the origin of the tail beast, The original body of 10 tails is the sacred tree. The sacred tree is constantly absorbing the power of the ninja world and grows, but now the natural power of the ninja world is so thin, I want to worship it. Sengoku sometimes even guessed that the geographical environment of the 5 major countries may be so wide that it is also because the sacred tree extracts a lot of natural power, which leads to the destruction of the natural environment balance of the ninja world. He twisted a handful of soil from the ground where there was no floor in the house, and rubbed it, thinking, soil is soil, and there are various substances in it. Can the force of nature really affect it? But Sengoku was not really sure. Although he lived in the scientifically advanced world for 17 years in his previous life, the ninja world is another world after all. The microcosmic composition is likely to be different, and the force of nature is also very likely to be one. This kind of semi-ideal energy, directly applying the template of the previous life, is too crude. But he has a headache again. No matter what the technology of the ninja world will be, at least it is underdeveloped now, and he doesn't want to even have a microscope in Orochimaru in the future. Although he is very smart, he is not considered hard work. At most, he is just a high school student. He is still limited to textbook knowledge. It is okay to let him talk about the history of interest, and let him study science and technology without any relevant knowledge. Moreover, he is not the kind of God-man who never forgets. He can only be regarded as a strong understanding and a better memory than ordinary people, but after such a long period of time, the things he knew before have long been returned to the teacher. Kinchi's complexion was a little ugly, and suddenly he hugged his head, squashed his mouth, and rolled on the bed. After tumbling for a while, he started to do it, and mumbled in his eyes, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I would have used more snacks if I knew it, and I don't know if you can give me back to you across the world. The things you have, give me back."